forced to look at the back of a cave, and behind them there's a fire illuminating people who are holding puppets. And so the people who are strapped to the chairs looking at the back of the cave, they see the shadows of the puppets. And because that's all they've ever seen in their life, they think the shadows are real. But were they to be released from the philosopher and turn around, they would see that the shadows are only cast there by the fire and the puppets, which are more real than the shadows. And if they were to come up onto, level ground, then of course they would see true reality, the sun, trees, and things like that, and all of a sudden they would perceive what is actually real as opposed to what is simply ephemera. So that's kind of like the core idea of Platonism. Aristotle, who we won't discuss today, but we will have to get into in later classes, because he had a huge influence on Maimonides in particular. Aristotle said, all of this whole otherworldly stuff, it's garbage. There is no world, where everything is perfect in forms. Plato, you just made all that stuff up. Hence the, Plato pointing up high, and Aristotle saying, it's only if you can measure it is it real. And a huge difference over the empirical status of reality. And most of Jewish thought followed Maimonides in a deeply Aristotelian vein, but Plato's thought also had huge influence through the Neoplatonists. Now, how does Neoplatonism fit with Ibn Gabiro and his successors? So one idea, there are three basic ideas that are common to many of these traditions. One is that essentially there is one true being, God, of course. There is one being that encompasses everything. And like Plato's idea of the forms, like the perfect chair, the perfect surfboard, the perfect, sunset, whatever it is. So there is one perfect being in which all things are contained. However, Neoplatonism also asserts that there are other existents, meaning there are other things that exist. Somehow, within the context of that one, like we say in the Hebrew tradition, there is nothing other than God, and yet we're not exactly chopped liver. We are somehow existing as well. We don't understand what are the barriers between our individual existence and God's existence. So these existences are somehow, and this varies from thinker to thinker, they are like emanations of the Godhead itself. As it were, like rays that come out of the sun, or pieces, sparks that come out of the flames, the soul being godly in some nature, not God itself, but participating of God in some way. And so that's the second basic Neoplatonic idea. The third idea is that things are caused by this radiation from the one, and the things which are caused long to return to the source. So in other words, like you see in Jewish thought, that the soul lives in heaven, and then the soul is sent down into this world to accomplish some tasks, and then one day to return to God. That's a basic sort of overview of Neoplatonic thought, and you can see it in many Jewish, Christian, and Muslim thinkers of the Middle Ages. For Ibn Gabriel, what is perhaps the most distinctive feature his contribution to scholastic thought. Again, his thought primarily pervades in Christian ideas. It did not really, deeply influence Jewish ideas. Is something called hylomorphism. Hylos in Greek means wood or matter, chomer in Hebrew, and morphism is related to the idea of tsura or form, matter and form. For Ibn Gabiro, matter is kind of like the essential emanation of God, that all creation is created by God, like from 6 days of creation, but it is formless, like we say in Bereshit a few weeks ago, tohu vavohu, it's void and without form. It's only through God's will that it takes on form. So in other words, just like wood, there's obviously a tree, but if you kill the tree by cutting it down, then it is a block of material that does not have any function. It is by the application of my will that I make it into a podium or into cheap looking flooring, or I make it into a sculpture, whatever. It's my will that takes the kilos and makes it into a morphos, makes it into a form. The conjunction of divine will imposed on matter is a classic idea of Ibn Gabirol. But it's all related to this idea of Neoplatonism. Now, it's ironic that Ibn Gabirol is often compared to Philo of Alexandria, a thinker from the ancient period, who also had an incredibly profound influence on Christian thought and is basically ignored by Jews. Philo, we won't go into any much detail today, but just he's basically living in Alexandria, Egypt, in the Temple period, around the turn of the millennium, really, and he is essentially writing Greek commentary on the Bible, which is accessible to Christians who can read Greek, but occasionally he kind of goes off he goes off the reservation with some of his ideas, borrowing certain midrashim or changing their meaning in such a way that the rest of the rabbinic world is not comfortable with Philo. So Philo becomes a core commentator on the Bible for early Christians and is ignored by Jews. He's considered like the greatest of the great among these early commentators by Christians, and yet Jews have no time for him. Ibn Gabirol similarly heavily influences scholastics, but he's ignored by Jews. So it's kind of an ironic situation. Now, he also wrote, besides his metaphysics, which talks about, the large ideas of what is the universe made of, who is God, how do we relate to God, these kinds of very, esoteric ideas. He also spoke to a topic that's much more germane for Jewish thinking, and that's his ethics. Metaphysics is all about beyond physics, the construction of the universe. Ethics, also a preoccupation of the Greek philosophers, is how we humans interrelate. And that's really important for Jews who spend a ridiculous amount of time and energy on rabbinic thought on ethics. So this book actually did survive. Jews did continue to recopy it in Ibn Gabirol's name, and we have it to this day. It's called Mivchar HaPninim, which means the choice of pearls. And it's essentially a sequel to his Makor HaChaim, saying, okay, if this is how the universe is constructed, what are the implications for human behavior? If this is the way God designed the world with matter and form, what's the outcome? How does that change my life? And in this complicated book, he gets into a very detailed analysis of how the structure of the universe actually determines how we should perfect our own character. Now, I don't know how good your Arabic is, because he wrote this in Arabic, but I have an English translation. So we can go straight to this diagram here. And this gives you a sense of how it all really fits together for Ibn Gabirol. It's ironic that Jews did not read his metaphysics, they went straight to his ethics, because the metaphysics really makes it all fit into a larger pattern, but we kind of wanted to skip to the chase. How are we supposed to behave? So he basically talks about 10 different character traits, the midot, and how they relate to the four elements and the four humors. This is kind of also Greek thought that was adopted by many Jewish thinkers of Galen, and trying to figure out how we can sort of ideally position ourselves within the overall scope of the universe for ethical perfection. So if you look over here at the bottom level, you've got tranquility, penitence, meekness, pudency. I actually had to look up pudency. We only know this word. I only know this word because of the opposite, impudent. Impudent means like brazen, bold, or to use the Latin term, chutzpahdik. So, or mercy. These characteristics are alike in respect to coal. That all of these things, according to Ibn Gabirol, they kind of are all about coolness, all about not getting too upset, not getting too hot. On the other hand, if you look at the top, alike in respect to heat, you have to read upside down. Pride, impudence, right, the opposite of pudency. Hate, wide awakeness and cowardice. Interestingly, cowardice he puts there with E. But that's like the opposite set of characteristics dealing with the opposite type of temperature. Over here you have moistness. Now, if you're moist, you have valor, joy, love, liberality, and goodwill. And if you are dry, then you have wrath, jealousy, niggardliness, also they're great words, grief, and hard-heartedness. And the whole map, which is central to this book, Midbar Paninim, talks about how if you have a certain kind of personality that is leaning towards, let's say, dryness, which is, by the way, associated with earth in terms of the four elements, and black gall in terms of the four humors, then you've got to definitely work on developing a little bit more moistness. And maybe you'll get some white gall or water in there, and that can sort of like pull you over to this side. But try to avoid getting too cold in it. Make sure you've got enough heat in there. And the idea is to somehow bring yourself to a technical center. A very complicated metaphysical understanding of the entire physical universe, the matter, and how to align it with will or form in order to achieve a balanced personality. In the sense of it got real sophisticated, complicated thought. The metaphysics informs the ethics. And when you go back and read something poetic like Keter Malchut, then you see that, oh my gosh, he's taking all of these complicated, weird ideas and bringing them into a poetic expression. It deeply enriches the understanding of his poetry. He was really, in my humble opinion, a philosopher first and a poet second. It's ironic that we know him primarily as a poet. Okay, so if we think about his legacy, let's look at some of his great quotable passages again, because he's got a very sharp wit, and he's taking these ideas and his expression in poetry, and they translate really well. I've chosen 4 of them. The truth is, if you look up Ibn Gabriel on the web, you'll be assaulted with tens of quotations. For some reason, perhaps it's because he was so popular among Christians, and he received early Latin translation that there's more of this kind of like pop wisdom associated with Ibn Gabriel. He does not have anywhere near this pride of place among thinkers in the Jewish pantheon, but nevertheless we get a sense of his personality in these little pithy quotes. The test of good manners is to be patient with bad ones. Very nice. Again, ironic in the sense of what Moshe Ibn Ezra has to say about him, but a useful one. And Ibn Gabriel also took the photograph that goes behind these two. Yeah, I made that up. Okay. If you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. Right? I remember when I was studying in England, they told me there's something called an Oxford secret. You've heard that expression, Oxford? Apparently, an Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. Right? I mean, it's not a secret at all. But if you want to keep something concealed, don't disclose to your friend. Okay, here's another one. A wise man's question contains half the answer. From the question itself, you can understand half of what's going on. And then finally, man is wise only while in search of wisdom. When he imagines he has attained it, he is a fool. But yeah, that's kind of an odd quality. I agree. Okay, so it turns out that even with my jokes, I've spoken a little bit faster than I anticipated tonight. We come to the conclusion of the lecture. Ibn Gabriel is one of these fascinating characters. He died very young. There's a comet that streaked across the sky. His poetry, which he began to write at a very young age, had a phenomenal influence on liturgy, particularly even today among Sephardim. His philosophy, ironically, is basically lost to Jewish thought for about 900 years, but was picked up by the Christian scholastics, most notably St. Thomas Aquinas, and it is there that he achieved a fame that far eclipsed his stature among Jews. Nevertheless, the value of his extremely powerful poetic expression, the depths of his remorse and his tshuva as expressed in Keter Malchut and other poems, continues to influence the liturgy today, and I think he's definitely a very fitting individual to include in our pantheon. Next week, we have a figure who looms very large in the Musar universe. We're going to look at Bachya ibn Makuda, who was also a contemporary of Ibn Gabiro. They lived roughly the same time, and they lived in the same city in Saragossa, and they borrowed a lot of ideas from each other, as we shall see. But Bacha is known most prominently for a very famous work called Chobos Halevavos, the obligations of the heart, a tremendous classic of Jewish thought that I'm looking forward to learning with you next week. Thank you once again for your attention and your endurance, and we'll wrap it up for the night. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I had a lot of fun with it. The internet version is a little bit shorter because I told too many jokes that I regretted, and I decided to cut it out. So you have to come here and visit live. And I want to say a special shout out to that couple that came all the way to Koa, Israel to hear the lecture live. It was great to have you in the audience. Anyways, I want to close with a couple of calls to action. First of all, if you have been reading my book, I'm really grateful to all of you who have written nice things to me privately, and I'm especially surprised that so many have actually read it in one sitting. That makes me a little nervous. Maybe I should write bigger books. This is quite large enough if you can read it in one sitting, but I'm glad that you're finding it meaningful. Here's the thing. If you're sending me personal words of congratulations, things like that, and feedback and corrections, that's fantastic. But maybe consider writing a little review, like on the Amazon site. They give you an opportunity to put reviews there, or testimonials will help get this book into the hands of people who appreciate it. And I certainly would be, really very happy to see other people reading the book and learning from the Torah and the possession right. Second thing that's kind of cool, I just got an email today, and there's a shout out if you're watching it right now, from a Spanish language publisher who wants to translate some of my stuff into Spanish, which I think would be especially great for Sephardic Jews. I'm not going to divulge the name and things like that yet until we actually agree on things, but I am very excited. I think that would be absolutely fantastic. And well, that's about it. Okay, next week we have a fantastic lecture on Rabbi Rothschild on Chobos Halevavos. Oh my gosh, what an amazing book, nice and safer. And I look forward to that. Have an excellent week. Prayer by their religion, by positivity, by exercise, by good nutrition, by movement, by spirit. Thank you very much for coming. We have an amazing topic tonight, something that, I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until I prepare for these classes. And I'm just so amazed with the range and depth and breadth and fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbeinu Bachya, also known as Rabbi Bachaye. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly, who is the author of a classic, a very creative and pioneering work in Jewish history, the Chobos Halevavos, the duties of the heart. Very important work that, I hope I can say everything I need to say within the next 60 minutes or so, maybe a little less. I have to start with a joke. Last week was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I viewed them again, I ended up cutting out so much of the Ibn Gabiro lectures. If you like the jokes, feel privileged because the rest of the internet is not getting them. It's only for you guys, but let's try this one, okay? This is actually a joke that I've told maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never managed to get it right, although I have to say it is probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world. It has a tremendous depth to it. I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of Chelm jokes. Chelm in Ashkenazi cultural mythology is a town that is filled with fools. And there are all kinds of jokes and stories about Chelm Jews that are sometimes uncomplimentary. Sometimes they show a strange kind of subversive wisdom, like the famous joke. This is a bonus joke, not the one I was planning to tell, about the Chelm family is sitting around the breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting his breakfast ready. He drops a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down, and he's shocked. And he calls everyone over, his wife and his kids come over, and they look, and it landed butter side up. And they don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, I dropped the bread. Look, it landed butter side up. They had no idea what to do. They didn't know, should they move it? Should they touch it? They decide to go talk to the rabbi, because whenever something is deeply troubling like this, you got to go to the rabbi. So they went to the rabbi, and the rabbi says, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes, we all saw it. We brought in witnesses, kosher witnesses, not related to each other, the whole thing." And he says, "Okay, I have to check the books." So the rabbi goes into the library in his home, and he pulls out all the big tomes of the Talmud and Kabbalah and things like that. And he's looking everywhere for an answer, and everyone's waiting. And meanwhile, the entire shtetl is kind of gathered around the rabbi's house. They've heard this amazing thing, and they don't know, what does it mean? Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study, and he's drenched in sweat. He's obviously been exerting himself intellectually to find out the answer. And he says, "I have the answer." And they say, "What is it, Rabbi?" He says, "You buttered the wrong side." There's a Jewish humor in there. Okay, maybe I'll save the other joke till later if I find the explanation. So tonight's topic is Rabbeinu Bachya. Absolutely amazing topic. It's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment in the literature. It's surprising how few lectures, for example, there are on YouTube about this topic. I'm glad to be contributing this one. Okay, so some good and welfare before beginning today. Our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is supporting our students for refuah shalema, which is the Hebrew term for a complete healing for Mordechai ben Batya. You should have refuah shalema, you should have a complete healing, and we should know no more tsar. Another very quick kind of cool piece of information for the internet audience. I'm going to put a little kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but I'm delighted that I was asked to lead a tour into Portugal and Spain this summer. It's a riverboard tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. It has all kinds of road trips on the side, and really, it looks fantastic. It looks so cool. Watch the internet version. You'll see some of the pictures from the trip at the end of it. Also, very important to good and welfare, next week I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you, but I got to make sure that I'm there for my parent-teacher interviews. Not because I really want to, but because my wife will kill me if I don't show up. No, but it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here. I may send out something on the internet in advance, so if you're on the mailing list, you'll get a post, God willing. But otherwise, there's no class here next week. We'll convene again the week after. And here's one last good and welfare thing. So this is more for the internet than this audience, but I get, I shouldn't do this first thing in the morning, but sometimes when after I finish davening and things like that, I turn on my YouTube and I look at the comments and I try to respond to some of them. And every now and then, maybe about 5% of the comments are really nasty anti-Semitic ones. YouTube does a really good job of immediately deleting the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they get through, and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes, and I have to forget about it. So this one bothered me a little bit. This one was in last week's lecture. I've wiped out the name. It says, since most Jews in the United States, rather Ginos, I had to look that up. It stands for Jews in name only, and it's based of a part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from the Khazars, who we've talked about in previous lectures. We're not real Jews. We are descended from the Khazars. Our leftists, they hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at, but I think he's throwing a little jab at the fact that we have not met our $100,000 goal for scholarships yet. So the way to deal with these guys, I'm going to delete him later. But in the meantime, support our students, all of you on the internet. It doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this and say that we don't care. We want to keep learning, and we will help our students get through their undergraduate degree. Okay, enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the actual material. So who was Rabbeinu Bachya? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know so little about Rabbeinu Bachya. In fact, these are the two volumes. This is a kind of like the classic printing of Rabbeinu Bachya in the late 20th century version. And this is everything we really know about him. There's hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived, and most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar of towering proportions, and his creativity literally started a major genre in Jewish literature, nevertheless, we know very little about his life. When he was born, when he died, we have a hint, one word, as to what he did for a living. Let's have a look at what we do know, most of which can be expressed on just the title page of this one book. Let's check it out. So this is the Hebrew title page, Toras Chovas Halevavos, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. Right? The word Torah comes from hora'ah, to instruct. So the teaching of the obligations of the heart. In Hebrew, it's in plural, but in English, it's like hair is plural and singular in English. So the obligation of the heart, and what the whole book is about, refers to how, and we'll return to this, so much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. Where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Where do you have to go? What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. What do you do with your body? That's the mitzvah. But there's very little discussion in a concerted way about what do you do with your heart? How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we'll be engaged in for most of today's hour. But at any rate, that's the title, Teachings of the Duties of the Heart. And then below it, it's written here,
all over the country. Alex Jones with us, legendary broadcaster, friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on
new translation
the past 10 years.
From the Arabic,
and, we'll just come right out with it. We want to get your read on what is going on, because, from the outside, the Trump administration exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up.
Rabbeinu was actually a fairly high level.
Then they get an office,
very few,
and now it seems like they're part of this
Jewish
cover-up.
history received the
So
letter, the
what,
term
in your
Rabbeinu, especially
estimation,
until
has
the modern
happened?
era. The Hasidic movement, I think, co-opted
All I can
it
do
such
is
that
observe
just about
from the
every
outside.
Hasidic
I've lost
leader
sources,
becomes
spent some baseball,
Rabbeinu.
what's happening.
But before the
The fact I
19th
know is
century in
there's
particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for
15 days ago,
unique
they
individuals.
leaked to
Like, for example,
Axios, just learned
Moshe
about this,
Rabbeinu,
have seen
right?
it,
Moses, our teacher. Not too many people at that level.
murdered,
So we know
and
he is
he
an important
that it
person.
wasn't human trafficking, and there wasn't any blackmail.
Now, this is the hard part. The name that we have transliterated into Hebrew
That
is
flies
called
in the face of the court cases, the evidence, the intelligence connections, everything we know.
The vowels, of course, are arbitrary.
No one to figure out.
Sure how
She's
to
in over her head,
pronounce
like you
his
said.
name.
She should go back to
The
policing jet
customary
skis in Florida.
pronunciation is Bachya,
But then,
but it's not a
he
regular
comes out the
Hebrew
next day
spelling
and
at
says
all.
on
Bachya,
Truth
which is
Social,
something
no,
like Beit Chet,
we EDFB on. I told him to do this the next day in a press
Some
conference.
people also say Bechaye,
Shows up a reporter.
which is
Well, they're talking about all
also
these
not
issues, saying,
exactly
how
right.
dare you
This would be a
just
schloss,
read
so
the
it would be a
graves of dead kids in
day,
Texas from the floods.
which is kind of weird.
Shut
I
up.
was exactly
And
sure
it's
how
on
to say
characters
his
for Trump.
name,
He
but
looks
we have
scared. He looks concerned. And then all the other Truth Social
we
posts
know
about,
his surname,
you ask questions
son
about
of
the Democrats.
His
This is all
family name is
Democrat
apparently
made up hoax.
Pikuda, or
And
Pikuda,
you're just
and
idiots.
he is
All
finally,
these
we know,
surrogates
he
and
was a
promised they bring
Dayan
us out. He talked about bringing it up.
the
So
Sephardic
this is
judge,
Harry
the
Carey, that
judge's
this is
name. Now,
seppuku.
how do we know that
Japanese having
these
suicide?
encomiums on
And I
the
had to have
title page are
residents
true?
pulling
It's
off
because
this
they're
polling
taken from
agency,
the
the most
12th
accurate
century
record.
translation
He
of
said
Ibn
Trump has lost
Tibon,
14 points
which
with
is the
independents.
closest
5 points
to
with his main base.
Rabbeinu
Like
Bachya
CBS said
that
a
we
week ago,
have.
that'll lose him.
Okay,
Before I
here's the bottom part of it. It says,
40
translated
seats
into the
probably
holy
in the
tongue,
midterm.
persecution of the kind of cosmopolitan environment. And so Arabic readers are fleeing from Spain, including Maimonides, we saw before. Yehuda Levi leaves, and others. The Alfasi, ironically, moves to Spain at this point. But this is a period when Sephardic Jewish culture in Spain is in decline, and it's now being transmitted to a new generation in Christian Europe. So even Tibon and his children and his grandchildren were all well-versed in Arabic, and they rendered almost all of these great classics, the more in the routine, the Guide for the Perplexed, the Suzawi we spoke about a few weeks ago, all came from Ibn Tibon's translation. This, amazingly, is the very first work of Sephardic Arabic literature that Ibn Tibon chose to render.
But it was also money laundering.
It's my contention, I don't read it anywhere else, but I think it's true.
Was working for billionaires like Les Wexner
over
many others.
Well, actually, Maimonides,
and we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections that Epstein had to intelligence, moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. Is it a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House?
And then, just to make it a little more complicated, it has a modern translation by Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman. So I didn't actually bother taking a typical sample page, but if you can sort of see, and I hold up mine, there's on the top there's a few paragraphs in one Hebrew font. Can you zoom in on this there, David? Just for fun, let's see how
internal politics and foreign policy. Particularly the Middle East, so definitely Netanyahu's heavily
involved. Yeah, can you read it okay?
Just like Maxwell,
like this?
Who was convicted of human trafficking.
Anyways, okay. So on the top there's the Hebrew translation of Ibn Tibon. But because Ibn Tibon, as he mentioned in his introduction, he wants very much to try and preserve the language of Rabbeinu Bachia as precisely as possible. He renders Arabic terms in Hebrew characters with little comment. And so you have all these obscure philosophic terms that make sense to Arabic readers but don't make sense to Hebrew readers. It's very difficult. So there's been a tradition of retranslating Ibn Tibon, often by people who don't read Arabic but read Hebrew well, and they render it into an easier Hebrew, which I tended to read much more. It takes a little longer because it takes more words to explain the concepts, but the more modern Hebrew, in this case the 20th century translation, is just a little bit easier to access. There is also a very fine English translation as well. It's been published by Belltime. Another edition that I consulted online, an English edition. But that's the problem with working with a translation, is that
5.5 years ago in New York,
translations themselves are already a step back from the original. But that's how we access Kobo Kobo. And that's where I should go on to the next slide. So where did he come from? Zaragoza, also spelled with S's, but this is apparently the official spelling. You can see it's in northern Spain, close to the Pyrenees Mountains. We really don't know anything about him. In fact, there's huge question marks about exactly when he lived. We know certainly he had to have lived before Ibn Tibon, because Ibn Tibon published his translation in 1160. We also notice that there's some strong similarities in a couple passages between the work of Ibn Gabriel that we spoke about last week. So that means that one borrowed from the other, or potentially they were contemporaries sharing the same source. Some of it is kind of bizarre. Like, remember that square we looked at with the 5 different, 4 different character traits and the 4 different elements and things like that. So that appears also in Rabbeinu Bachia. The scholar Diane Lobel, who we'll speak about in a second, she estimates that based on a Genisa fragment written by Ibn Ezra, who refers to Rabbeinu Bachia as the previous generation, more or less you can ballpark the authorship dates book around 10 AD. So that's as close as we get in terms of knowing anything about his life. Everything else is going to be internal scholarship, internal literary evidence. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to pause and have a little bit more of a philosophical discussion
if you
about
got time
what
here,
is
we have
this
all the
book,
time in the world.
why is it
I just
so
want to
distinct
add,
and special. This is
Bondi
an
said we have
amazing
10,000
19th
hours
century
of
painting
video.
by Karl Schleicher.
She said we have 10,000
The
hours
title
of
is
video.
Eine
I had
Streitfrage
dinner
aus
last
dem
week with the
Talmud.
vice president.
And
He told
it
me
translates
that
as
was
a
commercial pornography. They
controversy
do not have
question
videos
out
of
of the Talmud,
any
or meaning a
powerful
machlokas
person
from the
in a
Talmud.
compromising
I just like the
position.
word
That's
Streitfrage.
the party
It
line that
sounds
they're
like
going with.
controversy. Like,
If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call
I
it
got a
evidence?
problem with
Why
you,
would she
buddy.
say it's
My wife says,
evidence?
by the way,
She's
that
not an
when I
idiot.
speak German,
She's
I
the
sound
Attorney
like
General.
I'm angry. And
Why would she say she has files on her desk?
German is one of our
none of these
secret languages that we
implicated
speak
anybody?
when we don't want our
It
kids to
just
figure out
feels
what we're
like
saying. They figure it
they're
all out.
covering
They know everything.
something for
Anyways,
sure.
okay, so this is a picture my grandmother, Rabbi Shalom, used to own,
And I feel like
I always
they're
liked it when
telling
I
a
was a kid
story,
because it shows
and the
rabbis
story
engaged
doesn't
in
make
a
any
Talmud
sense.
discussion. Now, besides that very short art history moment, what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the statement up a little bit and say, what exactly is philosophy?
There are two main tracks
If we
here.
look at the Greek tradition of
Commas by
philosophy,
Bondi and Patel,
and as White has put it, all philosophy
or a mix
is
of that,
footnotes
or
to
pure cover.
Plato.
But undoubtedly there's a cover.
Philosophy is basically
here's
an
what we know from the
attempt to
time.
understand
And I'm
the
not trying to go into
universe
journalism, write myself into
starting
the story. I
from
just do this 7 days a
zero.
week, so I
No
wrote most of
assumptions,
the different developments that happened
build
in the last 6 months.
logic.
So here's
From
what we know.
logic, you take premises, develop syllogisms, you have proposals, hypotheses,
they get in.
thesis,
In March, they're
antithesis,
given this
synthesis,
full
all kinds of different
information at
models
the press
to
conference with the
try and
supervisors.
create an understanding of the
And
fabric of
And
reality.
before that happens,
You can break it up into different schools
O'Boyle,
or
who's the
different
main,
disciplines,
one of the top whistleblowers,
epistemology,
so much.
metaphysics, things like
And
that.
he says,
But
my
ultimately,
New York sources
philosophy
say
begins
they've got
with
massive
the search
Epstein
for
videos and
wisdom, and
files
that
the
is in
Democrats
fact
are
what the word
suppressing and not
philosophy
giving
means.
Trump.
Sophia in Greek
And
means
Bonnie's been
wisdom.
set up. We're meeting with her
means I
tonight.
love.
My sources
I
are,
love wisdom,
and she's going
philosophy.
to expose
And
the fact that
what
she's been set up.
characterizes
The next day she
Western
comes
philosophy,
out,
drawing
and on the
from
cover sheet of the
Plato,
binder says,
is the
this is
Socratic
phase one.
idea
I
that
learned there's a
we
lot
know
more in New York
nothing.
with
And
Comey's
in order to
daughter
know
and Comey
anything,
running
we
it.
must
We've
start
been
from zero.
If they don't give it to us in 24 hours, we're going to go grab it.
Is perhaps why undergraduates love it so much, because
The FBI in New York
it's like
resides.
being in the
They gotta
sandbox
don't do
and
it.
you have nothing
And
created and
then
you
they're
have to
given
build
these
it up
files,
from
but that's the
nothing.
setup. Obviously,
On the other
if
hand, is it
Democrats,
fair
before
to
Trump and
say
after Trump and
that
now
this
control the
is
file,
a Jewish
and James
activity?
Comey, Maureen Comey controlled it, are
With
they going to
some
leave
rare
stuff in
exceptions
that's incriminating?
until
No,
the
it's
modern
logical
era,
to
I
say
would say no.
they're going to probably drop
We
it down
use
to
the
themselves.
term
That's why
Jewish
whistleblower was
philosophy,
bad.
but Jewish philosophy
Drop a
does
dime.
not start
Oh,
from
we've
zero.
really got the real file.
Jewish thought,
So Trump's like,
let's
yeah,
use
go
that
get it,
word
grab it,
probably
get them.
more appropriately, that
They
term.
get the file,
Jewish thought
and then I talked
starts
to FBI
from
sources
some,
multiple. It's called serve another
you know,
show
what
me
the
the
Germans
text
call
messages.
Grundlage,
This is in late
like
March.
foundation points. There are places where you got to start.
The way the
You
FBI
gotta
works,
start
the top
with,
of the FBI
for
does
example,
investigations.
Torah
They get
Messina,
the truckloads out of New York.
Revelation. You
They
start
send
with,
it all over the country to field offices and say, do what
in
you
the
want.
beginning, God created
Then the
the
FBI
heaven and
Welcome.
the earth. There are
looks at it.
certain like
It's got all
premises
this stuff
which
about
are
Trump
like
in it, whether it's true or
axioms
not.
that are non-negotiable.
Bondi and
Yo,
them
Pam.
back
Build from there.
and say to Trump, it's got all this about you.
What does God want
How are you, big dog?
with this universe?
Not too bad.
What is the practical outcome of our understanding of this universe?
How's your day
That
going?
goes into Jewish thought, and we're very good at that. That's
Not too bad.
why we have
Excellent.
such
Are you ready to play?
legal tradition, because we explore the
Doug, I had a conversation with Reiser
implication.
about you, and I said that you were impassioned when I spoke to you recently about neurodivergency, and I think that's really cool. I did want to say, if you wanted help, you may not want help, but if you want help writing your stand-up minute, I'd be willing to help you.
I don't need help right now. I just
Okay.
want to go on my own.
Okay, I respect that. Are you ready to get your ass
For
kicked?
now.
Are you ready to get your ass kicked?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
That's really what I wanted to know.
Oh, fuck. That's Monday night. Rabbi, Yeah, I'm happy.
All right, cool. Am I sending it to Zoot 1 or Zoot 11?
Oh,
That's a good shot.
alright.
Almost.
Oh, fuck.
How's your girl Bonnie Blue doing?
10.
Dude, she fell back to 10?
No, she's 5. Sorry. Oh, fuck. I think Lily Phillips is going to take over Bunny Boy.
Why do you feel that way?
She's putting in more effort.
Are you sure about that?
What was the last thing Bunny Boy did?
She was on Andrew Tate show or whatever.
Yeah, every time. Like, here's the thing. That did the biggest publicity stunt that like they could think of. It's like now, where do you go from here?
Did she have sex with Andrew Tate?
No. Where do you go from here? Like, where do you go from here? From your career?
I don't know. She could have a podcast or be a talk show host.
Well, yeah, she could travel the world.
She's still young and has looks, so those are two things not everybody has.
I mean, she could do a fucking Tanamungo, or whatever her name is. When I saw it, don't even ask me why I went to live show.
Why did you go to her live show?
I figured there'd be a lot of women there.
And were there?
There was more women than I've ever seen in my life in that show.
No way.
Like the woman to man ratio, the woman to man ratio, I'm not even joking, it was about 98% women to men.
That's amazing. And yet you didn't get any numbers?
I tried.
Hey, dude, you tried. That's good. What'd you do?
I talked to girls on the tram on the way there and the way back.
Were they going there as well?
Yep.
Oh, cool. And what'd they say?
And then I had to sit there. No, just how much fucking coke they sorted that night.
How much poke they sorted?
How much coke they were snorting before the show.
Oh. So these girls were cool as fuck.
And they asked me where to get like drugs and stuff, and we're just like, I have no idea.
You didn't get any numbers though?
No. Fuck. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you ready to lose?
Yep.
You know this is like one of my worst souls.
They're all your worst souls, dude.
No, statistically, this is like my worst soul.
Well,
My second worst soul. I'm in a better position than you.
yeah, you are.
If I just go like this. Fuck!
It's so hard to make it through there. No way. That's a miss. 0% chance that goes through. Dude.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You're 10 years older than me, and like a lot of things you grew up with during high school or like my whole like early childhood.
That's correct.
What are your early? What did I miss out on in your early childhood that I didn't have?
Sure. When there wasn't an internet and
How
no,
old were you when the internet came out? 10 years old?
8 maybe.
8?
Yeah. And nobody trusted it.
Why did no one trust it?
Well, because you could only got your news from like at that time you only got your news from like newspapers or the television, and newspapers and television could tell that the internet was going to be competition for them. Good job, dude. And so they sensed that it was going to be competition. So in order to avoid the competition, they just told you that nobody was using it and it was just going to be a fad, and it was not a fad.
Aren't they doing the same thing with that with Bitcoin right now?
Yeah, 100%. And there's no retribution for them being wrong. Like they can say whatever they want. They can put down whatever they want, but there aren't any consequences. And I mean, I feel they should be able to say what they want, but they should also be held accountable for when they're wrong. So when they say something now, you should be able to pull up their article from even 30 years ago and be like, you guys didn't even trust the internet. Why should I trust you? So I remember the days of no internet, and it was much different. There were like hints at the internet, meaning they would talk about like maybe in the future colleges might be able to be connected, or you might like the big thing, fax machines were a thing. And so people talked about like fax machines being everywhere, and the cell phone was not really a thing. I mean, they had it in like Wall Street. They had it in Wall Street. What'd you say, Zoot?
I gotta turn my Wi-Fi on. Hang on.
Well, turn your Wi-Fi on then, baby. They talked about like maybe you saw cell phones in the movies or you saw the internet in the movies, but that didn't mean that it was necessarily being used like that. Even if you had a cell phone, they didn't have cell phone towers. They didn't have cell phone towers.
I think everything
in most of the United States.
Everything gets talked shit about until people start using it. You know?
That's true.
I mean, they talk shit about Bitcoin and coining like before 2021. They were talking so much shit about Bitcoin and because they were buying it. And the same fucking people that were talking shit were buying it. Even like JP Morgan, he was like saying, no one. If anyone in my workplace buys Bitcoin, they'll be fired. While JP Morgan was buying like shit tons of Bitcoin when it was going down.
You mean Jamie Dimon?
Sorry?
Do you mean Jamie Dimon?
Yeah.
Right. We didn't really have cell phones, but people had car phones. I remember my parents had car phones installed, and that was a big deal. Just being able to talk to people in the car.
Yeah, I meant to say Jamie Dimon, not JP Morgan, but yeah.
That's fine.
The owner of JP Morgan. Yeah.
He doesn't own it. He's just the CEO.
No, same thing.
Not the same thing.
How's it not the same thing?
He doesn't own it. He's an employee.
He has more rights than we do, though.
That's correct. But oh fuck.
Okay, this is a debate. Should customers have more rights than employees?
Depends on the industry. Like a major government is a company of a defense contractor. They have a lot of say in what to do versus the employees of that company. But then again, like a McDonald's customer doesn't have that much say versus like a general manager of the business. Are you going to accept the invitation, Zoot? Or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
I mean, isn't the whole purpose of any business to serve the customers?
No, the purpose of any and all businesses is to make as absolute much money as possible.
By serving customers.
Not necessarily. Like a company like Citibank used to do retail banking, which means like, or perhaps not even like, let's just take Chase, JP Morgan. They don't make money or they don't make much money on their retail or their individual bank branches. They make money on corporate banks or corporate accounts, I should say. So they don't even have to pay attention to the little person.
I'll tell you something about how the school system in Australia works, right?
Tell me how the school system in Australia works, Zoot.
So, public schools can make more than private schools in Australia.
They can make more money?
Yes, and I'll tell you, I went to a public school. I went to one of the richest public schools in my state, maybe even the country. And what they did was fucking genius, right?
Right. What is it?
So every year we would have a school fair.
Okay.
The school fair would be like the school fair. All the money from the school fair would go back into the treasury of the school.
Okay.
And the school marketed themselves to be like the best, like, fair in the area. Like we got like known as like the best school fair, and like everyone started coming to our school fair, and the school made like millions over the course of like 15 years from all these school fairs, because every school fair just kept on getting better and better.
What is a school fair?
What is a school fair?
Right.
It's an event that's held on the weekend.
Okay, what do you do?
Like rides,
Oh, so
show bags.
I got you. So it's like a carnival.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's a fundraiser, and they just did enough on their fundraiser that they developed.
Yeah, over the course of 15 years, they made like millions.
I could see that.
You can't do that in public school either. Private school. You have to do a public school.
Why can't
Public schools are like,
Why can't private schools have school fairs?
because they would have they like raised the fucking prices so much that it was unaffordable for most people. Because they make the private schools make money off the school fees anyway, so they're making like $9,000. It costs like $9,000 a year to go to their schools. So
Have you ever known anybody to wrestle an alligator or crocodile?
in Australia,
Yeah.
not personally.
You don't have alligators, do you? You just have crocodiles?
What's the difference?
They're different animals. They have different snout shapes. They like grow differently. They're both of the genus Crocodilia, or maybe not the genus, but the taxonomy of Crocodilia, but they're like crocodiles are a little bit bigger. They're meaner. Alligators are not as aggressive. Alligators have like C-shaped snouts. Crocodiles have like A-shaped snouts.
I think we do have alligators.
I don't think so. I think alligators are only in like Florida. But I'm gonna check that.
No, we have alligators.
All right, do you? I'm gonna read to you where they are. Alligators are southeastern United States. Are the alligators in Australia?
No.
No, you just have crocodiles.
Crocodiles are fucking. I'm scared of crocodiles.
You should be. They kill people.
They're the most deadliest animals in the world.
That's incorrect.
One of the most.
That's correct.
What's the most deadly animal in the world?
Humans?
Humans?
Yeah, we kill each other more than any other animal. Followed by mosquitoes.
What's an animal that kills its own species?
Lions. Like a lion will mate with a lion will mate with a female lion or a bunch of them, but the female lion will maybe mate with a few others, and the male lion will kill any lion that didn't come from his lineage. Are you gonna go? I've sent you an invitation, Zoot.
Did you know that bears are known for killing each other?
I did not. Zoot, did you know that I sent you an invitation? I'm gonna destroy you, son. Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Did you know that you've said that about 80 times in the last 2 days?
I want to make sure everybody knows. Did you know Audie didn't know that Ozzy Osbourne had died?
Oh, that's sad.
Word, dog.
I swear, like, Rabbi, the only people that know that he is dead are you and him, and he's dead. I don't even think
That's funny.
He's dead.
That's funny. You've got 10 seconds. Are you going to finish?
How did he die?
Scuba diving accident?
I don't even think the scuba diving instructors know he's dead.
He died in Costa Rica.
The only people that know he died is the person who like took the paycheck from TMZ to say that he's dead.
That could be. Nobody else paid attention. Yo, are you going to accept the invitation? I sent you an invitation. Zoot, you've never beaten me in basketball. You've only tied me. That's a miss. That's a miss.
If you died right now, how long would your like stream go before it turns off?
Maybe like 12 hours or so.
Okay.
Dude, do you see how good I am?
Do you just want an invitation?
Do I just want an invitation to what?
Who's the most famous person to die on the live stream?
Do you mean on camera or on a live stream?
Live stream.
I don't know. It would have been maybe Donald Trump.
Kennedy died.
What'd you say?
I mean, John F. Kennedy died on TV, right?
No, he did not.
It was his death was recorded though, right?
Yeah, by the Zapruder film. Dude.
Who's your favorite?
Dude. You're going to take the lead. You tied. All I have to do is make one shot. I dedicate
I'm not even playing.
Yeah, you are.
What game are we playing?
Basketball.
I'm not in basketball.
You just played, dude.
Are you sure that's me?
Oh, no, that's Riser. No way. Oh, wow. You're absolutely right.
What?
Dude, sometimes I get you guys confused. He was online.
Is he playing against you?
Yeah, he did. And I thought it was you. That's hilarious. And then you're like, I'm not even playing right now. I'm like, yeah, you are. Hold on. Let me do it. He wants to play, but I'm going to play with both of you. Zoot. Riser. He joined. Now it's your turn to join. There he is. Zoot. Join, dude. Join. Zoot. 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 Zoot.
I'm joining. I joined.
Excellent, dog. You're up, Zoot. Go. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss.
Bye, Riza. Riza.
Are you sure that's Riser? It's not Riser.
That's cool.
Dude, he just had a big round.
What the fuck? It's Miss Aquarius.
It is Miss Aquarius.
What the fuck is Riza doing? Why didn't he even do it?
No one knows. You're up, Zoot. Go get him, kid. Get it. Miss. Miss. There he is. How you living, pimp?
Good. I just figured secret to basketball.
What's the secret to basketball?
What's that?
I can't tell you, but I'm pretty sure I cracked it.
Well, do you know that it moves, so it's hard to. You know that you're doing so shit right here.
He's doing well, dude.
He did so shit. 6 points.
That's still good. He had 9 the first round.
Yeah, no, I figured out the secret suit.
What's the secret?
Maybe Rabbi already knows it.
What's the secret?
I figured out the secret.
What's the secret?
I don't want to give it away, but I'll tell Zook privately.
No, tell us publicly right now.
I'm certainly not going to tell you, Rabbi.
What's the
Certainly
secret?
not going to do that.
What's the secret?
That's a guarantee.
What's the secret?
Doug, I'm not telling you.
Does it have to do with your flicking style?
Yeah. Obviously.
Are you gonna win?
I'm going to win, dude. I have the secret.
That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. A big make. That's a big make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. Wow.
It's an acceptable score.
That's good. You made a nice little comeback there.
You're going to need a big performance here. See ya, big dog. This might be my first lone victory.
It wouldn't be a lone victory. Zoot's here.
Oh, you almost got it. No, like solo, no ties, me only winning.
But Zoot's here, so you've never beaten me one-on-one.
Okay,
Did you know Zoot got a new account?
we do that game.
Did you know Zoot got a new account? Zoot.
On Play-Doh
Yeah,
or Discord?
both.
Zero.
Riser misses. Riser misses. Riser misses. Riser makes. Riser makes. Riser makes. Riser makes. Come on, Zoot.
So you changed your Discord picture.
1. Get it, Zoot. I want Zoot to do well. 2,
I never
3,
changed my Discord picture.
4.
You did. It's a
5.
Scroto now.
You can't change your profile picture you can't change your profile picture if you're not on the account.
No one knows what that means.
It means I have another account. My other account I didn't change the profile picture.
So you're using another Discord again?
Hey, Robert.
Yo,
Robert.
pimp.
Sorry, Robert.
Yeah.
Riser, do you want to know how you got that invitation?
I'm gonna ask you something. And it's gonna open up a whole world of you didn't even know, not think about.
What's that?
Do people with severe autism have more problems with coordination or communication?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't answer the question.
Just pick one. Just pick the people with severe autism have problems with coordination or communication.
I mean, I don't know the answer, but based on what you said earlier, I believe so.
You're not answering the question. He's asking, do people with severe autism have more issues with A, communication, or B, coordination?
Oh. That's anybody's guess, really.
Get it, Zoot. Get it, Zoot. Zoot's got the lead.
I guess you haven't met anyone that's like severely autistic then.
No. I mean, I didn't really know about like the coordination thing. I thought it was just like mental stuff, not like physical coordination.
Because the fucking American Psychiatric Association has broadened the spectrum so much that they've added people into the coordination group when they actually have developmental coordination disorder and they don't actually have autism.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Because developmental coordination disorder doesn't get as much awareness as autism, so they put everyone in the autistic category. It's more profitable when they actually have developmental coordination disorder. Which overlaps with ADHD. About 50% of people with coordination issues also have concentration issues with ADHD, which makes a lot of sense because the more uncoordinated you are, the less likely you are to pay attention.
Riser, are you gonna fucking accept the invitation? Or are you just
I
gonna?
didn't know if there was an invitation about it.
Are you just gonna J-or yourself?
I am gonna JR.
Zoot does not know what J-yoring is. I'll explain to him after he goes. He's talking about a very serious matter, and we're talking about absolute hoobagaloo, hullabaloo, and all right. So Zoot, whenever we're playing and I'm like, hurry up, what are you doing? Jerking yourself off raw? I'm annoying people with how much I say that, which should be a clue to them that they need to
right now.
calm down, Zoot. So instead of saying jerking yourself off raw, I'm just turning that into an acronym that's known as J-yoring, jerking yourself off raw. So if you ever hear me say, dude, you're just J-roaring, that just means you're jerking yourself off raw. Riser, did you know that Bonnie Blue's number 5 according to Zoot?
I saw Zoot's comment in the Harry Potter chat, and he said, "I love porn," just out of the blue. Just no one was even talking about that. That was his comment, and no one reacted. It was just there, but and it's like just like a weird and a strange confession. So I'm gonna confront Zoot on that. What inspired you to write that post?
I met my girlfriend from a porn site.
What girlfriend?
I'm kidding.
Do you really love porn?
Have you ever tried to find love at a strip club?
Doug, hold on. You've been asked a question. Do you love porn?
I think it's a bad addiction.
Okay, that's not the question, though. The question was, do you love porn?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many times a day do you look at porn, Zoot?
Half an hour a day.
Okay.
Of actual like people doing it?
People,
Or is it like soft core porn, which is like
Dude,
models?
both.
Zoot might win. Oh, dude. Riser with the big round. Too bad I'm going to destroy it right here.
Oh, miss. Oh, what the hell?
I just destroyed you both, sons. I want Riser. I want Zoot to win. Riser, do you want to know how you even got invited? I play with you so much that I just subconsciously sent you an invite instead of Zoot. And so we're playing, and I'm like, Zoot, you're going to win. And he's like, I'm not even playing. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm not even playing. I'm like, I just beat you. He's like, I'm not even playing. It took me like a second to realize I was playing against you. Are you
I
gonna,
just saw the
dog?
notification pop up and I hit accept.
That's what I like to
All the
hear.
time.
Get it, Zoot. Make it. Go, Zoot. Oh, this is the worst. Zoot's just Jay Yorin. Zoot, why didn't you go? Zoot, can you hear me?
I meant his brain went to porn.
Sorry, I'm looking at something.
Zoot, are you more obsessed with pornography or cryptocurrency?
Both.
It's a tie?
Yeah.
So, like, cryptocurrency is the Bonnie Blue of your life, and Lily Phillips is...
I've probably jerked off to a chart before.
No wonder you're always trying to chat with me. Dude, 15 points in a round? Riser. 10 points. That's good. I'm going to get 10 points right here. Zoot. I got 11 points, which is even better. I'm about to hit the record.
I'll be back around.
Zoot, don't go anywhere. Zoot's going to go beat off.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm not even lying. That's about what I'm about to do.
Okay, Riser just got 13 points. He hit 32, which is his record.
Did you see that performance? 32. 30 fucking 2? Dog.
Are you proud of it?
I am proud of it. You better not fuck this shit up. No! Oh my god.
34, baby. That just beat you.
I've never gotten over 30 before.
What
See, I'm improving by like an insane degree.
What's your secret?
Doug, I'm not telling you my secret.
Why not?
Because you never told me your secret.
I show it to you. I'm live on camera. You can watch everything that I'm doing.
No, I can't see your finger movements closely enough.
Did you watch all kinds of secrets on Mancala? Mancala means to move. Did you know this? And Karam means rebound. Are you gonna go? Doug, you have an invitation.
I'm gonna make cookies right now. I'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
Hopefully it will be done jerking off by then.
Did you know that there are no alligators in Australia?
Only crocodiles.
Word, dog. Zoo thought they had alligators, but that's untrue.
Whoa, nice.
Do you want to hear, before you go, can I read you what people said about me in the last 24 hours? Please?
You must.
This is from Soapy. Thanks for making me feel seen. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade with screenshots. Next person wrote, I mean, seriously, just now. Thank goodness I haven't verified, so I can't access adult content either, eh? With a tongue out smiley face. Took a screenshot of what I did that says Rabbi fingers whores like bowling balls. Next one says, clearly that Rabbi is really someone who has way too much time on their hands and they're now just messing with us. Somebody who had taken a screenshot said he's here to a screenshot that they took of me saying Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person said, why would the Rabbi bot like that? The next person said, and if it's not, it's Rabbi Fingers hose accounts liking you and reposting my posts. Weird fetish if you ask me. They took a screenshot of what I did. Next person wrote, I like the idea of Rabbi being named Fingers. The next person wrote, that's 2 more times than anyone should be accosted by, checks notes, a Rabbi fingering whores like bowling balls. The next one wrote, my brain is trying to connect the first half of the name, Rabbi Fingers, with the second half, whores like bowling balls, and I'm fading fast. Do the whores belong to the rabbi's fingers, or is the rabbi named Fingers? I'm not reading any of the follow-ups. The next person wrote, Rabbi what, with a screenshot of a basketball player holding a piece of paper. The next person wrote, now all this has been within the last 4 hours. The next person wrote, I could post something like, someone close to me died, and the fucking rabbi would probably repost it. The next person wrote, not sure where the horny rabbis are coming from, with screenshots, one of which is pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw, rabbi, and the other says, rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. Next person wrote, caught a sick follow today. I'm honored. And there was a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person wrote, excuse me, with a screenshot of Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. And then somebody else took a screenshot that said, and good night, everybody, with a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade with the word pussy censored and my Discord link censored. The next person wrote, easily the most what the fuck did I just see spam account I've ever had the fortune of blocking circa 10 seconds ago. And it's a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. This is all within the last 5 hours. The next person wrote, these horny Rabbi bot accounts are among the weirdest bot accounts I've ever encountered in my life, dude. and he takes a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. The next person wrote, the rabbi cannot handle all these gestures vaguely, even if they tried. And then they're empathizing with someone else gets a bunch of spam that says you too. The next person wrote, Freaky Rabbi is back for more. That's crazy. And they took a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. The next person wrote, it's always a Discord Rabbi. What the fuck? The next person has a GIF of John Goodman's character Walter and the Big Lebowski saying Shomer Shabbos, Rabbi bowling. What could be the connection? The next person wrote, Blue Sky needs to block this account and any accounts they make option because I'm tired of blocking that Rabbi drinks pussy juice account over and over again. LMAO, LMAO. Next person wrote, the rabbi bots keep getting more and more unhinged with their names. The next person wrote, getting really fucking tired of these bots, man, with a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person wrote, I have no idea about Rabbi Fing Dong, which is like somebody's nickname for me. Next person wrote, the rabbi strikes again, this time slightly less unhinged. I mean, still unhinged, but not as bad as we've seen previously. Next person wrote, what the fuck did I do to deserve this? I prefer the rabbi because Elon Musk followed them or some Elon Musk-like character. Next person wrote, Rabbi Ding Dong eats pussy like an egg custard. Next person wrote, this account rules, with a screenshot that says, breaking news, Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade commercial. That's all within the last 10 hours. Do you realize that's a lot of people tweeting about me?
I thought you were just going like beyond that amount of time. I thought that was like the last 4 days.
I know. Dude, you're totally right. Like normally they don't tweet about me that much, but I keep putting more and more pressure on them. And it's like more and more people are talking about me. You're exactly right. Normally it would take like a couple days for me to get that much attention, but so isn't that cool?
No, but you know it is cool.
I am.
I think that the highest form of a male pleasure a male can receive is the golden shower from a female, and largely overlooked in our society. Typically, golden showers sway into more male predominant roles, but I believe that getting a golden shower from a female is the highest form of pleasure a male can receive.
What in the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know what a golden shower is?
Oh, of course I know what a golden shower is. You mean to tell me though what brings pleasure by being pissed on by a chick?
What do you mean it's the highest pleasure you can receive?
It doesn't necessarily stimulate you.
Oh, it sure does.
What do you mean? It's just like
pleasurable thing in the universe, dude.
Is that your thing? Chicks golden shower and dudes?
Yeah, I just think it's kind of like a niche. But you know, I'm taking a stand and standing up.
And you
say that I think
hold on.
Females need to give more golden showers.
You don't think that having, I don't know, 25 people comment about me in the last 10 hours is really cool?
I didn't say it's not as cool as the female getting a golden shower from a female. That's all I was saying.
Dog. You're saying, I get a lot of chicks who say they want to drink my piss.
Have you? Sorry, what did you say?
I get a lot of chicks who say they want to drink my piss.
On Blue Sky.
A lot of different places.
Like where?
YouTube.
In the real world?
What's happening in the real world?
People are lining up?
No, I mean, not currently, but it's happening in the real world. Just bitches who say they want to fill their mouths up with my piss and swallow it.
Like Bonnie Blue stuff that Zoot pussied out of?
Yeah, so let's talk about him for a second. I volunteered to help him with his stand-up comedy. And, well, first he came in and I was like, dude, I could tell that you were impassioned by neurodivergency. And that's cool. And I know that you want to do stand-up comedy on Monday or whatever. Or, like, I know you want to do stand-up comedy. I volunteer to help you if you want help writing jokes. And he's like, no, I'm just going to do it on my own. And he's like, shit, that's like on Monday. And I'm like, yeah. And he's just like, oh, wow, that's coming up soon. So he doesn't want help writing jokes, which is cool. I don't know what he's going to do, but whatevs. He seemed to be in a good mood today, and that's good. He seems extremely horny, which is his thing. Don't you think it's amazing? Back to me before we get back to your golden shower discussion. Don't you think it's amazing that all these people know who I am on Blue Sky?
Yeah.
I think so too. I'm starting to become like a meme, which is tight. And the thing about girls golden showering you mean to tell me if I had a girl right above you and she peed on you, that would bring you the highest pleasure you could achieve right now?
It's not up for debate. That is like factual.
No, it's not. It is up for debate. It is up for debate.
No, it's not. It's confirmed.
No, it's not.
It has never been debunked, and it cannot be debunked. So
it's subjective. I think the highest form of what did you call it? Highest form of what? Pleasure would probably be a prostate massage, which is amazing because it makes you orgasm harder than anything else. It brings a lot more.
Yeah, but
it brings a
psychologically, it's not stimulating.
Yeah, it is, dude. And even still, a woman's female ejaculate on you is more stimulating than her pee.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just memeing here, but I just think it's a funny meme to be really obsessed with getting a golden shower.
What do you think about Rabbi drinking pussy juice like Gatorade?
Like the more you spam, I hope you switch up those comments because like the more people see it, it's just gonna get dull, and then they're gonna hate you or not care.
Word dog, I have a bunch of them already ready to go.
I hope one of them is Rabbi receives the highest form of pleasure, which is receiving golden showers from female.
That's too long, dude. It's got to be like 50 characters.
Or whatever. Rabbi enjoys
Golden showers.
golden shower from female.
That's too long. How about this one?
Right characters. Do we have?
Okay, if you want to get into that discussion, just one moment.
64, right?
No, because I have to have the link for the Discord in here. So it's got to be. I'm going to give it to you right now. Bear with me. This is going to be one of the most enjoyable. Okay, here we go. It's got to be 43 characters. What about this one? What do you think of this one? Rabbi Cream Pie's milks. Rabbi Cream Pie's milfs like Little Debbie.
Like Little who?
Little Debbie?
No one's ever heard of that.
You've never heard of Little Debbie, the company?
No. Is that like some food company?
Yeah, they like make something called cream pies. I think they actually have something just called they call them oatmeal cream pies by Little Debbie. What are your feelings on What are your feelings on oatmeal cream pies?
Never tried one.
Why not?
We don't have that in Canada.
Let's look. Little Debbie cream pies, Canada. But there have been reports the brand has pulled out of Canada.
What did I tell you?
Yeah, dog.
You didn't believe me?
Little Debbie pulls out of Canada. No more oatmeal cream pies. That's just very sexual.
That's subjective.
All right. You want to hear another one? Rabbi Cream Pie's milks like Krispy Kreme. The Rabbi gargles MILF pussy juice. Blue Sky moderators masturbate to Rabbi. Rabbi eats pussy until lockjaw ensues. Rabbi fists MILFs like boxing gloves. Ghislaine Maxwell masturbates to the Rabbi. Rabbi sucks MILF titties like cow udders. Congratulate Rabbi on Pimp of the Year. Now, if you want longer ones, breaking news, Rabbi is the pussy-eating champion of the world. Rabbi licks pussy like ice cream cones. Rabbi treats pussy the way wood splitters treat logs.
No more. I've heard them. I heard. All right. What do you think of yurts?
Yurts? Like the thing that Mongolians sleep in?
Yeah.
I think they're tight as fuck, dog.
Did you know that they maximize the surface area of the dwelling because of the circular shape?
I could see that. Would you want
They're
to?
also very resistant.
Would you want to sleep in a yurt?
Some people have. You can buy a yurt for like. I mean, like the cost varies. If you want like a cheap backyard tent version of a yurt, couple $100, all the way to like you can buy these prefabricated assembled thing, and then you like assemble them, and you can live in like a full size yurt. And I watched a YouTube video of some person doing that. It was pretty big. It had like I think lighting can be an issue. I mean, it's not really an issue. You can get ones with like windows and stuff, but I feel like most of them are like dark and closed, which I would prefer open ones, but I've seen open ones where it's just like lots of glass, and I think it's cool.
Would you rather sleep in an igloo or a yurt?
Well, igloo is pretty similar to a yurt, only it's made of ice, pretty much, but they're both circular domes, and the igloo has like an entrance. But I'll take yurt still.
A lot of yurts have entrances.
They have like doors, but it's not like a carved out, like extended.
That's true. That's true.
Entrance.
What are your thoughts on? Do you think people still live in igloos?
I was just gonna ask that. Google how many people actually live in igloos.
Oh, we're gonna look at it. Okay, take a guess. Globally.
I'm gonna be like 2,000.
That's a good guess. I'm gonna go with 2001. Yo, dog. Almost nobody lives in igloos full time anymore. It's more of a temporary shelter used by Inuit hunters or for cultural demonstrations. Here's a quick breakdown. Igloos were traditionally used by the Inuit peoples, especially in parts of Canada, Greenland, and Alaska, as winter shelters, especially for hunting trips. Most Inuit today live in modern homes, like houses or prefabricated buildings in towns and villages. A very small number of people may temporarily build and sleep in igloos for cultural, teaching, tourism, or survival training reasons. There's no official population that permanently resides in igloos, so that's 0. We're talking a dozen at most.
We didn't say permanently. We just said it lives. Like, could be temporary.
Yeah, I wanted permanent people. I want one guy out there who just doesn't give in, no matter how much they're like, come into the fucking house. He's just like, no, I'm going to stay out here and I'm going to freeze my dick off. I respect that man. Igloos are now mostly symbolic or educational tools, kind of like teepees or longhouses. Important, but not everyday housing anymore. Do you think anybody lives in a teepee anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. There's people that live in yurts. I think there's still probably a few teepee people out there.
Yo,
one's easy to live in because it's not as freezing.
Yo, dog, almost nobody lives full-time in a teepee anymore either, but there are a few exceptions. Here's a breakdown. Traditionally, teepees were used by the Plains indigenous tribes like the Lakota, Blackfoot, and Crow, perfect for nomadic life, easy to set up and take down. Today, most native people live in modern housing, not teepees. A small number of folks, both indigenous and non-indigenous, might live in a teepee part-time or off-grid, especially in survivalist communities, nature retreats, spiritual or ceremonial settings. Some indigenous people still use teepees for ceremonies, powwows, or storytelling, but not usually as primary housing. So, like igloos, teepees are now mostly cultural, spiritual, or alternative living setups, but not regular home for more than a handful of people worldwide. Final answer, maybe a few dozen people max live in one at any given time, but it's rare and usually by choice or tradition, not necessity. Okay, how many people do you think live in yurts a year or currently?
Easily 50,000.
I think less. Yo, dog. Yurts are still actually lived in a lot by people in Central Europe. Over 1 million people live in yurts full time.
Yeah.
Good on you, man.
Yeah.
Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, and parts of Kazakhstan and China. In Mongolia alone, around 30 to 40% of the population, that's over 1 million people, live in yurts. They're modernized inside with electricity, satellite dishes, even Wi Fi. That's baller. I could live in one of those yurts. Yurts are ideal for nomadic herders, warm in the brutal winters, cool in the summer, and portable. In the US, some people live in yurts off grid in eco communities or as part of a minimalist movement, but there's a total of less than a few thousand. And anyway, at least 1 to 1.5 million people today live in yurts. That's tight. I don't know why I was thinking less, but I figured, well, if nobody lives in teepees anymore, nobody lives in igloos anymore, maybe a yurt is just a thing of the past. But no, that thing's still being used. All right. Do you think people live in? How do people in Africa? What do they live in?
They live in like small compounds, like mud walls and shit.
Like the tribal people?
Yeah, I think maybe they have their own version of like a TP yurt potentially, but
Okay, the most common thing is a hut made from mud, clay, thatch, wood, grass, dung, or a mix. Circular or rectangular with conical or thatched roofs. Common in East, West, and Central Africa. Compounds. Often a group of huts within a fenced area where an extended family lives. Seen in Western African communities. May include granaries, cooking areas, and animal shelters. Rondavels. Circular stone or mud brick homes with a thatched roof. Popular in southern Africa among the Xhosa, Zulu, and Sotho peoples. Nomadic structures. For tribes like the Tuareg or Somali pastoralists, homes are portable, like tents made of hides, woven mats, or palm fronds. Modern and hybrid housing. Real talk, traditional homes aren't just primitive. Okay, cool. What do you think they live in like indigenous people in South America?
I don't know. It could be a tree house, could be some makeshift tent,
Okay, so
maybe like a hut.
so they have malokas, large community longhouses used by tribes of the Tikuna, Yanomami, and Huetoto, built from palm leaves, wood, bamboo, and with no nails, all natural materials. Houses up to 20 people, sometimes an entire extended family or clan, often used for sleeping ceremonies and shelter from rain. The Tambo Choza, Andes Highlands, small stone or adobe huts with thatch or grass roofs, used by the Quechua and Aymara peoples, built to withstand cold mountain weather, sometimes built into hillsides or terraced areas. The Shibono, large circular huts used by tribes like the Yanomami, made from palm leaves and wood, arranged in a ring with a shared open space in the middle. Great for social living and defense in dense forest areas. Palafitros, over water, stilt houses built over rivers or swamps, used by groups like the Waro and the Orinoco Delta. Keeps homes safe from flooding, insects, and animals, built from wood, palm, and cane. Modernized traditional homes. All right. Yo, dog, what is that group of indigenous people? They build like a house. It's not really a house. They just have like circular reed, like rectangles around in a circle, and everybody kind of just hangs out under their own rectangle and chills there. What is that kind of housing? Yo, dog, you're talking about communal ring style housing setup, and that might be the Yanomami or similar. Here's a breakdown. Shabono is a big circular communal structure used by the Yanomi people of the Amazon. That's Brazil and Venezuela. It's open in the center with individual family shelters, like open air rectangles or compartments, spaced around the ring. Each family gets their own section under the thatched roof where they sleep, cook, chill, or keep stuff. The middle area is for gatherings, rituals, kids playing, and everything social. It's made from palm leaves and wood and vines, usually built deep in the rainforest, and it's temporary since they move locations when the soil or hunting grounds are depleted. Visual vibe. It's like a giant donut hut with no interior walls, just a big shared roof and divided zones. Kind of like a natural apartment complex with no privacy, but all family. Dude, do you know those people? They have this thing like to be a man in their tribe. You have to stick your hand in a mitt of bullet ants. Have you seen this?
Um,
Yo, dog, tell me about the bullet ant mitt. So it's called the bullet ant. It's called the bullet ant mitten ritual. That wild pain ritual some indigenous people go through. Here's a breakdown. Practiced by the Suteri Maui people, an indigenous tribe in the Amazon rainforest. It's a coming of age ritual for boys to become men, warriors, or respected adults in the tribe. What's a bullet ant? A giant ant from the Amazon, about 1 inch long, delivers the most painful insect sting on Earth. It's ranked number one on the Schmidt Sting Pain Index. Locals call it tokandira. The sting feels like being shot, hence bullet ant. How the ritual works. They weave gloves or mittens from leaves and stuff them with dozens of live bullet ants, facing inward, stingers pointed at your skin. The boy puts his hands into both mitts and has to keep them in there for around 10 minutes. The ants sting the entire time, but not just once, but repeatedly. He has to stay calm and stoic, no screaming, crying, or showing pain. He has to repeat the ritual up to 20 times over months or years to complete the rite or passage. The side effects are extreme pain, swelling, paralysis of the arms, hallucinations, and twitching muscles for days. The venom attacks the nervous system. It's not lethal, but it's intense. Why do they do it? To prove strength, courage, discipline, and readiness for manhood. It's about mental control, not just physical toughness. It creates a deep bond with the culture, tradition, and tribe identity. Dude, they have this thing in Australia. Yo, dog, what's that one thing? There's like a plant in Australia that if it touches you, it makes you want to kill yourself. What is it? Yo, dog, you're talking about the Gimpy plant. The Gimpy plant,
talking about Zeus Kamare.
aka the suicide plant. And yeah, it's really no joke. What is it? It's a stinging tree, part of the nettle family, but way more intense. Covered by tiny hollow silica hairs, like microscopic needles, they inject neurotoxic venom when touched. The sting causes excruciating pain, burning sensation that can spread to your armpits, groin, and lymph nodes, tingling spasms, even hallucination, pain that lasts for weeks to months, sometimes up to a year. People have described the pain so intense it makes them vomit, scream uncontrollably, or want to end their life, hence the nickname. Why is it so bad? The venom can keep firing pain signals over and over. Even touching the area weeks later, cold water, scathing, etc., can reignite the pain. It's resistant to most
Did
pain.
you know that?
It's re- it it's res- Hold on. It's resistant to most pain medications. The hairs are so fine they can float in the air. Even brushing near the plant can trigger a reaction. Famous incidents. Soldiers, hikers, and scientists have all been stung. There's a story of a guy who accidentally wiped with this type of leaf. Let's just say he regretted everything.
Horses and dogs that brush against it have literally died from shock. Moral of the story: if you're in the Aussie rainforest and see a fuzzy looking plant with heart shaped leaves, do not touch that thing. What were you going to say?
Um, I heard this on Joe Rogan's podcast. Maybe you heard it as well. Before I say that, Ozzy Osbourne once snorted a line of ants that were like going up a bucket for some reason.
That's a type.
I think it was pretty cool. But yeah. Joe Rogan said that there's a place in Kenya, and it's like one tribe or whatever, and they produce like the most Olympic long distance runners, athletes. And the reason that they produce the most long distance runners, athletes from that one tribe is because when they're like the boy to like manhood initiation is that they circumcise them with like a dull blade and then like force them to like crawl through like glass shards or some shit. Basically like some like really insanely intense torture. And then that like mental fortitude that they get from surviving that torture enables them to fight through the pain when they're running long distances.
Yo, dog, can you tell me about something that happened on Joe Rogan where there's a tribe that has people that have to do a self-circumcision, and that like causes them to be able to have the fortitude to be able to run really long distances, and they're like very famous.
Self-circumcision.
Well, maybe it's not self-circumcision, but they're circumcised with a dull blade. So there's a Zosa Ulawuka initiation ritual. This traditional rite of passage among the Zosa and some Miguni boys. They're circumcised with a dull blade, left to heal in isolation, often without food or water, and expected to display remarkable stoicism and endurance. The focus is more on proving courage and becoming a man in the cultural sense, not an athletic performance. Then there are Kenyan running tribes, the Kalenjin, famous for world-class distance runners not because of circumcision, but due to high-altitude living, daily running habits, lean physiques, and strong cultural encouragement. Their initiation, which does not include circumcision, isn't credited to their incredible running abilities. Joe Rogan conversations, blah 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 blah. That's wild, dude. There's a
You said that there's some like documentary called Cut and Run, but I looked it up on the internet. I think it was a podcast, but I believe I couldn't watch it or something. Like it wouldn't let me.
okay.
But supposedly it's out on the internet. It's called Cut and Run.
What land animal, including humans, can run the longest distances, even if they have to take breaks? Like that's fine. What animals can run the longest distances? And give it to me in a chart.
Oh, they should have like the Animal Olympics.
Okay, here we go. Humans can run the longest. We can run up to like 100 to 150 miles. Horses are 75 to 100 miles. Dogs are 100 miles per day. Camels are 60 to 70 miles per day. Wolves are 40 to 50 miles per day. African wild dogs are 30 to 50 miles per day. This is one of the theories why humans became like the alpha species of the world is not because we're strong or anything like that. It's because we can run longer than anybody else, so we could literally chase down our prey due to exhaustion. Pronghorn antelope 25 miles at a stretch. Elephants 20 miles per day. Honorable mentions: cheetahs short bursts only 60 miles per hour, but only 20 to 30 seconds. Bears can move long distances, but not built for endurance training. Deer, good stamina over short and medium ranges, 10 to 15 miles. Why are humans number one? We sweat instead of pant like dogs, which means better cooling. Upright posture means less sun exposure. We store fat for energy and regulate pace mentally. Ancestors ran animals to death while persistence hunting in the heat of the day. Do you like that story?
Now that's an interesting theory that I've never heard before.
Well, now you've heard it.
I have a tough time believing that if it was like a competition between a wolf and a human, that the wolf is not going to be able to run further in a day than a human.
Like a Kenyan would be able to run. I mean, like an ultra marathoner can run more than a wolf.
Are you sure? I mean, are they saying that like the wolf does like regularly go like 40 kilometers a day, but that's just like trotting around from, not like maxing it out. Just like the average human goes like maybe 10 kilometers a day walking, maybe.
Yeah, but if you're like hungry and you're motivated, it says that a human can travel like 150 miles in a day.
Really? I mean, I guess.
Word, dog. Like a dog, like a husky, like a sled dog, could make it 100 miles. But a human could make it 100 to 150 miles.
That's cool.
But wolves only do it 40 to 60 miles a day. And African wild dogs only the 30 to 50 miles per day.
So we can travel the furthest out of any species. That's really wild.
Exactly. And
obviously that's on land and water we get not.
Right. But you know, women can swim at longer distances than men. It's like one of the few sports where women are superior athletes than men.
Why is that?
They have more fat buildup, which makes them float better. They're more buoyant.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Has anybody ever swam around the world?
No.
What's the longest anybody has ever swam? Okay, Martin Strel. He did it 3,000 miles. He swam the entire Amazon River in 2007. Wow, that's fucking scary as shit.
Wait, you didn't get like this little like fish that swim up your dick and then like make you piss blood and shit?
You mean piranha?
No, they're like little leech fishes things that will swim up your pee hole if you ever go pee in the Amazon River. At least that's what the Device documentary said.
Let's learn about this. What are the fish in the Amazon rainforest, Amazon River, that will swim up your urethra? Yo, dog, you're talking about the notorious creepy fish in the Amazon that can literally swim up your urethra. Here's the breakdown. They're called kangaroo, a tiny parasitic catfish, about 2 to 5 centimeters long, known for swimming into bodily orifices, especially the urethra, attracted by urine flow. The danger is high. Urban legend partly, but rare, but documented cases. What's the deal? Kangaroo fish are attracted to urea and ammonia in urine and can follow it into a water stream. They are slender, tiny and slender, making it possible for them to enter the urethra if someone pees in the water. Actual verified cases are extremely rare and often debated, but the fear is real. Myth versus reality. The story is famous and scary, but confirmed medically documented cases are very few. But I mean, that's confirmed. It's been done. Most incidents involve fishermen or locals, not tourists. Kangaroo usually parasitize gills of bigger fish, not humans. Safety tip. Avoid urinating directly into Amazon waters known for kangaroo presence if you want to be extra safe. That's baller, dog. Well, I didn't know somebody swam the entire Amazon River. That's fucking wild. Let's
That's
re-
how
let's
to get a kangaroo in
has
a urethra. That's crazy.
has anyone ever swam the entire distance of the Nile River? And if so, why not? Is it due to crocodiles?
Oh yeah, you're getting cropped out there.
Yo, dog, swimming the entire length of the Nile River, that's a wild idea, but here's the real talk on why it's never been done. Has anyone ever swum the whole Nile River? No verified record exists of anyone swimming the entire Nile. It's like 4,000 miles. The Nile is the longest river in the world, running through multiple countries with wildly varying conditions. Why not? The major obstacles are crocodiles. Now, crocodiles are large, aggressive, and very common. They pose a serious threat to anyone swimming. Hippos, another dangerous animal that aggressively defends territory. Water quality, pollution, parasites like schistosome, schistosomiasis, and dangerous bacteria make the long swims risky. Currents and rapids. Sections with strong currents, rapids, and waterfalls, like Murchison Falls. Political instability. The Nile passes through countries with conflict zones and border controls. Logistical nightmares. Coordinating support boats, supplies, and safely across regions so many regions is almost impossible. Fun fact, some parts of the river have been swum in sections or for charity, but nobody's tackled the whole beast in one go. Yo, dog, can you tell me about the guy who swam the Amazon River in 2007 and what kind of ball of shit he saw?
I feel like anacondas in there that will fucking get you.
Yeah, and like they have a type of crocodile as well, but it's known as starts with a G. Yeah, you're talking about Martin Strel. Yo, he swam the whole length of the Amazon River, about 3,000 miles over 66 days. He did it to raise awareness about clean water and environmental issues, plus to touch human limits. Not, it doesn't start with a G, it starts with a C. Caimans. Huge, scary reptiles that call the Amazon home. Ball of shit he saw and endured along the way. Piranhas, yes, those razor toothed freaks constantly lurking in the water. Electric eels, crazy fish that can zap you with hundreds of volts. Anacondas, the giant snakes that sometimes swim near the riverbanks. Huge floating vegetation mats, making swimming extra tough, like dodging jungle debris. Water pollution and garbage, witnessed firsthand the impact of human waste on the river. Unpredictable currents and rapids. The river isn't just chill, it can throw serious power at you. Heat, humidity, and bugs. Tropical jungle conditions that push endurance to the max. Support crew attacks. At one point, locals tried to rob or attack the team because they thought the swimmer was some type of witch or spirit. Crazy stats. He swam about 8 to 10 hours per day, covering 40 to 50 kilometers on average. Consumed thousands of calories daily to keep energy up. He dealt with infections and injuries but kept pushing through. Martin Strel's Amazon swim is legendary for mixing epic physical endurance with surviving a wild, dangerous jungle environment. Total baller move. Yo, dog, what's the longest a person has swam in the open ocean? Yo, dog, when it comes to the longest open ocean swims, here are the top insane feats. So they count Mountain Strel's as they count his, but that's like Amazon. Diana Nayad, she did Cuba to Florida, an open ocean without a cage. That's so fucking scary. So some lady did it, and then Sarah Thomas.
I mean, I'm sure if you had like a spot or
Yeah, but I would want a cage, dude. There are sharks and shit in that.
I'd be more scared of the Amazon River than
Oh,
the ocean.
totally, totally. Amazon River's like fucking swimming through a zoo.
Yeah.
Sarah Thomas.
Oh man, imagine. I mean, did that guy wear like a wetsuit or something? Because like I couldn't imagine just having all those fish like scrape against my legs and body as I'm swimming.
Yo, dog, did Martin Strel, the guy who did the Amazon, did he have like a wetsuit or a cage or something? Because it would be freaky as fuck to have all that shit touching you in the water. Yo, dog, he didn't roll with a wetsuit or a shark cage in his Amazon swim. He went raw and real, straight up in the water with just his swim trunks and some goggles. Here's the rundown of how he managed all the wildness without fancy gear. He did it no wetsuit. The Amazon's warm water means no need for thermal protection, but that also means there's zero barrier from piranhas, electric eels, or parasites. No shark cage. The Amazon has no sharks like in the oceans, but it's packed with other dangerous critters like piranhas and caimans. Protective measures. He used Vaseline and other natural barriers to reduce parasite bites and infections. Support crew. They stayed close in boats, ready to fend off animals or pull him out if things got dicey. Mental toughness. Dude had insane focus to keep swimming through bugs, stings, and freaky encounters. So yeah, he was basically in the water with all that crazy wildlife. Total badass status.
It took him 66 days.
Word, dog.
How much? Imagine doing that all for like clean drinking water and like just no one cares.
No one's ever heard of this motherfucker until we just said his name.
No one, yeah, literally no one knows. I bet.
Yo, dog. Who's more famous, Martin Strel or Malcolm Jamal Warner?
Oh, obviously the dude on.
Martin Strel. Yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner, way bigger. Verdict. Malcolm Jamal Warner is way more famous. But interestingly, he died swimming.
It was even doing like, yeah, he didn't even have to spend 60 days in the.
Yo, dog, can you tell me, is there like a documentary on Martin Strel? Because that sounds like a baller feat, and I would love to see a documentary on that. Yo, dog, you're absolutely right. Martin Strel's Amazon swim was epic. It's called Big River Man. The doc follows Martin Strel as he I'm gonna fucking watch that today.
The Big River Man?
Yeah. It's on Amazon Prime. It's called Big River Man, 2009, and won the Excellence in Cinematography Award. It's a 2009 Sundance Film Festival.
When did he do the swim? Was it like
2007?
2000? Oh, okay. So they might have actually filmed it and they had cameras and was done in like 60.
Right, they didn't just film it, they made a whole documentary. It's called Big River Man.
That's it. I can find the stream for it and we can go watch.
Big River Man. Just be on YouTube. Somebody put that shit on YouTube. Dude, the movie poster for it is baller as fuck. Okay, it's like this big post. There
Is
it
it choking out a Honda?
no, it just says there is a man who has swum 22,000 of the world's deadliest waterways. A man that laughs in the face of crocodiles, piranhas, and giant anacondas.
Caimans. Cayman.
No, it says crocodiles.
Aren't they caimans though?
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were, but they're all caimans are crocodiles, are of the taxonomy of crocodiles, crocodilia, but it says crocodiles. Crocodile sounds so much scarier than caiman, but let's look this up. Yo, dog, are there crocodiles in the Amazon in addition to caimans? Crocodiles in the Amazon. No, there are no crocodiles in the Amazon. Instead, the Amazon is home to caimans, which are close relatives of crocodiles and belong to the alligator family. Oh, it's alligator family. Hold on. While the Amazon may have some species of crocodiles, such as the American or the Orinoco crocodile, they are not commonly found and not native to the region. Caimans are the dominant crocodilian species. So it is a crocodilian species. So I think because caimans are a crocodilian species, they just call them crocodiles. Because if you say caimans, people are like, what the fuck is that? But if you say crocodiles, people are like, holy fuck.
What is that minutia that you're talking
That's some big dick energy. All right, so the film was nominated for the Grand Jury Prize at the 2009 Sundance Film Festival and won the Excellence in Cinematography Award. Wouldn't you be pissed if you were like, dog, I swam the whole Amazon and I didn't even win your fucking award? Okay, reception. The film has been almost universally praised, achieving a score of 90% by Rotten Tomatoes, as well as a score of 67 from Metacritic, indicating generally favorable reviews. Critics praised the humor and the storytelling of the documentary, and many compared it to a Werner Herzog documentary. One negative review came from Anthony Quinn of Independent, who called the on-screen chronicle of the swim fuzzy and flaky. Fuck that guy. Like, dude, I would be tempted. I wouldn't do this, but I'd be tempted if I swam the whole Amazon and somebody was like, "Oh, your documentary is fuzzy and flaky." I would like knock on his door and want to slap him. All right.
Sniper rifle.
Here we go. Dude, but the poster is beautiful. All right. Big
Wow, imagine if he didn't ask if there was a documentary on
Big River Man.
it. And
It's on it's on
that seems like a chirp because like there's some chirps where like you're just like, oh yeah, big man, oh yeah, like you're so tough, and so you could chuck it in like, oh yeah, big river man, you know, fucking swim 4,000 miles across fucking Cayman River.
This is so funny. It's on YouTube, right? The first YouTube comment is, he lives in Arizona, USA in the summers. He picked me up in an Uber. No joke. This guy's an Uber driver. He swam the Amazon, which should be like, I don't know, they should just give you $1 million to do that. He had the he had the DVD in his glove box. Thank you for posting this. I've been waiting to watch it all these years.
No way. That's hilarious. That would just blow your mind if you're an Uber passenger and he whips out a DVD and you're like, what the fuck?
Right.
He's like, yeah, in the Sundance Film Festival, I lost to like the fucking gynecologist, fucking vagina plastic surgery, dude. It was bullshit.
Did you know that somebody wrote 14 minutes ago? Glad you enjoyed my post, Mr. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. with a screenshot. And then 31 minutes ago, somebody wrote, the rabbi supports femboys and hates Matrix. This spammer is kind of based. Is that not baller as fuck? While we learned about different tribes and igloos and swimming the Amazon, people were posting about me. Isn't that baller?
Amazing.
It's the beauty of the modern age. I'm kind of sad that nobody lives in igloos anymore. I want there to be like some crazy uncle. Somebody who's like, yeah, we've been living in houses for like 45 years, but my uncle refuses to come inside.
I mean, they live in them. It's just temporary. I mean, it could be for a variety of reasons, but probably it's just not ideal.
How warm does it get inside of an igloo?
I think you can get a fire going,
Exactly.
but then I think wouldn't the smoke like kill you?
No, they have like a chimney that goes out of it. And I've seen, it's really cool. There's a thing that happens where you melt the inside and it becomes like super smooth because of the heat inside. Yo, dog, how warm does it get inside an
It's like
igloo?
dripping water on your head as you sleep.
And doesn't the inside become really smooth because it melts some of the ice? And how do you create a fire inside an igloo? Yo, dog, here's a lowdown. How warm does it get inside an igloo? Even when it's like negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit or Celsius outside, the inside of an igloo can warm up to around 32 degrees Fahrenheit to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 0 Celsius to 15 Celsius, just from body heat and maybe a little lamp or a small fire. So it's surprisingly comfy compared to the freezing cold outside. Does the inside get smooth from melting? Yeah, the inside walls do get a bit smooth or even slightly wet because the heat inside causes the snow blocks to melt a little, but then the moisture quickly refreezes, making the walls kind of hard and icy but still solid.
Hey, Rabbi, are you there, Rabbi?
I am, but I'm reading. This actually helps the igloo stay structurally strong. How do you create fire inside an igloo? They don't usually build big open fires inside because smoke and oxygen are a problem in a tight snow space. Instead,
Hey, Rabbi,
dog, I'm reading right now. Can you not hear me?
look, this is very important, okay?
Not more important than what I'm reading. They might use it.
And you were going, I was like, because you were talking about world peace. How was those videos about world peace? I just want to know.
Dog, I'm reading right now. How do you create fire inside an igloo? They don't usually build big open fires because smoke and oxygen are a problem in a tight snow space. Instead, they might use a small oil lamp or steel oil lamp, which gives off light and a little heat without too much smoke. Sometimes a tiny controlled fire is built on a stone slab to avoid melting the igloo too much, but ventilation holes are essential so smoke escapes and fresh air comes in. The main heat source is often body heat, lamps, and insulated clothing rather than big flames. So basically, igloos trap body heat and small heat sources to keep it warm, while their snow blocks act like natural insulation. That's wild. Okay, what's your question now?
All right, look. So I was in VC yesterday at like 3 a.m., right? We were just talking and stuff about like world peace and like how you
Word.
I was kind of interested, right? I went to social media. Why did you post all those videos if you're trying to create world peace?
I'm trying to get attention.
Attention by putting all those weird videos up?
I don't know what you're referencing.
What are you talking about? Because like it's in your bio. If I go to your TikTok videos, not weird, you know.
What weird videos are you talking?
Because if you go over to his bio, like it is about him, it's gonna be very weird videos about him.
What are you talking about?
Very weird. Stop trying to act dumb, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have tens of thousands of videos about myself.
I'm really interested in what you were trying to do.
I have tens of thousands of videos about myself. I don't know what you're referencing.
All right, hold on. Let me, because it's in your about you. All right.
On where? Blue Sky or Discord or where?
Like in his Discord server. Like if you scroll all the way up, you go over to Captain of the MILF Ship. It's kind of a weird name, right? If you scroll down and go to his bio, you go to his TikTok videos. Most of his videos got taken down, but there's still like one account that like remains.
Okay.
Most of your YouTube videos got banned as well.
That's correct.
Kind of interested about that.
Yeah, I get copyright strikes. I also get nailed for spam. It's just up to YouTube why they want to ban me.
Yeah, because I don't know why you would be posting those videos.
I haven't posted anything wrong.
Yes, you have.
I don't know what
Very wrong.
I don't know what you're referencing.
Come on, man. Like you should really know what I'm talking about, bro.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Big Dog.
Tell them what you're so concerned about.
What I'm so concerned about?
Yeah.
I'm kind of confused why, because like me and my friend yesterday was wondering why you wouldn't set up an eco server, and I thought it would be fun to like check you out and just like interview you, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, I go over to your TikTok videos because I just want to see what you post about, right? That is just not what I want to see. Like really not what I want to see.
You got to reference it. You got to reference what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean.
Like I go over to your YouTube live stream, right? I see you in underwear and shit.
Yeah.
Like, mostly just like sleeping on the ground.
That's what I
like. It's like right there.
I'm allowed to sleep in my underwear. That's allowed. Hello?
I left.
Anyway, I don't know. I have tens of thousands of videos. Some are more interesting to people than others. Anyway, it seems like they're able to keep the igloos warm by not necessarily fires, but by perhaps seal lamps, which is pretty cool, I guess.
They burn the blubber or whatever, or the bat oils and the seals.
Word.
Fuck yeah. Are you gonna watch this documentary in like 3 minutes or 2 minutes? I have it pulled up on YouTube.
All right, well, share your screen. Let's watch it.
Are you gonna watch it on your thing, or you want to watch my stream?
I'm gonna watch it from you.
All right, do that. I have high hopes for this.
It sounds exciting.
Yeah, I love documentaries. Documentaries are my favorite genre.
Dids.
But it's sometimes difficult to find good documentaries.
I like documentaries so much that it causes me not to like movies because I'm like, well, this didn't really happen.
I think that's just how my mind is oriented. Non-fiction is for some people more fantasy, imaginary fiction. Yeah. Did you watch a lot of Mythbusters?
I did. I haven't seen them all. I kind of lost my confidence in Mythbusters because some of the stuff that I know is actually possible, or perhaps is not actual. Like some of the stuff I know is possible, they bust and they say is not possible, which I just don't think is right.
Like what?
Well, they say like they can prove the moon landing happened, yet how are they supposed to prove that it happened if all of their experiments take place on Earth? It's counterintuitive.
I mean, I didn't watch the episode, so I don't know what they. I didn't watch the moon landing episode, but what do you remember what they were testing?
Well, it's just like this. They test like I don't know, like the flag waving. It's like, how can you test this properly if you aren't testing it on the moon? By saying that this stuff could have or like occurred on the moon, but you're testing it on Earth, proves that it could have been manipulated on Earth. The way that you would test something like that is to go to the moon and to test it. If you're testing it on Earth, then by definition, the stuff could have been done on Earth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so
there's another one.
I mean, like the flag waving one's pretty like obvious.
Yeah, that whole thing's a joke. Here's the biggest one.
I think they're probably paid by NASA though, because they like use a lot of NASA facilities in their videos, like hangars to test like the folding paper thing.
Exactly. Here's the biggest one. Do you know what the computing power of the Apollo program was?
Like 4 gigabytes.
Way less. 64 kilobytes.
For like the like onboard computer.
Everything. I'm talking everything. Houston, everything. It was so minute that's just like.
Oh yeah. What year was that? Like you were telling me the other day that like
1960.
In order to load a website, in order to like download a LimeWire video, it would take like 3 years, right?
Exactly. 1969.
Right. And so that was way before that. So yeah, the computers were shit.
Dude, I'll just look it up in ChatGPT.
I mean, did they have airplanes? They had airplanes in '69. I'm imagining.
Yeah.
Probably. So I mean, they had the ability to fly around.
Airplanes are not transmitting live video.
Oh, were they live streaming it?
Literally on July 20th, 1969, on the stream or on the video, it says live from moon.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Do you think that would even be possible? How are they supposedly transmitting that video through like radio waves, which is like not video format?
Did we not have this conversation?
Or did they have maybe like a long time ago.
No, I've had it with Zoot.
I don't remember.
Zoot would ask me about it, and Zoot has become a giant advocate that we've never been past the. Do you know what the Van Allen radiation belts are?
I do, but I also saw something on YouTube that said it's not actually, it doesn't kill you instantly going through the Van Allen belts. Like, yeah, it's not great for you, but like assuming that you're transitioning through it, like within like a day, it's not gonna like radiate you like Fukushima.
Then why did it kill the Soviet animals that they sent out to test it? Laika, the dog, died because of the radiation.
I mean, it goes through, depending on the time that they go, it's more. It has more radiation than other times. That could be a reason.
That's incorrect, though. That's not true.
No, it is. No, that's correct. You can ask ChatGPT if the Van Allen belts have, like, it's.
I'm doing it right now.
It's not always
No, it
the
doesn't.
same radiation.
No, it doesn't
Sometimes
cycle. No, it doesn't
it's
cycle.
another time.
No, it doesn't cycle. It's generally always the same. Now, maybe slight variations due to the sun's oh, dude. So we haven't watched a funny thing happen on the way to the moon.
No,
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm lovely. I'm sorry I've missed you the past few nights. How have you been?
Good. Been good.
Are you ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
Excellent. Hit it hard, girl. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
God willing.
Take care.
You too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
We've discussed the moon landing before. We've watched the documentary where none of the astronauts want to swear on the Bible. But we did not, I'm quite sure we did not talk about how they would have transmitted the video back to Earth.
Okay. Let's just look it up. Yo, dog, how would the Apollo 11 missions transmit a live feed from the moon to Earth, considering the entire computing power of all of NASA at that time was only about like 64 kilobytes? Yo, dog, the Apollo 11 live feed from the moon was some serious old school engineering magic. No fancy GPUs or massive servers like today. Here's a lowdown. Limited onboard computing. The Apollo guidance computer on the lunar module had just about 64 kilobytes of memory and a super slow processor by today's standards. But it wasn't meant to handle video. It was mainly for navigation and controls. Video signal basics. The live video was not digital like we do now. It was an analog TV signal, basically an old school black and white video feed. The lunar camera captured the video, which was converted into a format suitable for transmission. Transmission hardware. The signal was sent from the lunar module's radio transmitter using a high gain antenna directly at Earth. The antenna and transmission system were designed specifically to beam the analog signal over 384,000 kilometers, moon to Earth. Bullshit. Okay, fine. Earth receiving stations. On Earth, huge radio antennas like ones in Gladstone, California, and Parks, Australia, Goldstone, California, and Parks, Australia, received a weak signal. These stations amplified, converted, and related the video to mission control. Real-time analog signal. Because it was an analog and not compressed digital video, it didn't require heavy onboard processing, just converting light to electrical signal and beaming it out. The computers back then weren't involved in video encoding. Okay, so it was an analog signal, not a digital signal, which I understand. Okay, so how about this? What is the total computing power of all of NASA in 1969? Yo, estimating it. So the IBM system. So I'm putting it all together. Hold on. Can you compare all of NASA's computing in 1969 to a Casio watch? Okay, NASA's computing about 10 million bits per second. So a Casio classic digital watch, that's old. That's old. How about just like an iPhone? Can you compare all of NASA's computing power of the whole thing, including the Apollo lander and all that, compared to an iPhone, compared to just the first iPhone? Okay, so here we go. So NASA in 1969 had 5 megahertz. The first iPhone had 412 megahertz. So already the first iPhone is like 200 times faster than what they had in NASA. The instructions per second, NASA had 10 million. The first iPhone had 400 to 600 million. So that's again 40 to 60 times more. A modern iPhone has billions to tens of billions. So literally in my hand I have more than what they had in 1969, and they did those missions flawlessly and no one ever died. Yet when you look at SpaceX, which isn't even going into low Earth orbit or outside of low Earth orbit, they can't get that thing to land properly 50% of the time.
Really? They've been crashing it?
Yeah.
I didn't think. Where's the crash videos? I've only seen the success one.
Oh, there are a ton of them. Just type in YouTube SpaceX crash.
Did it blow up things?
Yes, sometimes it explodes. Sometimes it just like goes sideways.
Didn't the spaceship allegedly like open up a parachute or something? Land in the ocean?
Which one?
Like how the Apollo people got back.
Yeah, that's what they did. But they were just in low Earth orbit. And then when they came back into orbit, they would be traveling at a very fast speed. And then they had a parachute that would automatically open at a certain altitude. And then it had like 3 different parachutes on it. And it would land in the ocean. And then they'd pick it up from the ocean.
Or ask GPT about the Van Allen belts.
Okay. Yo, dog, are the Van Allen radiation belts generally consistent in how much energy they output, or do they sometimes fluctuate, being less powerful than other times? Yo, dog, great question. They are mostly stable. Now, if any of them fluctuate, it's the exterior belt, but the interior belt is mostly stable.
All right. You ready to watch Big River Man?
1000%, son.
I'll start it right now.
This has the potential to be the greatest documentary in the history of mankind, humankind, peoplekind.
I'm gonna pretend that I just got into an Uber, and the guy handed me the DVD, and I just got home. I'm popping it in the Blu-ray player.
It said DVD though, So it might not have even been
I know.
released on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I know. I was just wanted to say Blu-ray.
I don't think I've ever seen anything on Blu-ray.
Me neither. I don't know what the hell it even does. Like, what's wrong with DVD? It's really unnecessary.
Exactly.
Innovation there.
I couldn't tell you the difference.
There's nothing wrong with, like, it's like a marketing.
Exactly. You could literally tell me, like, this is on Blu-ray, and I'd be like, I can't tell the difference between this and a DVD.
Yeah, there's no way, like, you pop in a Blu-ray and you're just like, oh my god, wow, what a difference. Whoa. It's like incredibly 8K. I don't know what their claim to fame even is. Like, what makes it actually better?
I agree. I'm always like, do I need like different eyes or like a different TV or like screen or something? Like, I don't get it. Like maybe on a giant screen, like a movie theater, you might be able to see like a few more pixels, but
okay, here's why Blu-ray is better, because it offers better picture and sound quality compared to DVDs, primarily due to its higher storage capacity and use of a blue laser, which allows more data to be stored on the disc. Translates to sharper images. It says that DVDs here are limited to 480p and Blu-rays are 1080p. I thought DVDs cannot be 480p. There's no way.
yeah, I thought they were sharper than that.
I think that's what that was clearly written by a Blu-ray 480p. DVDs are not 480p. Big River Man.
Oh, this is baller.
Are you able to hear it? You can't hear it.
Light Show Pictures. I see it.
Of the foundational principles with which we were given. I'll tell you a true story. I heard this from a student who's at a particular law school in the Midwest, and it's near a local yeshiva. And every year,
No, that's a good point. Okay, so I don't want to get nailed for copyright infringement. So what I'm going to do is watch it on my phone, which allow me to watch it better. And I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch your stream, but I'm going to log into. I'm going. There won't be any background noise. There won't be any background noise. Just one moment. I'm watching. Yes, sir.
What no one has never done. What no one has ever done. What no one has ever done. What no one has ever done. Sweeping the Amazon. I'm not disturbed. I'm going to do what no man has never. It's okay. It's okay. No man has ever done. I'm not disturbed. I'm going to do what no man has never done. Sweep Amazon.
He's the only person to swim the Mississippi and the Yangtze rivers. Now in 2007, he will be attempted to be the first person to swim the Amazon. My father was not an average world-famous athlete. First of all, he was overweight, maybe even overweight. Second, he is a big drinker. Even when he's swimming, he drinks 2 bottles of wine a day. Thirdly, he is an accomplished person who speaks at the age of 45. When he swims the Amazon, he will be 53 years old.
Wow.
That's a good question. How long do you swim without stopping? Average every day. Average. 50, 60 miles. 50 miles without stopping. Wow. 50, 60 miles without stopping. Without stopping per day. Yes. What's your name?
You would think he'd be ripped.
I was just thinking that.
My name is Boris Joe. I'm Martha's stress. But I'm also his main assistant. But my main job is helping my father with his swimming ventures. I'm the head of logistics. I coordinate the whole team. I help encourage him all the time, and we trust each other the most. He swims in this dirty water, hoping to raise awareness of the disappearance of females around the world. The Amazon is a special problem. The river has crocodiles, fish, snakes, parasites, insects, many of which can be hard to avoid. The deadly fish can swim up, and if it does, it goes.
Oh, he just mentioned the fish.
I see.
I don't know how I feel about this. When he was finishing the Yangtze swim in 2004, he was saying, I'm not going to do more swims. It's too hard, it's too flat, too much infections, too much trouble. But then after a couple of months, when he recovered, he just can't get over it. The Amazon.
Hello, Mr. Miser.
We're watching a documentary. Feel free to watch it. It just started. It's the story of a man who swam the whole Amazon River.
Some people say that he's like a Slovenian ambassador.
to swim the entire Amazon River. I don't think you'll take it with that. What's the last few times? Mazda was the car of the year in 2004. Mazda was the car of the year. I have to be Martin Parks is Mazda 66 wherever he wants. Nobody can stop him. By myself, I can't take it right away. Slovenia is Wolfsburgers. Wolfsburger is one of the most popular food in our country. Me and Martin love them too. The Wolfsburger is like a chicken. The only difference is that it's made from
Food bread.
Do you think you'll make it all the way through the Amazon? How far? I don't know. Not as far as made it in Mississippi. You made it all the way. You don't believe always everything. Number 7 on the countdown. Furthest swim. The mighty Mississippi River. It measures over 2,000 miles. In 2002, endurance swimmer Martin Strell took it on. He swam the entire length from Minnesota to the Gulf of Mexico. Along the way, Strell battled strong currents, deadly whirlpools, and vicious storms. 68 exhausting days after starting his record swim, Strell reached the Gulf of Mexico. Besides being swimming, I thought of his day job as a guitar teacher. Before that, he was a professional gambler. And that was before I was born. Martin likes to say the same things over and over again. One of these is, if you work, you get money. If you don't work, I've been professional. Yes, but if I stay here all night, was a gambler. Now I'm gambling with my life. Martin was treated very badly as a child. He says that's why he's able to become such a street man. He promised himself he would never threaten me to see him. Instead, he rebels against the believers. To swim the Amazon covers 1,000 miles more than decades. It will be the longest and most dangerous swim in history. My father always thought that someday he was going to be somebody, but he never knew what to call himself. If people would remember his name, I told him, you are Martin Strell, you are a big river man.
Martin has a free membership here for the rest of his life. He's the only person in Slovenia with this, and in really the whole world. He's like a mascot for him because of his extreme achievements, goes with the fact that Atlantis is the largest indoor water park and is walking the whole Europe. This is where you can find Martin almost 5 hours every day. Martin trains every day in a swimming pool for 5 hours. He swims 4 kilometers an hour, so he's training to swim on Thursday. At the end of the day, he spends time sometimes enjoying on the Atlantic second-class water style. Martin's physical figure is very good, but his mental trainer must be really good. This is why Martin has been spending the whole summer. He has a special password for his phone to enter into a giant cave. He just typed in his email and the door just opens. Martin does this to get closer to the underground animals. And the keys to the passion and the sound of the sound. I can understand the answer to those animals. Martin thinks if he thinks like an animal, but he smells the answer. Slovenians like to do many things at the same time. Finland is going 100 miles an hour, proposing 2 types of training. He's power-driven, which is good for his lungs. And he's also learning English.
I don't like glasses. You just do? What did you do? I'm drinking.
Slovenia is one of the cleanest countries on earth. And Martin grew up swimming in only pure waters like 1,000 years ago. But it was also communism and everyone was very depressed. We were always poor and lived in a tiny house from the government. So Martin would drink and shout and say goodbye, I'm going away for a few days. When I asked him where he went, he would say, I just went to Italy to relax. Martin always says to a winner, he must be a friend of winner. He knows a lot of them. One of Martin's favorite winners is American ambassador to Slovenia. They like each other because Martin likes America. They like America too. People think Martin is rich and powerful like them. It's really me and Martin are trying to save money for Amazon Swim.
Show was a modest provided. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Good presentation. Bye-bye.
You see, they're all friends in the same food group. That helps get better votes. And at the end, besides the pure teacher, Martin has to make money by creating Slovenian movies.
Wild monster makes me feel totally negro. I'm ready. No, the project is ready. It's ready. It's ready. We advertise projects. Every time we go we make these big projects, we advertise this picture on our website. In a couple of days, in a few days, you will see Ljubljana. Actually, the first Lithuania covered with billboards, huge jump banners going here. And it's going to be artist picture. I made the design, the artwork with the Amazon background. It's like this. His picture looks like he's living in a foreign country. He's got a food and wives and everybody taking control of the whole country. And I'm very proud I designed that. The art is very exciting. These banners, because he gets very famous.
Yo, we're watching a documentary.
Nigger! 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 Get on niggers! Get on niggers! Get on niggers! Nigger! 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 Nigger!
What the hell is that?
It happens. What happened?
Oh, you're there.
Yeah.
I thought you were sleeping.
No, I'm watching. They're like putting Vaseline on him. It's fascinating.
That guy joined the screen and started yelling at me.
It happens.
I took a screenshot of his name.
No, I banned him already. Thank you, though. So he did wear a wetsuit, but like that's not a big deal. We originally saw, and they said he didn't wear a wetsuit, but he does wear a wetsuit.
Yeah. I mean, still respectable.
Oh, totally. This guy's fascinating. He's like my favorite Slovenian in the entire world. What happened to the sound?
Alright, I was talking to you. I think
You're good.
After 1100 days of preparation and training,
I was just thinking that water looks disgusting. How could you forget the machete? So it's just like a guy who worked at Walmart who plays poker at night. Is his like lead navigator?
Doesn't hardly knows. You just trust them for whatever reason, and like that's everything about. And forget the machete, like with one drop. Don't fucking forget the machete. This guy's job is to swim like 4,000 miles.
What'd you say? It's a great question.
It's crazy. Weather is happening all over the world. Something's happening out here. Completely unusual. And he has some kind of terror from this part of the earth. The sun can give you cancer disease on the skin. It's doing this crazy shit.
I know. I don't understand why he isn't bathing in that.
They shit in it inside, and all the dirty water, all that dust, garbage gets found in inside of your body. That's why it smells really bad. On Yankee, Martin swam in the most dangerous rapids anyone had ever swam in. In the Great Gorge, where most needed services on either side of the river. Martin swam alone, past 6 rapids, through one of the most corrosive and dangerous rivers in the world. The river was so toxic that Martin's blood had to be washed every local doctors. Martin was even swimming past that partnership.
Disgusting.
This is Dr. Jane, Martin's biggest fan, personal doctor. She's a brain surgeon here to make sure nothing happens to Martin's brain. She's also looking at his heart and lungs. But she will need a microscope to see all the parasites in the Amazon that are not functioning in Martin's body every day. I was so used to watching Martin battle the lady force, and I expected Amazon would be the same. But I was shocked to find that Amazon was actually president. It wheelchair forwards to the backs, and not a single piece of trash from the country. It was a likely villain at the beginning of time. Martin said it was clean enough to drink, but I told him to stop drinking it because it was making him sick. I don't know what can I do. I think, Martin, he's always very tired, but still it's extra power. So if you remember in Mississippi, he came out of water with a car, and he didn't even eat. You remember something? That was the 60th day. Yeah, it was. And today's 9th day. And he's paid safe. It's like he's safe. He shouldn't have. He needs to be able to deterioration. It's 9 days. Yeah, something like that. Yes, it's 9 days. I think he's gonna fall to this trip. If you ask Martin what the most dangerous things on the Amazon is, he would say people. Martin also believes she tries to communicate with animals and rebels and Indians. These are the only living beings that can truly understand the cosmos. In the town of Vegas, we swam up to the ancient Indian tribe. They were called the Lakota tribe. My friend said that they are one of the last original tribes on Amazon. When I was found in transporting down the Danube, he was telling me personal stories that I could never hear from him standing on two legs. One of these was that his father was so unsatisfied with his life that he would take out all his rage on mom. And the father had been drinking out and was so scared to come home in the house and ended up sleeping in the bathroom. His mother would zap him out clothes and fruit each night. My grandmother said Martin actually spent most of his childhood in that bar. On one occasion, Martin was being chased and jumped in a freezing creek to escape. The father waited for him on the banks, so Martin swam downstream. The father walked alongside him for a long time, and Martin swam so far that the father gave up and let him out. This was Martin's first endurance swim. I think he would eat something and always safe during the Nightmare expedition. There are many myths about the creatures that live in the Amazon. One of the myths is about a wild man who lives in the underground world beneath the river. He is called the fish taco, and if you see him, you see him the Amazon. That is why the Indians never swim in the main channel.
They were afraid of us. They thought we were demons. Face peelers. They used to skin it, face, take the fat place, humans up to kill, and things like that. And actually, they call it, these people, fish tacos. Fish tacos. And he said it was one of us, Captain and myself. No, they gotta be fish tacos. I'm sorry, looking for another village, but we don't want you to stay here.
Friends said we would just decide to kill us in the night, so we started being shirts and shoes. The Amazon is almost as large as the 48th United States. People don't realize that the Amazon is the last frontier on Earth. It is still 80% unexplored. There are rivers that live for 1,000 kilometers that are totally uninhabited. But people who live here are some of the poorest in the world. This is the main problem in Amazon destruction. For example, one single package within the Amazon can be worth up to $20,000 in US of America. People will fight an entire road in
just to reach his achievement. This would act increase a learning expensive sensory traits, which most musical instruments, especially electric guitars. As of 2006, 20% of the Amazon forest has been cut down. At the current rate, about half the forest will be gone in 20 years.
Story, George. I love that story, and I've heard because of the listeners, I've heard countless stories like that, and everyone's waiting for a bridge. I'm a bridge to East West. I'm happy to have you. Cheese. Look at it. Christians, Sikhs, Muslims, all believe the same angel of the moon. They just Gabriel. All sorts of Christian faith. Gabriel. How beautiful. An angel could well, I would love to make a difference. If I tell you a story, I can share a couple of story reminds me of this story. So I was pregnant with my late son, Joshua, and I was working with this midwife. I was involved in
When Martin crossed the border to Brazil, there was a huge party of dancing girls and marching bands. Jose is used as an example to children on the human race. I followed with the first person anyone had ever seen this man in Brazil for 2,077 kilometers in 22 days. All these people wanted to hear what this man had to say. But instead of speaking, Martin smiled his perception that only the Brazilian chess broke down and left us in the pool, not having a clue how to play. This was the expedition is a dangerous and search. When we finally picked up the kids, he had no explanation. I had seen this interaction on the day before, and he never had an explanation. The news that there was a dance on the day was spreading fast throughout the city. We were told that about thousands were waiting for Martin downstream. We did not yet realize how big this thing was going to get.
Delivery is progressing constantly, right? Pushing was normally about 5 minutes. This was 2 hours. What is
He had been hallucinating and hearing voices in his mind. He hadn't told anyone else because he thought that they would put him immediately in the hospital. And still he kept swimming and dreaming.
The doctor said you should drink fluid because you're dehydrated. This is what it was.
angelic realm is a parallel realm to our human realm. You have the ability to move across over here, we cross over there. It's not higher or lower.
This guy is not understood anywhere.
A roomie or a Jesus that
Who's that guy in medieval mythological stuff that they chained him to a rock or something and they put a tech on his head and his husband named Apples or something? He's like that. He's got some triggers. What he's doing here is it's almost self-sacrificial. It's almost Christ-like in a way. If I can say that, it's almost Christ-like. It's bigger than I can put it in, and I'm just starting to have sense after being on these expeditions how great this thing is. Yeah, you might be able to that, but okay, he can sometimes yell at us and take us. She's last. One of the greatest rivers in the world. I swim in the beginning to Pete and all to Pete. Everyone is on their edge of their feet, hoping, praying. Some are probably morbidly trying to get hit. He's the last one. He's the last one. Yes, he is the last. That's it. He's the last 5 minutes to midnight. And we got this to save us all. Bring us on shows were calling non-stop. They all wanted to speak Martin, but no one could reach him. Not even me. The media kept asking me why Martin was doing this. Martin always said it was to protect the main person, but no one knew exactly what the hell he meant by that. Matt was starting to get very attacking after so many hours of days inside Martin. He was talking about God, rainforest, the river, and Martin says that they were all the same thing.
See this river? That river is between heaven and hell, man. This river. And Martin, it's stuck right here. We're on the river, man. There's heaven. You can almost reach it. See that? You can almost reach it. And there's hell. That's where we live, man. We live there in hell. But now we're somewhere in the middle. You can see that. That's heaven. It's right there. It's right there, man. I can grab it. I can grab heaven. I can grab it. I can grab it. But then I go there. I go there. I go to hell. I go to hell. Just 5 seconds.
Manaus was a city the size of New York, but in the heart of the Amazon. It found just like the United States. They had McDonald's there, they had a Burger King, they had shopping malls, and lots of places. Our bounty doctor tried to start to tell the managers to go there through the mall. But Martin would not talk to Michael and people who were so without Italians.
Slovenian endurance swimmer Martin Storell has gone missing while attempting to break the world record for the longest swim in history.
I still don't understand why Martin did this. He could not only himself but the entire expedition area because our Brazilian boat was not equipped to navigate the river strong and could easily have sunk. At midnight, they were still lost. Matt had left his GPS and radio behind, so we had no idea how to find them. We were forced to do another dangerous nighttime search, scan the banks with floodlights. We found Martin and Matt on a stretch of sandy bank in a very wide channel. Martin was totally naked and unresponsive. Matt was also in a strange state of mind. It was as if they had seen, heard, or experienced something that had transformed them. At this point, Martin had exceeded his previous world record and this no longer seemed like a worldwide expedition anymore. I was very scared because he had over 1,000 miles to swim, and he was obviously very insane.
7 days meditating and 3 days and was scripting poems about Martin and Jesus. And had been drinking and drinking for days and it was getting on everyone's nerves. It was like because in fact we were surrounded by it was letting us comprehend so crazy to accompany sometimes. I was being asked to listen to see what following the reasons we're talking about. I had spent half of my life watching horror movies. Plus, we got you covered. I don't see you. What it was about special people, making special friends to live in 1, 2, or 60 plus. If you're concerned about your investments, think about this. With us now is precious metal specialist with the portfolio bill and package developer. There seems to be growing tension between this administration and the federal reserve. What does that mean? The areas east and south of Amazon's are the worst example of the deforestation of the Amazon. The state of California, as big as England, has been 70% deforested. And in the state of Colorado and Mato Grosso, an area of jungle the size of a small country disappears each year. Most of this is due to cattle ranching. Each year, the sky turns black with smoke from months as pristine forest is burned to make way for new conflicts. Countless species of animals and plants become extinct each burn season. This is all simple because of the rules demands to eat meat. Even though the UN released a report saying that cattle production has more harmful environmental impact than all the animals on the planet, the fast food companies are spending billions to promote even more consumption of baby orders. At the current rate, half the Amazon will be cattle farms by the year 2030. And by the end of the century, not only Amazon, but all the world's rainforests will have to be cut down to accommodate the needs of a planet with 40 billion people. She hid Louise. She hid this back from us on Martin's request that we not stop to swim. Took her official diagnosis was that Martin's values are most meant. So I think he's at the lower levels level of energy. Probably his hands like explode. Like, so it's a really weird reaction. I didn't expect that. Fucking batteries, wires. Yeah, just gonna let him swim. What can I do? What can we do? I mean, what can I tell Markstrom? I think you had a fucking mental problem. I think you can please stop your own record expedition so maybe you can see him fucking shrink. Become so insane by this point in this way that we didn't even look at him as a person anymore. It was like we had taken the status of an animal for a monster. He was like Frankenstein, the alpha man, but in the Amazon. By the 64th day, Martin wanted to spend energy on anything that wasn't swimming. He stopped feeding himself. He only wanted to spend his whole energy on swimming, and he wanted to swim day and night. This was also nothing to do with him. And after the same way at the Amazon in Mississippi, it was like keeping a baby alive. But why? Because your father swimming the Amazon. The doctor advised that Martin stand down and please the people who are the heart. A few days later,
At this point, I was in the water now represent against because he's too experiencing delirium. We cannot.
The doctor made Martin sign a paper saying that she was not responsible for anything that happened to him if he swam at night. There were also big concerns about privates at night. Nothing a crazy man wanted to take the risk and try to help Martin out of it. Finally, I decided to let him myself. I had been in this situation of swimming with him before the Danny and we were running on a barge on Northern Dive. All of us felt like we were doing something incredible for his ice skating, but I knew that if we didn't do it, he would swim out at night.
Yeah, one life jacket on the boat for 6 men and one gun. One gun, one life jacket, and a swimmer that can barely stand up.
Martin took a sudden jump out of the river. We thought he might have seen a shark. But he said he saw a little girl on the bar. And it worked with him.
Doctors.
They knew better. They knew better, and they chose the way of life for their own will, their own pride, and then they get to suffer that consequence. They also are very tricky for us, right? They can pull us down with them very easily unless we pay attention to that voice telling you stop moving. I do. Well, it very much depends. I believe that wars have many very multiplicated colors.
His body was in such state of shock that he could have hardly acted in a second. Even though he had already beaten his previous world record by nearly 1,000 miles, his family lost him, which was still running, just like he had.
They're going to pull it out by positivity, by exercise,
This was
by
mediocre
nutrition,
and
by
unpersuading for us
by
to finish
spirit,
line.
etc.
It was the hugest moment in Ronnie's life, and I felt like I should write a statement and do that to the world, explaining why he did it.
What is spiritual life?
Oh, what a great question. So, spiritual
But
bypass
things were so
when
chaotic that I lost
so
my
much
original
easier
and had to
for us to
rewrite
just say,
it as we
oh,
approached.
everything's fine, I can do that because it's all God, and meanwhile I'm hurting myself or someone else. It's why you can have a rock nation, 18 worlds, voice network, you have the priests, bringing the spirit all the way to this level. That is what they call AA1. Yep. Somehow forward through all these distracting thoughts, emotions, activity that we discussed, and find that tiny pleasant. That's why they have profound respect for us. They don't worship us, they worship God. It's just we don't worship them, we worship God. But we come together next to them. Consciousness. Oh, heck yeah. Just like God steps in and bails us out. Thank goodness, and that is all great. So certainly, it's tedious to direct our thoughts to the positive when we do our spirit
piece was the hurricane feature, both in and even practice English. Another was a Brazilian man. Finally, Martin refused to see anyone, if anything, about the Brazilian future stabilization of the circles. He was not there to recognize.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to Coast to Coast I waited for a talk show. Letterman, Ryan, and Jay Leno had our plans for the but they never took a long time writing that statement. Said that I didn't read it. He had
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. Southern California Office says in a law firm on wildfire recovery compensation programs this fall. Lost homes, businesses, and rental properties in the wildfire in Pasadena. The investigation caused the fire continues. Some say this is an attempt by Edison to avoid lengthy litigation. A homicide investigation is underway following the discovery of a body in Santa Clarita. The body was found late Tuesday morning in a brush fire. Insurance authorities say the fire was suspicious, but police think that it was. Wall Street Journal says President Trump was revealed today in the Justice Department one administration official told the president hundreds of enemies are in the documents. Trump was also reportedly told the DOJ to release more documents because they contain child pornography. So lawmakers really want to talk to Jeffrey Epstein's right-hand woman.
Baller. What were your thoughts, Pimp? You fell asleep? You little bitch. This motherfucker swam the whole Amazon and you can't even stay awake for his fucking documentary? Then why aren't you responding to any of this pimp language I'm spouting at you, baby?
Because your mic was like making really wonky sounds, so I had to turn you down.
Oh, well, go fuck yourself. GFY, baby. GFY. So let's talk about it. What are your thoughts on Martin Strel?
It seems like he was very similar to those African runners that got circumcised. Put through a lot of pain. And that was like his escape almost.
Yeah, like his dad's abuse caused him to do this incredible thing. Not just once, but like he did a bunch of different rivers.
I don't know how he didn't die in the Gandhi. Dead body.
I'm surprised he isn't really in like incredible shape.
I mean, he's an alcoholic, and I think that might be part of it.
Yeah, but still, he like swam thousands of miles.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. How would you possibly that? But I'm just guessing that he drinks too much beer all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, there are a lot of alcoholics who are thin.
I mean, imagine how fat would he be if he didn't do the swimming.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's very climactic, where when he at the end he does it all, and then they're just like, oh yeah, he gambled away all the money from sponsorships, and now he's just like drunk in a bed.
Yeah, that was pretty sad.
Totally sad, and then super sad as well that all of the media people who said that they were going to have him on their shows, none of them did.
Yeah, was actually he didn't finish the swim.
Did you not just watch the fucking documentary?
Not gonna lie, I may have fell asleep for like 10 minutes.
Well, then those were important 10 minutes. He did it, dude.
Did?
Yeah, he
He
swam.
was going crazy and he was going insane and he was going to all these villages, but he somehow made it.
Yeah, he still did it.
Yeah.
It took.
So then why did he didn't get to read his notes? I thought he was like disappointed or something. I was gonna make it, but
No,
he did no good.
he started hallucinating like 40 days in or something, and then he started wanting to swim at night, and his doctor was like, we're not gonna, like, if you swim at night, then you have to sign this that says that I'm not responsible. He said that they swam at night on the Danube and a barge almost killed them, but he wanted to do it anyway. On their entire boat, they only had one life preserver, and they had one gun, and they were worried that pirates were going to attack them in the middle of the night. So he continued to swim until like day 66, when he made it to the mouth of the Amazon, and he was celebrated. They had media there from 20 countries, and there were thousands of people that came to see him. But basically, once he made it on land, he was so exhausted that he was unable to read his note, and he like basically had to go into the hospital immediately, and they had to give him all kinds of oxygen and stuff. And then over the course of the next 5 months, he gambled away all the money, and he wasn't on any of those shows, even though they told him that he would be. Can you imagine just being randomly in Phoenix or in Arizona and that happened? I think that's crazy. All right, big dog.
Harry Potter. Like, okay, I ran across the world, so now I need to go to the hospital to Wikipedia with this as
Exactly. I'll be right back. I have to pee. I've had to pee during like a lot of that movie. It was good though. I'm happy he did it. Good on him. Be right back.
Did people discover this, or you said they got an assist with AI, or did AI find it? Okay, and that's something straight out of a Star Trek movie, literally, when Chris Pine, NASA's
Do you think him being overweight helped him or hurt him? I think so too. Dude, what the fuck was up with that person who just randomly came in and was like N-word, 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 N-word? I get people who do that. It happens a couple times a day, basically. Just like people who think that shit's funny. I find it very offensive and not cool. Word Mockingbird. All right. So you ready to hear what people have said about me thus far in the last hour? Someone 1 minute ago said, "Phew, thought age verification was going to stop these." They took a screenshot. Next person said, "Also, how many sock puppet accounts does the have under all caps Rabbi?" Next person wrote with a with a heart. Rabbi loves clitoral hood like hound dogs eat peanut butter. Next person wrote, Rabbi figures whores like bowling balls. Next person wrote, Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. This is all within the last 16 minutes. Then somebody wrote, third post overall, second post today. Rabbi likes femboys, drag queens, and hates Matrix. He's kind of based, I think. Next person wrote, third post so far. That was 18 minutes ago. Next post wrote, Rabbi repost stuff like a centrist dad stalking a female comedian. I don't really get that, but that's cool. Next person wrote, glad you enjoyed my post. Mr. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Isn't this wonderful? Can't you tell the world coming together? I thought he was swimming the Amazon for clean water, not to like save the forest. That's true. That's true. I mean, it was really interesting. That's true too. I find it interesting that they didn't do too much research about wouldn't you think if you swam the whole Danube and then you swam the whole Mississippi and the whole Yangtze that you would like have the whole thing about sunscreen on your face like worked out?
I think that's my walk off. So.
They make waterproof sunscreen.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
I'm in agreement with you, but maybe not in 2007. I mean, this is like 15 years ago. Um, Another question I have for ChatGPT: is it possible to swim like up the Mississippi, or would the current just take you? Like you basically aren't going to be a fast enough swimmer. Yo, dog, is it possible to swim up the Mississippi, or is it the current? Is the current too strong that like even the fastest swimmers in the world would just get pushed down? Yo, dog, trying to swim up the Mississippi is like trying to fight a treadmill made of dirty water, logs, and sometimes barges the size of football fields. Here's the breakdown. The current varies depending on the location, depth, and season. On average, it's about 1.2 miles per hour, but in flood season or narrow parts, it's about 3 to 5 miles per hour more. Elite swimmers can swim freestyle at 4 to 5 miles per hour. Long distance pace is like 1.5 to 2.5. Real talk. Yes, it's technically possible to swim upstream in calm, wide, slow stretches, but most of the river, the current would overpower even Olympic swimmers, especially for any real distance. Martin Strel, the madman who swam the Amazon, swam part of the Mississippi too, but downstream. Ain't nobody out there going upstream for fun. Why did they say he swam part of the Mississippi? That motherfucker swam the whole thing.
I don't know.
Would you have?
The guy that was like fucking his river guy was like figuring out the GPS that didn't know where they were, that they could die, and just telling him that it was
That was hilarious. I want to know how he had all these doctors available to him. Like, he had like a brain surgeon with him. Like, did he just tell the brain surgeon, like, yo, baby, I'm going to be doing this cray cray thing in a good way. Why don't you just come with me? And if anything goes wrong, just take care of me. They said that she was his biggest fan, aside. Well, they said she was his biggest fan.
that's why he's there.
That could be. He ran into all kinds of issues that I wouldn't have even foreseen. I mean, I guess I would, but like uh larva in his under his skin that caused like hallucinations.
Oh, that's why you're soliciting?
Word, dog. They went all into it. Didn't you see it?
That might have been.
When you say you're a fan of something like William Montgomery or Martin Strel, are you really, or do you just say that because you think it sounds good in your head?
When they say it was a Martin Sproul, I've never won.
Is he your favorite long distance swimmer?
By a long shot.
I agree. I've got to say that documentary was boring as fuck. It was. It was. I expected it to be like more exciting, but I don't know. I don't know why I was expecting it. Swimming isn't that exciting.
You thought it was boring as fuck? I thought there were a lot of good parts. Just it could have been. It didn't need to be an hour and a half. I feel like because there's like so many scenes where it's just like really shitty like harmonica music for like an hour.
What was? I know what my favorite part was. What was your favorite part?
There are a lot of funny parts. The kids dancing around him at the fact that he had like a lifetime membership to like that little water park. He goes there 5 hours a day and has like a cave.
I loved when the sketchy boats they were showing it. We're like, yeah, we're on like this piece of shit boat, and it's just like crashing through like the trees and like all the fucking guardrails on the boat are like all dented.
That was the best part, right there, where they're like, it's like a ping pong ball, where they've got this like ship captain who is probably half in the bag anyway, and it's a big fucking river, and they're like hitting the side of it, and they're like, oh, that happens. Like, dude, we're not supposed to be like dragging this shitty boat against trees. And it seemed like that boat could have literally sunk at any time. They're even like, we were told that this was the worst boat in the world, and it was.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't really show much. They had a nice deck. It was floating. I don't know what it was on the inside. Like, why was it so terrible? It was old, but
I would have liked
old
to.
cities were living in boats.
I would have liked to see more animals, like caiman and anaconda and piranha. It was basically just this dude in pain for an hour and a half. Well, the other thing is I feel like they took too long to start documenting him going in the Amazon. I was like looking at the timestamps, and it's like we're like almost 40 minutes into this thing, and he's just getting to Peru. And I understand that like he's
It was like half an hour. I think it was like half an hour in.
okay. Well,
Like 1/3 of the movie was like the build up. But I like the build up.
I get that. But yeah, it was. I'm not saying it was bad. It was just kind of boring and kind of sad at the end. And I mean, it's not sad he did it. I'm just surprised that he wasn't more of like a hero. I mean, I guess he was to the people who saw him, but I don't know. When they were like, and he gambled away all the money, I was like, oh, that's sad. And then, like, his son, like, you would expect somebody who did that to never have to work again. Just, and this whole time I was thinking, like, and now this motherfucker's an Uber driver in Arizona, which isn't bad. Um, I'm sure it's better than some aspects of Slovenia, but how does he use his lifetime membership at what was it called? Atlantis. Thank you. And then he got like they said like this weird thing, like Mazda gave him a car for life, and he can park wherever he wants.
No, that's just him doing that. Mazda definitely didn't say you could park this car wherever you want.
No. I get that.
He does that.
I get that. You could tell like the world was different in 2007, where I don't think you could get away with all that shit today. They would just be like, "Oh, you need to do testing," and I don't know. It was more relaxed. Like,
They wouldn't let you swim the Amazon or park wherever.
yeah, I feel like they wouldn't let you swim the Amazon today. Maybe the Amazon they would, but like, no, park wherever. Yeah, kind of that one too. I mean, I don't know how things are in Slovenia, but um, I don't know. Things are different. Like, it's just I don't really know. He, I don't know if he raised all that much awareness for the rainforest and everything. I guess. One thing that's really fascinating.
PR person maybe better job or something. I mean, they had all the right things. Like he would have been famous if he got on Conan and Jimmy Kimmel and shit.
I'm in agreement with you. Well. Look who it is. How you living, pimp? Do you know who Martin Strel is?
No.
He's a Slovenian long-distance swimmer, one of the most elite endurance athletes, best known for swimming the entire length of various rivers. Strel holds successive Guinness World Records for swimming the Danube River, the Mississippi River, the Yangtze River, and the Amazon River. His motto is "Swimming for peace, friendship, and clean water." You don't know who that is?
You missed the tidbit where they panned over. I mean, maybe you saw it, but no comments on it. Was like the houses that those people were living in along the river.
What did they say?
Like those Indian tribes.
I saw him.
Yeah, well, now we know what some people, their buildings are made of wood. And it looks like some weird, like the roofs are pretty, they look like hairy roofs.
That's correct.
Somebody
Zoot, how many people do you think live in igloos in the world? We'll say igloos as their primary place that they live.
A few 100,000.
Incorrect.
100,000?
Incorrect.
Tens of thousands?
There's not even 300,000 people in Minnesota.
Tens of thousands?
Incorrect.
Under 10,000?
Correct. Guess how many under 10,000?
3,000?
Less than 3,000. Keep guessing.
800?
Less than 800 people.
300 people?
Less than 200 people. Keep guessing.
50?
Less than 50 people live in igloos. Keep guessing.
30?
Less than 30 people live in igloos currently. Keep guessing.
4?
Less than 4 people live in igloos. Keep guessing.
2?
Less than 2 people live in igloos currently. Keep guessing.
1?
Less than 1 person in the world lives in igloos as their primary source of housing. Keep guessing.
No one lives in an igloo?
It's 0. Nobody lives in igloos anymore.
Why did we play that game?
Because it was fun. It made you laugh. All right, Zoot, are you ready to play basketball?
So what you're saying is that if I went to this night and lived in an igloo, I'd be the only person in the world living in an igloo.
That's correct.
Yeah, we could make a documentary about it. It would be famous.
Iceman.
No, there is someone. There is someone out there living in an igloo.
Incorrect. Not according to ChatGPT.
Yeah, that's ChatGPT.
Not according to Grok.
Well, what's an igloo? How do you define an igloo?
A shelter made of ice and or snow.
In the form of a dome.
Because I'm looking at like this luxury igloo right now.
Yeah, people do it for tourism, but not as their primary place of living.
Oh, okay. So there's someone sleeping in an igloo right now.
Yeah, probably, but just for like camping. Zoot, did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Like, I think you're the only person in the world. Me, you, and Raza are the only people in the world that know he's died.
I know. Are you ready for a basketball invitation, Zoot?
Yeah.
Riser, are you ready for a basketball?
I'm ready. I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting. Hurry up.
I don't even think he knew he was gonna. He was dying. Like, I don't even think he knows he's dead.
Perhaps, dog. We're waiting on Riser. Riser's jerking himself off raw. Riser's J-Yorin. I like your song, Zoot.
No, it's the background music of the basketball.
If you can, Riser. If you died tomorrow and you were told that you got into heaven, but you're allowed to come back. You got into heaven, but you're allowed to come back. But if you come back, you come back, you can never go to heaven. Would you come back?
I haven't seen how awesome heaven is. I'm assuming it's pretty awesome.
Yep.
Really, like, the most awesome thing ever.
You have everything you want. You're a god. You're like a god. You can do whatever you want. You have unlimited powers. You're a god. It's like going to sleep and you're in like an infinite lucid dream and you can have anything you want. Would you come back?
Is Malcolm Jamal Warner there?
Yes.
Ooh, it's tempting.
You can never come back.
Why would you want to come back?
Exactly.
I'm hanging out with Alpha Strong.
I'm hanging out with the other one.
Yeah.
And we can do cocaine, and the cocaine has no side effects because we're in heaven. We're already dead.
And there's an supply of it. No money.
Oh, there is money, but you just go infinite amount of it.
There's no money in that.
Yeah, there is.
Don't pay for shit.
Zoot, if we gave you the opportunity, would you want to swim the Amazon River?
I don't want to swim at all.
Would you want to climb Mount, start to the K, Kankakee or whatever? Mount, no, it's called Mount, the highest point in Australia. Hold on, it's called highest point, Mount Kosciuszko.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
If we gave you the opportunity to climb Mount Kosciuszko, you mean you wouldn't?
I mean, why would I climb that mountain?
Because afterward, both Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue would have sex with you.
Dog, they would both have sex with me if I didn't even climb the mountain. I don't think Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips standards are that high.
That's true. They probably have sex with you for $2,000. Zoot, who's your favorite male musician of all time?
Male musician of all time.
Your favorite male musician of all time?
Sam Cooke.
Sam Cooke?
Yep.
That's an amazing choice, dog. 11 is really good, Riser.
Favorite.
No, Sam Cooke's a singer. Sam Cooke.
Why do you like Sam Cooke, Zoot? It's a great choice. Do you know that Sam Cooke was murdered?
Yep.
He was murdered at a motel in
Sam Cooke.
Los Angeles.
I think Sam Cooke is one of the greatest singers of all time.
How did you get into Sam Cooke?
It was either sampled on a Jay-Z or a Kanye song. It's like, who's that singing? No, I was like, what's that instrumental? And I looked it up as a Sam Cooke. Can't remember the song though.
Riser, did you know that I'm beating you by 9?
I just lost $12.
How did you lose $12?
Buying a lottery ticket.
So you remind me a lot of this guy named Martin Strel. After he swam the Amazon, he blew all the money on gambling.
Did he have a good time?
No, he blew it all within like 5 months.
How much did he make off Amazon?
0.
Yeah, how much did he make off Amazon before he built it?
Well, no, he swam the Amazon, not make it. He didn't. He swam it. He didn't buy stock or anything. I don't know. He probably had like a few $100,000.
Okay.
He bought something called Fat Girl Investment Co. in 2007. It just wasn't the right time.
No. Yeah. You got it.
My question is, when are one of you going to beat me? Zoot, come on, big dog. 1. Riser, do you think you're going to beat 7? Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. 10. Notice the sun shines when I play. Get it, Zoot. Get it. That's 1. That's 2. That's another 2. That's another 1. That's a 1. That's a 2. Dude, he got 10 points.
I'm in front of Roger.
You might win, Zoot.
Hey, Roger.
Get it, Riser. That's a make.
He gets a 1.
That's a miss.
Holy
That's a
shit,
swish.
I'm in front of Roger right now.
That's a 1. That's a 1. That's a 1.
I beat Roger.
It's not over.
Rabbi, you need to score 10.
Baby, don't you worry about me.
Gets 12. And then another swish. Fuck.
Dude, I got 11. What are your thoughts?
I think I'm going to get 13 here.
That's incorrect. That's a miss. That's a swish. That should have been a
That could
swish.
have been a swish.
It should have been a swish. You're right.
Fuck, it's distracting me right now. I didn't get a swish.
All right, you got 5 points. Riser, you going to be able to get him? Get it, dog. That's a miss. Oh, Zoot beat Riser.
Can we play Sam Cook right now?
Can we play what?
Sam Cook?
I would, but I get nailed for the copyright, so I'm not going to play it. Are you serious?
Rabbi won.
It's time for mini golf. I'm ready for you two to gang up on me. Riser, we're waiting on you. Riser, why are you J-Yorn yourself?
Are you guys proud of your shots right now?
Look how sick this shot is, people. Look how sick this shot is. Riser, you're covering your microphone, son.
You like that thought? Dude, you have to make it. Way too hard.
Riser, are you C Yorn? Are you J Yorn? Riser, are you J Yorn? Riser, are you J Yorn? Riser, are you J Yorn? Why did you quit, Zoot?
Sorry, I have a phone call to take. I'll be back.
Sounds like a bunch of J Yorn to me. What the fuck was that, Riser?
I was gonna try to copy.
Man, you are J Yorn like a mofo. What are you typing out? A love letter to Zoot? My dog. Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J Yorn? Do you want to see how G's ride? From the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. You're up, Riser. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Terrible shot.
Thank you. Thank you. High school was doing something for yourself. Thank you. You like that shot?
Do you know what STFU means? No. You need to shut the fuck up. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? You're up, pimp. We'll play Moncala in a second. You're up, though. Accept the invitation.
There's no invite, dog. So down. Want to leave it down? I'm going to do a perfect run. We start off on the same color.
I don't know. I don't pay attention. I don't think it shows you.
How are you up there? You did the small ones? Oh. Did you really do the small course? Why can't I surrender?
I'm waiting on you.
Won't let me resign this game.
Dog. You have an invitation, son.
Let's do those first.
I looked you directly in the eye, breathed hot air on your mouth, and slapped you on the face. Are you ready?
Yeah, maybe don't bring it.
Are you going to go? Dude, I just do what the program does. Next time I will rig it so that you go first. Doug, you sound like you're underwater. This is how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. I just won, baby. You don't want to bang with me. All right, you go first this time. I'll rig it so that you go first. Player 2 goes first. You're up, pimp. Are you just going to J-Yor? Everybody's waiting on you. You're just J-Yoring. What happened? You get to start again, just so you see how easy it is when you start first. Baby, you're up. Do you like Martin Strell? Dude, I already sent you an invite. Accept my invite, then I'll accept your invite.
So I'll play Go.
That's an interesting game. I'll start to get into that.
Yeah, I was looking it up. You have to understand like you can both learn it.
I'm an expert. Have you ever seen the movie, the documentary AlphaGo?
AI like more games.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Are you hearing? Do you actually know how to play Go? Or no?
What'd you say?
You don't know how to play Go.
I've played it.
You're playing it after that.
I think I'm better than the computer at it.
This doesn't go in here. Oh. We're almost playing Skelly here.
This game sucks. Dog, I've got some shit to do. I'll play Go, but I gotta say some prayers, and I gotta get some water. So I'm gonna need like 15 minutes. Can you give me 15 minutes?
Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate it. Just one moment. I want to read you before I do all that. I want to read you what every.
No.
Then you see the deer in the headlights interview 2 months ago with Bongino.
One, there's a whole bunch of boys from the yeshiva who are studying, they're in law school. They're sitting usually at the back in their white shirts,
Trust us, he killed himself
like that.
and Epstein acts
And
alone and didn't do
the
anything.
professor is a fairly well-known professor. He does the survey class. At the end of class, he says, before everyone's dismissed, I would like all of the young men from the rabbinical seminary to please come down and speak with me privately. So after all the other students file out, the 20 or so guys from the yeshiva come down, apparently the professor says to them, says, listen,
comes out for social
you
less
leave me
Saturday,
alone,
9 days ago.
and
Saturday before last. and
So
says,
we
hey,
have a very
take control of the
extensive
file.
legal tradition,
Not
but
saying MC
it's
doesn't
not
exist or
per
was
se
bad. That's how the
philosophy
meeting spun
the
it. He
way the
says,
Greeks understand
they
it.
put a bunch of
We
bull
have
in
started
there,
it. Now, when you
which
get
I
to
was
the modern
able to
era, which we're
predict. So
not going
that's
to get to
one
today,
track
you will find
of what is why
philosophers who
he
like
acted
to
so
start
scared
all over,
and
who like
hysterical.
to say, I'm
The
going
other
to
track
tear down
is he
everything that
was a big
existed
playboy.
before
He
and
was
try to
hanging out
build
with
it up
Epstein. He
in
was
a
running
way
baby
that's
backers.
somehow
Maybe he did
Jewish.
some stuff he was
But that's not our agenda for today. We're looking at what we might
so now
call
the jury's out on
philosophy
Trump.
in the medieval
Now
environment.
he's got to be suspect.
And that's why I think that Phobos
the
Labavos
same
is
people that run
so
Crossfire Hurricane, the
unusual
fake Russia
in
gang,
our tradition.
Obama,
Because
Clapper,
it is
Comey,
really
Brennan,
the
that did all
first
this, who
work
were known fake
that
frauds, who were known
synthesizes the
to be all
disparate
over the Epstein phone, who
material
were known
of
controlling it.
internal
On the U.S.
spiritual
side,
ethical
anything they
life
tell me suspect, so I don't believe it right away. Then you bring up Netanyahu, and that's the key. So,
Let me explain what I mean.
anytime
As I
Mossad is
mentioned
going to
earlier,
operate like this on
we
domestic
have
soil,
a
they're going to
deeply
need a CIA
sophisticated
agreement to
legal
pass.
tradition, which
That goes
begins
on for
from
decades.
verses in
And
the
then you've got
Torah,
Maxwell's dad that was
goes
MI6,
through
Mossad, on record.
amplifications
And
in the rest of the
KGB,
Bible, and
Triple
especially
Agent,
in
Mishnah,
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 and the Talmud discusses it, the rabbis discuss it in
you have
responsa,
Trump,
which
yeah,
form
grab it, do
legal
it, he
precedent.
gets it, oh my
Later,
God, I've been
this
set up.
goes into the
Then
codes and so on,
he's mad
which
at
are, by the way,
Netanyahu
just
and
about
privacy
now
sources
being
were not that Netanyahu
prepared.
ran months
11th
ago.
century, 12th century,
Netanyahu
even
shows
the
up,
early codes,
suddenly
like
Trump
Maimonides'
180
Mishnah Torah, and so on.
church whatever
And that's kind of
Netanyahu
like a
wants.
Jewish way of
And
thinking
we know
about,
as the full
you know,
file
what's
over
the
the
practice,
cameras
what's the
and all
bottom
stuff.
line, how am I supposed to behave given these
Island
conditions. But the idea of just
there
that's not
in
the
the
sole
Caribbean.
There are scattered here and there these gems of spiritual insight that
All of a sudden, you
may
get
be
a 180 as
collected in a
soon as
few
Netanyahu
places a little
shows
bit
up.
like Pirkei Avot.
Now Trump learns what's in
Every
the
now and then
Netanyahu.
you'll see
Very
a
gentle,
glimmer
very
of like
gentle,
kind of
very
internal
Netanyahu
spiritual
comes and
life,
tells him.
but it seems to
And I
be
don't
totally
believe from my
wrong. Just like
sources, the
there
son
are
of a
stars in
Come
the sky, but
on,
they're overwhelmed by the
Israel,
but it's
Adonai
in this administration,
Elohim,
including the top
Adonai Echad.
Trump wants to get us a job through jobs.
Very gentle, very much
$3
to tolerate
trillion
on that.
a
with the
year.
same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our halachic lives. And that's what Kobot Levavot is all about. I'm not going to talk about, how you shake the root out or whether or not this chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you should
A top
orient
financial advisor.
yourself
Are
to
we
God,
talking about
how
Epstein's
you
neighbor?
should focus your mind, how you should, be disciplined
Okay,
with your
interesting, and that makes
relationship to
sense.
the universe as a whole.
So
It's
here's
a
how
deeply
informed you are. And I'm not trying to be a mean person.
fascinating
He
work,
made it me
and
innocent,
it
but
is
he's right.
completely path-breaking.
That's right, Howard
It
London.
is totally new,
Don't
and
sue
it
me.
starts a whole genre, which,
Well, let's just
depending
be
on
honest. So
who
this
you
is like,
ask,
You're
is probably best called submissive literature.
Yeah, you're right.
The whole idea of
Now-
personal development
let's just
starts
say
with
you brought it
Phobos
out. You're smart
Levavos.
to figure it out. Nobody else was.
Not
I'm sure it's true.
And my wife and my daughter had a
Heard that from the
little
FBI.
text argument. By the way, for those of
And
you
it's not
who
like anything
use
wrong.
texting, I have to say, it is the best way to have domestic
Here's
disputes.
my question.
You know,
We have
having an
Ghislaine
argument
Maxwell
over a
sitting
text
in
is great
the
because
jail.
nobody interrupts
I
you.
believe in Tallahassee,
You have
Florida.
enough time to
We have
express
Alex
yourself
Acosta,
properly.
who supposedly
you
it
can
was
see
an
the other person
unsourced
typing.
or
I love it,
privately
you know.
sourced, unnamed
Not that
source
I'm speaking
person
theoretically, of
that
course. My
Vicky
wife and I
Ward
only disagree
quoted
about once
saying
every
Alex
decade or so.
Acosta
But
said,
anyways,
I was
my
told
daughter,
to
who
stand down.
is a very
Epstein
dedicated
belonged to
Chabad
intelligence.
here
That
at
is
Crown
why he
Heights,
was not prosecuted
she shared a piece of Torah with my wife on
right,
WhatsApp,
to the fullest extent of the law.
and actually it was a family
Why
WhatsApp, and my
do
wife
we
wrote back and said,
And by we, I mean
that's a nice
the
piece
Trump
of Muslim.
administration, the
And my daughter
American
wrote and
people
said, no, it's a nice
demand
piece of Chasidus.
that Maxwell
But
testifies
it's
in
just
front of
different
Congress
words for the
and
same
that
kind
Alexander
of thing.
Acosta
It all
testifies in
starts with
front of
Phobos
Congress
Levavos. It all
about
starts with
whatever
the
this
Benabachia,
operation
who first
was.
said, let's
I
just
think me and
think
you have a good idea about
together
what it was.
about how we
But
live
it's a
spiritually
vile
as
operation.
opposed to
It destroyed the
halachically.
lives of
Let's
children.
see a little bit of what's
No
in there.
civilized
Now,
society can
our
exist
task
ignoring
is
things
to
like
approach
this.
this from a
And it
historical
also
perspective. I
opens up
really
many
would like to give you an introduction to the contents of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn, how do we flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual biography based on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older printing, obviously, Kolos Lubavos, with the gate metaphor, which is quite symbolic and traditional in Jewish bibliography. Many chapters, including those of Kolos Lubavos, are named after gates. So one of the real, obviously, I remember what I want to say here. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmingly Jewish in nature. He's citing verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, the Midrash. He is clearly well versed in all of Tanakh. He's clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah, and that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's typical because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century. He used Muslim sources as well. Specifically, the Sufi mystics, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. And the stuff just slips in without any comment. I'll give you a couple of examples. And we see it repeated through many other sources. We see it, for example, Maimonides' own son, the famous Abraham ben Rambam, wrote works that are deeply infused with Sufi wisdom. I know it sounds jarring because, we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be locked in conflict, and in Israel, and we look at them. God forbid, we don't want to look at them, but occasionally you see these things about ISIS and beheadings, and you say, what? Do we have any common vocabulary with these people? Well, in Al-Andalus, we did. We shared, and we grew from it. So I'll give you one example here. Yes, it's in the Forbidden Gate, right? So the Forbidden Gate, let's start and I'll show you the example. Let's just jump to the example and I'll come back to the Forbidden Gate. So here we go. Here's a Sufi teaching, which Diana Lobel that I showed you earlier, she wrote a great book on Rabbeinu Bachya recently. So this is a 9th century, 100 years before Rabbeinu Bachya and then this story is cited in 11th century hagiographies of Yahya ibn Muad. It was said to Yahya ibn Muad, "Tell me about God." Where is he? Or what is he? Sorry. And by the way, this word here, abotu, that's actually a technical Muslim term. And I just made that up. That's because it's a typo. Sorry. Tell me about God. See, when you have tenure, you can get away with things like these. Tell me about God. What is he? So Yahya responded, he said, God is one. Right? That's definitely something that Jews know, isn't it? What is he like? Strange phrase in the original. How is he? Like, in what manner is he? And the answer is an all-powerful king. The question is, where is he? And he gives a strange answer, on the lookout. And then you have this funny coda. It was said, I didn't ask you about that. Yahya said, that is the description of the created. As for the description of the creator, it is what I told you. Sufis talk like this a lot. There's a fantastic book called The Origins of Consciousness by Robert Ornstein, which expands on this, but beyond our topic today. Now let's read from Rabbeinu Bachya, and I'll read in Hebrew and translate. One of the wise was asked about the creator. I have a feeling there's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories in here, where one of the wise is asked, an anonymous wise person. I haven't gone through the sources, but already 100 years ago, there's scholarship listing all of the passages where he borrowed from the Sufis. I have a feeling when you have this unnamed source, it probably is the Sufis. Anyways, the question that is asked about the creator, Mahu, what is he? Ba'amar, the answer is Eloka Echad, one God. God is one. Amalo Shoel, so the questioner asked, the Echu, how is he? Again, that strange language, Echu, how is he? What does it mean? In what manner is he? Amalo Melech Gadol, a great king. Pretty straight translation. Amalo Va'anahu. He said to him, where is he? Amalo, here's the Hebrew term, B'tzipia. B'tzipia. So Tzipia is probably best translated as on the lookout, watching, like at Sophia, right? Har HaTzofim, the mountain of the lookouts. God is on the lookout. Now remember, the question is, where is he? And the answer is what he is doing. Yeah, but it's not the right answer. The question deserves a where answer, right? You know, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? At home. You know, that's what you say. You don't say, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? Tuesday. It doesn't make sense. It's non sequitur. But the answer, the deeper answer is, as Diana Lobo explains, you can't ask where God is. By asking that question, you misunderstand the basic reality that God is everywhere. You can't see in any particular place. The question itself is absurd. Rather, where is God? Where is what God is doing? And God is looking out. Looking out for what? Looking out for us. Looking out, waiting for us. On the lookout for us. And as soon as we start to look out for God, then the teaching goes, we are where God is.
No blessings.
We join God, not in a place, but in activity. We meet God when we look for God. It's a beautiful idea. And you don't have to take my word for it. Rabbi Rothschild likes it. And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, Amar lo Ashor, so the questioner says, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was doing. I asked you where he was. Amar lo, so the wise one said, Shieltani b'milot ha'ela shmurot al milot harui l'gavra, l'nivra, sorry, below al boire. So you asked me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place. That is not his reality. So that's why I answered you only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see here, this is just one example of the many Sufi passages that the Benabaki would bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the values of Andalusian Spain that allowed for the communication of Muslims and Jews who are spiritual seekers to share whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating example. Let us just move back a little bit here to talk about the Forbidden Gate in itself. Now, the book is divided into several gates. I'll give you the whole list of contents shortly. The first gate, it's one of these ironic things in the yeshiva world, is taboo and is rarely studied in a formal setting. And in fact, in my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, I told you that there's a modern translation of the
financial system that we barely understand that involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class. By the way, this is why Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this. Let's be very honest. Because she has no problem with, obviously making lots and lots of money, and lots of our politicians, Barack Obama, these $30 million homes in Martha's Vineyard or whatever they are. Why don't we demand that they testify, Alex?
She's of course going to read it. That's the first thing. I remember we once bought. Sorry for sharing this with you, but we once bought a book on marital happiness. And thank God, my wife and I were married. We bought a book on marital happiness. It was divided into two halves. The first half was a book for husbands, written by a husband, David Abramov. The second half was a book for wives, written by his wife, Mrs. Abramov. Tehillah Abramov. And so we agreed that I would read the first section, and I read it diligently. We were just married a few years at the time, and I made little notes and stuff like that myself, and I gave her the book, and she read it, and I figured she would read the women's section. Instead, she read the men's section. She especially read all of the notes, and before reading her section, she had to, query me about, why did you write that? Why did you write that? Okay, so why is it forbidden? The main reason it's forbidden is because, think about it, if the whole book is to do with your heart, trying to understand your relationship to God, and we are working in a Platonic philosophical vein of starting from zero, what is the very first question you would want to ask? Who is God?
I am of the thought
That's
that
I want to have a relationship
disclosure
with
is
God.
the way to go.
Who is
Now,
God?
from all my
The
research
first
and sources
chapter is
from
all
those that
about
actually involved with any of this, and they're going to be able to continue to blackmail
That's a
what they
very
do. So I
hard
think
question to
justice be
answer,
done with
even
them
with the
fall.
occasional
But
Sufi
the
thought.
thinking
In
is,
fact, it
if they
descends to
implicate
what scholars tend to call negative theology.
was heavily
Because the
involved in all
only
this,
way you can effectively define God in a philosophical way is by knowledge.
if all these
God is
Silicon Valley
not
people come out and think
limited.
Trump's being told
God
this
is
will crash the stock
not
market,
born.
this will bring
God
down
is
America,
not.
this is a setup.
Yeah,
And I'm not
if God
defending
is
that decision,
infinite,
but I can
then
logically
what else
from a
can you
sick
say
position
about
get
him?
it. I agree
There
with
is
you.
no
I think
positive
the world
attribute
will
that
think
you
we're
can
back in
add to
business and we
God
actually
that does
exercise
not
all this.
intrinsically
These
limit him
demons
from
are
doing
such
other
all over the
things.
place as well. The
So the
EU is
first
behind
chapter would
China.
have to say, all
Yes,
right,
This is
over
driving
40 years old,
people
get away with it.
insane, and I
Please
think it's
understand that
justifiably
the
so
first
that
chapter is
people
basically
at
all
the highest
about
levels can get away
who
with
is
stuff
God.
like this,
Now,
and
the
that it can be
warnings
covered up
are
forever.
well placed.
And I think a lot of people,
You're in a box that asks a lot of philosophical questions that in many yeshivas you can't ask
when
these
I told
questions.
Vance,
Maybe
I
not
said,
like
if
in
you
a
don't
kind of
disclose
place,
everything, you're
but
done.
if
I
you
mean, nobody will
are
support you
raised
guys. You
from
are
childhood
fully
with
and
a
completely
simple
part of
faith
this
that
cover-up if
you're
everything doesn't come out.
in belief in a
I think it
creator,
paralyzes their
and even opening
presidency.
up these kinds of
What does Vance
questions
say?
can be very
He
painful and
agrees
difficult.
with me.
Like,
He
well, I
agrees
never
with me.
thought of
You
that.
know, like
And all of a
it
sudden,
really
you've
is.
got
David, Mike
5 years
Johnson
going
came out
on
a
the
week
there
ago.
trying to figure out. You got to get
I
back
mean,
to
he agrees with me.
Yiddishkeit. So it's a very
The
difficult thing.
calls
And that's
are
why most
coming
yeshivas actually
from inside
leave
the
this
house.
section alone.
We know that Benjamin
Similarly,
Netanyahu
the
shows
opening
up.
sections of
We
Maimonides,
then immediately see an about face, which is
Yad
completely
Chazakat,
crazy,
the
by the
Mishnah
President of the
Torah,
United
the
States.
Second
And again,
Torah,
I'm not a paranoid Israel
the
hater,
whole book Guide for the
but their
Perplexed.
activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are...
That's what the Forbidden Gate is all about.
I'm studying
Now, I want to say one other cool
comment
thing about Sufism here
financial interest.
that
I'm the guy that everybody said was defending Israel. No, I was just saying they're not the most important bloc.
So,
They're very.
how is it
but yeah, absolutely.
possible
Because
that
they knocked out the Democrats already,
this
and because they've cut off the USA money,
Dayan, a judge,
the
as far as
state
judge,
money,
could borrow
Israel
from
with
the Muslims and incorporate
sees
it
a
into
power
Yiddishkeit?
vacuum and
Now,
is
as I
definitely
began to say a little earlier, it's all about that syncretic nature of that Venetian Jewry that was so special.
That's
If you
100%
think
wrong.
it's so unusual, however,
Well,
I
you're
would like
worried
to
about
say
these
that maybe
connections
not.
with
Maybe this is
Palantir,
actually
with
something about Jewish culture
using
that we still
technology
enjoy
to
today.
Palantir
We'll
technology
have
to
more to say
merge
about this, God
all
willing,
of the
about
different
how it
departments,
transitions to Christian
so
Europe.
that if you
But
have
I would like to
the
draw your
information
attention
on you
to
with the IRS, that's now merging
popular
with
song that you may have heard.
your
In fact,
arrest record, and if you've attended a protest, and
anytime over
whatever
the
the
last
case may be.
6 or 8
We
months,
see in
you've probably
the UK
heard
people getting sent to
Despacito.
jail for
Very
tweets.
popular Latin
We
song.
see all
The
over
word
the world, and we
Despacito, I
know,
will
of
not
course,
sing it.
the Chinese social credit score.
It means
System. This feels a lot like
it's
a
very catchy
precursor
tune.
to
It's
that.
almost all in
Steve
Spanish.
Bannon
And
has said that he
Despacito
thinks that
means
these tech
slowly.
people are the biggest
And
threat
if
to
you're not
the stability
thinking
of the
about the
United
Spanish and
States
not
going
listening to
forward,
the words, then it sounds
because
like
they
a
have
catchy
their own
sort of pop
agendas
tune.
that they're cloaking
But if you
in
happen to watch the
this
video, which
MAGA
I do not
movement.
recommend,
Do you
it's stay
share
far away
that
from this
view?
one.
And do you think that
It's
Trump
a Latin
has
love
allowed these
song.
people to get a little too close
Totally inappropriate.
and
It doesn't
exercise
get
a little
any
too
close
much
to
power in the White
Despacito.
House?
Nevertheless,
Yes.
check out this
I think
video.
Palantir is a threat. And
We
I've been
can leave it
criticized
running, but I'm going to
by
actually
people
cut
that
this
just
out
want
of the internet version. I'll put the link in because it's copyright versions. If I put a video in a video, I get
nuance about
stuck.
it.
So
Let's
here
explain what's
is
happening.
a Jewish take on Despacito. And let's
Oracle
pause
is
to
also
discuss
a Trump,
that.
which is a bigger threat than
Wow.
Barry else. It's way bigger than
מי
Palantir.
כעמך ישראל
Microsoft
לא אחד בארץ.
And Amazon,
These
I believe
Jews
Amazon
are
is
so
packages now.
amazing.
Amazon
We
runs
take
more
this
servers for the CIA and the
schmutzig
NSA than
song.
anybody.
It's
Than that
totally
Microsoft is
not
saying.
okay.
It's like a fact.
And we like the
They've
word
already integrated all the
Despacito.
databases. They
We
already
like
have all that.
the
Peter
tune.
Thiel and
And
Alex
then we
Carr.
just totally
Who
shock value
said,
it.
Alex Carr,
We
I
think the
held the
fruit
EU
and
such
show away the
conservatives. You know,
I just think for a second,
credit
100 years from
conservatives,
now,
just like Starbucks
you
started
may
fighting. So
have,
I'm not
in
opposed
the back of some library in the digital archive, someone might come across this Latin pop song that they sang in 2016. But then you go to a Jewish day school, and the kids will be singing the Hebrew version of it with these lyrics, and it'll be alive and fresh and moist. It'll have like real chiyus to it. This is what Jewish culture is all about. That because we live as a minority, because we live in a multilingual, multicultural environment, we're able to kind of like grab things that have value, transvalue them into a Jewish system, and ultimately, once it's digested, it becomes Jewish.
The idea that this is already integrated, it is.
So that's what I'd like to think is happening with Rabbi Rothschild, using Sufi sources. Here's a Sufi teaching of great deep spiritual depth, great value, very profound. And he says, you know what, I can take that.
You know,
and he brings it into
whatever it is,
his work, and now it's become a Jewish concept. I don't know Muslim history well enough to wonder how many Muslims are actually studying those Sufi teachings. But if you go, for example, to the shul just down the street or 2 blocks over, I happen to notice they have 30 copies of Kol Sivavo Song and Shah. So Rabbi Rothschild's work is still being a lively study just 3 blocks away, across the street in the Central Library, everywhere. That is something about being the eternal people.
So I'm telling people, no, it's not that it's coming, it's already there. Palantir is just as dangerous as Google or as
Okay, so the foundation, so these are the gates that he describes in his work. There are 10 of these gates. Each one of them builds on the other. The idea is to describe kind of like a passage through each of these gates as you slowly climb to a higher madrega, a higher level of self-awareness, of ethical perfection, and of spiritual purity and oneness with God's purpose. The first gate we talked about, the forbidden gate, it's actually called the gate of unity,
makes sense. The reason Palantir is always a red flag for me is when Peter Thiel's asked things like, should the human race exist? And he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really
and this is also a fascinating delusion kind of thing.
That one seems
it's
easy.
Very
and he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested that maybe people want Epstein's Island because they want Epstein's like advice on their divorce and stuff.
To know about God.
It just
he also says,
we
need to do what I'm doing
you gotta
because
study the universe. You have to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the astrolabe.
It just feels to me that yes, they're part of a very large group of
you
companies I don't
trust.
trust.
What you can do with them.
But it is worth noting
he goes through
that
the
this company
natural world and you have to appreciate biology.
They want to start
appreciate a whole
helping
science
to
because that's how we come to know God through our experience
Americans
with material
more than they already are.
This is
I mean, that's sort of, or help,
for example, human development.
concentrate the information or help merge
children have wounds and they don't need to breathe and they don't need to eat, things like that. And it goes through how children grow. Let me just translate this one part. I actually told my wife if I could read this to her.
Palantir is offering to Trump
the child. Who overly took up a yellow then the child moves from the stage of childishness to being an adolescent.
So Palantir is offering to use the grid that's already in place for Trump's aim. So what I'm trying to say is not that it's Palantir, it's that we're saying we're not satisfied. We're the year 2050.
Don't get angry with him because he needs so much. And they don't get angry that he doesn't recognize how much they sacrificed for him.
I don't trust Elon Musk, I don't trust anything, I don't trust Sam Altman, I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're terribly evil people or they say some things that are terribly evil. I believe their agendas are radically different. If you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go, I want to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all this stuff. So I do think that tech community, it's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or a Chinese-style surveillance state. I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society.
It's so amazing.
It does seem like they would prefer that.
Some people are not. So that's in the gate of discernment. It's all about discernment of life. See what the universe has to offer and understand God's presence in it. Very powerful.
Why do we all know about Palantir?
Not the other way. We don't know. Yes, you're right.
We don't know about Microsoft,
Someone's
Google,
typing this again.
and Amazon that are 90+%
the
of the
gate
revenue
of
that's already
divine
there.
service.
So we're all learning about surveillance.
Okay, so now you understand a little bit about God. You see God in the universe. We'll get to work. It's
We're
all
already
about
doing
now
it.
applying
They're just
yourself
bidding
and not
to get
just showing
into the
up
draw
and
just
for
as a junior.
Dumb
And so I oppose what Ballinger's doing, and everyone else opposes. Yeah, everyone else. Of
The
course,
fourth
I'm just saying
grade
it's
is perhaps
become a
the
distraction.
most studied
into
of
only them.
anything in the book.
Understood.
I went through it today. It was
Disclosure.
transformational as always.
Your sources,
The
people
gate
that you
of trust,
know.
of bitachon.
How damaging
How to
is
trust
this
God.
if this all comes
Very, very
out?
hard. If we have
Do we
more time,
think that
one
this
second,
is
I want to
a
read to you
watershed
7
moment for
ways in which a
the
person
United
learns to trust
States
God,
and,
one after another. Like you have to trust in this way, and then you have
Israel?
to trust in this
Does
way.
this come out that this is a
There he is.
what we feel it is, which is a
Strategies to advance.
Is it too advanced for AlphaGo?
Yeah. I beat the robot.
How do you win? Why isn't there a timer? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Riser. 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 Riser.
Sorry, I don't know why the fuck it booted me out of the Discord call.
You good, pimp. Is there not a timer?
I don't see the timer.
I don't either. Why did you start off with 6.5 points?
Here's the latest from security guards are now patrolling neighborhoods in Encino. Jeffrey Epstein's associate, Billy Maxwell, has been subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee. And a super volcano may be bubbling under Yellowstone National Park. Those stories and more coming up at the top of the hour. We will check some problems on 405 next.
Kicking out a stupid Discord call. I don't know why.
Are you gonna go, Pimp? It's my turn. Can you hear me?
Sunny highs in 70s at the beaches, upper 70s to low 90s inland. This report brought to you by Minester.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, Dave Moore up with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. We've got a branch in Culver City on the 405. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says artificial intelligence will eliminate entire job categories and become a destructive weapon used by nations around the world. Speaking at a conference in Washington, D.C. this week, Altman said AI will make the need for human customer support obsolete. He also said the wrong lifespan of human doctor, his company's ChatGPT, is better diagnosis. He also expressed concern over a hostile nation possibly using AI to do something like attack financial systems and enable sophisticated fraud schemes. Taylor Swift's former Take Car home sold for $12.3 million, setting a record for the highest residential sale on Cape Cod in 2025. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Today on the John Codell Show after 3 o'clock, we're going to have AOC Professor Michael Michelle. He's written about gas prices frequently. He'll tell us why the gas prices have been down this month.
Yo, pimp.
Doing the 9x9 game. Before nobody fucking plays that show. 9x9 is actually right.
Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Letter rip. The grandson of former President John F. Kennedy has ripped a plan introduced by House Republicans that would rename the Kennedy Center's Opera House in honor of Melania Trump. Jack Schlossenberg says JFK believed the arts made our country great and could be our most effective weapon in fighting for civil rights and against authoritarian governments around the world. He went on to say that the Trump administration stands for freedom of oppression, not expression. Representative Mike Simpson of Ohio, obviously a Republican, called the move an excellent way to recognize Melania Trump's support and commitment to promoting the arts.
Here's the good news, that if you ever go to Costco, you will not see the Melania Trump collection at Costco. That you will never see. I mean, come on. It's, why not? Why not? What else? There's nothing more to say.
Flu vaccine getting a makeover.
Figured that.
Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has signed a controversial recommendation from a vaccine panel that advised removing thimerosal from influenza vaccines. So thimerosal is a preservative. It's largely been phased out of U.S. vaccines and has been targeted by anti-vax people. After more than 2 decades of delay, this action, according to Kennedy, fulfills a long overdue promise to protect our most vulnerable populations from unnecessary mercury exposure.
Well, that's the mercury. Thimerosal does have mercury in it. However, it's not mercury that, from what I understand, cannot be used, metabolized in the body. And we're talking about 4% of the vaccines. Now, that have that in there. And other than the crackpots out there, all of you, all the medical scientists and doctors who have looked at this, who studied this, say there is no issue. This is not at all dangerous to anybody getting a vaccine. It doesn't matter if you're an anti-vax person, you're an anti-vax person. And I guess it's good news that it's only an advisory panel that then tells the CDC. It advises the CDC for recommendations. There is no enforcement issue until vaccines are illegal. Where are you going to go with this one?
So, here's the thought.
Okay.
If it's not this thimerosal,
Yes.
it is a preservative. It does have mercury.
Yes.
So if you took it out to assuage anti-vaxxers,
How are you at 42?
Because I'm a pimp, bitch, and I've got 42.5.
You didn't pass for anything.
I'm sexy as fuck.
Why didn't I get points for that? Why are my points going down for when I cast her?
Macron is bad. French president Emmanuel Macron and his wife have filed a defamation lawsuit against podcast host Candace Owen. She's a far-right podcaster. In response to claims that she peddled that France's first lady was born a man. It's a 22-count complaint asking for an unspecified amount of damages. Owens did an 8-part series saying that the Macrons, that Bridget Macron was born a man, stole another person's identity and transitioned.
I should be getting points. That's like. I have killed so many of you.
Dude, I just went from up 40 to back to 6? How does this game work?
Yeah, dog.
Former 21st Century Fox and Walt Disney Company executive Peter Rice has been named the head
Pretty sure I know.
ceremonies and content for the Summer Olympic Games and Paralympic Games in Los Angeles. So he's going to be in charge of visual production and creative oversight for the opening and closing ceremonies for both games that will be held in the Coliseum and SoFi Stadium.
Now you're at 14.5.
Dude, no one understands the scoring. This game sucks. Why did you quit the last game?
This is like a 30 by 30 grid. That'll take like forever to play this one.
And you were losing? And you were losing?
Nothing to do with that.
But you do admit you were losing.
Correct.
This woman says she's tired of not feeling safe. Some people say their home security system.
I don't think you've gotten a single piece of mine.
I don't go for those. I'm too cool for that shit.
Grant, big dog.
Literati time.
Did you know, like, the swipe one?
No, that one's different. That's word box. This is literati.
Wacko.
Dude, you have a literati invitation.
Wow, I'm delighted.
Are you excited?
Are you gonna let me go first, or are you gonna? No, you go first.
What do you want? Do you want to go first?
Go for it. No, you go first.
Yo,
What up, Frosty? How you living, pimp?
how am I living? Liza is here and he's back in fashion.
Why aren't you talking to
Comment.
Why aren't you talking to
What?
Frosty, Riser?
Liza is giving me the L.
Riser, what are you doing, dog?
Concentrate. Don't feel the dog.
Bro, I'm about ready to get out of my coffin and start doing shit.
There you go, pimp. What are you gonna do? Slang dick like it's
Not
going out of
really
style,
right
son?
now. The undead pimp. Have you heard the story about the undead pimp, Rabbi?
What's that?
Was kept getting so much pussy and then eventually his crotch turned into a black hole.
There you go, big dog.
Now he just gets whatever he can get out of the ladies. Rabbis are so based, dude. Like this teacher here, this guy, absolutely based and red pill, as per usual.
There you go, pimp. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Not much. He has a rat problem. The rat's getting into the balcony and shit. Rat got onto the rat trap, and then he scurried out of the balcony with the rat trap on him.
Ew.
Absolutely based rat, don't you think, Rizzo?
How big was the rat?
He's pretty big, about the size of my hand.
That's
But I didn't
giant.
see him. The maid saw him, and my mom did. But my mom didn't kill it. There, we called the watchman, and by that time the rat disappeared. Just ran to the floor below. This rat shit is like out of control, but I need better like ceiling in my balcony to seal shit from rats. Or we probably do something about it. I don't know, bro. It's like, I don't know, like you can have like a million flaws outside of yourself, but like if you're still living in your family, like from way back when, then you might as well kind of like, just off yourself. This feels that way to me.
Calm down with that kind of talk.
Yeah, no, I mean, not exactly today's kind of families. It's just like, I don't know. Whatever happens, happens, I guess. It's just like, you know, like, starts to seep into your skin, to be honest. But years of abuse later, I'm also a dead person. So, like, whatever fame or shit or whatever money I could have, it's all out the window because I'm dead.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dog. You're fine.
Yeah. For example, right, so, right now, see, the thing is, right, if you start to convolute into the areas of your life where you have to start living very discriminately or, kind of like putting portions in and like start living a more simple life. Once you start to do that shit, like it takes on a whole new level in other parts of your life. And that's the problem basically. It's like you need a kind of mid ground where you can, yeah, I go get the door.
Sometimes I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Dude, you're doing pretty well.
capitalism is responsible. Because there is video that a fire started at the base of one of those transmission lines, and that started the fire in Altadena. So they're going to get nailed for it. There's no question. And they do not want to go in front of a jury. That will never happen. Imagine what a jury would do. So what they're doing is they're setting up this fund, and it's going to be open to, well,
There's nowhere to go.
properties. 19 people were killed. Those families are going to be compensated. No idea how much. You have 9,400 homes and structures. The smoke, of course, smoke damage.
Fuck, how is Latin not a word?
Proper noun, son.
L-A-T-I-N.
It's a proper noun, son.
Now, in class actions, everybody who's been affected is part of the class. You don't join to be part of the class. What you can do is opt out of the class, and that puts you in a position to sue directly. And I am willing to bet that there are going to be a fair number of people that are going to sue directly. They're going to opt out of this settlement. And we don't know how many, we don't know to what extent. At this point, Edison says even though the details of how the fire started still being evaluated, it will offer an expedited process to pay and resolve claims fairly and promptly, and this allows the community to focus more on recovery instead of lengthy, expensive litigation. Well, they left out a phrase right after that. Lengthy, expensive litigation, where we are going to get creep on this. We're going to lose our shirts. To the point where I'm willing to bet that Southern California Edison may very well go bankrupt. Except, as we talked about insurance, because Edison has reinsurance, not Edison, the insurance companies have reinsurance. So they are going to be made whole. The utility, that's going to be in trouble. So the lawyers, one of the lawyers representing some victims says in the past, utilities have proposed these programs as a means for shorting and underpaying victims. Well, I guess in the end, that's the argument. And in the end, any settlement is going to short the victims. Because there will be no victim that gets $50 million. Very well could be in front of a jury, a $50 million reward is given. Those happen all the time. Who was that woman, Susan Johnson & Johnson, dealing with talcum powder and the baby powder, talcum, several other with talcum powder, and cancer? She got ovarian cancer and got $2 billion from the jury. I mean, come on. There is a system in the law where the judge has the ability, the right, the ability, and generally does, bring down the award substantially to a reasonable amount. It can be very high, but a reasonable amount. All right. We'll see what happens.
Qua, go fuck yourself with that bullshit fakeness.
You play the.
It's because I'm a pimp.
Two people have been killed, 2 others injured in what police say
Rock my hardware.
This word's for you, baby. Big time. Good job, man. Look at your comeback.
Back to back 30 points. This could be the one.
Nope.
Could be the one. Can you build somewhere else?
I am.
citizenship is unconstitutional. And so he's got a couple of choices now. Because he's pushing for another one asking for a full pay for judges. Because the appeals court here in the United District, we have 27 judges on the full pay appeals court. And you can ask all of the other appeals. Or they can go directly to the Supreme Court. We'll see what happens on that one. And the 14th Amendment says, you're born in the United States, you're a citizen. There is some language in there that says, under the jurisdiction of. I'm paraphrasing. And the argument is illegal migrants are not under the jurisdiction of. They're not Americans. I mean, that's going to go no place. And he continues on. Now, in another Trump is this one is just fine. Okay, this one doesn't have constitutional issues. It doesn't have to law, economically, nationally, terrorist ringing. This goes under the entertainment file of the Capitol.
Pardon me. Can't stop, won't stop. Riser, what happened?
I had fucking like 4 eyes.
Are you proud of the way you just played?
It's okay.
You played pretty well.
Saying
33 minutes ago at bluesky.app. Can you please do something about the Rabbi Rothschild bots? It's really, really annoying to see them in my notifications with not safe for work names. Could you please look into the issue and stop letting this guy get unwanted attention? I think that's tight as fuck. I'll accept in just a second. Just a moment. Somebody said something about me in German, and I want to read it. All right. You sent me an invitation? Waco? We're going to tie. Are you going to go?
The dude walks into a bar and he finds 2 ladies to talk.
Cool story, man.
And he fucked those 2 ladies. Then he goes on to tell his friends about how he fucked the 2 ladies. It's a good show. It makes sense. I don't know, like how much it makes sense, but he's a good guy. Like he's doing whatever he's being told. I don't know. That's about it.
Oh, that is dirty, dog. That's fucking brilliant.
Hey, Rabbi, will you check out my new meme video?
when I have a moment.
Right, cool. Salo. You know what shapes are? Hey, Rabbi,
What
do
up,
you
Pep?
like Blade from the Blade movies?
To be honest with you, I don't know if I've ever seen them.
Uh,
I know Wesley Snipes is, of course.
Wesley Snipes was like your role model, right? Once upon a time.
He was what?
Was he like your role model once upon a time?
Of course.
Okay, I'm about to play my meme, the new meme video.
Well, I'm in the middle of a game, my friend. So I'll watch it when I can.
Alright, cool. I'll play it on my screen. I can play on my screen right now.
Okay, pimp. I'll watch it.
It's very short.
I'm watching it, big dog.
This is on my internet.
Did you make this?
That's it. That's the video.
I watched it. What was it? It was just like, yeah, boy, and then something about water. Guys, are you ready for some Mancala, baby?
We'll play that in a moment. Mancala now. You're up, Riser. And everybody's waiting on you. Psych. This game sucks. You're up, son. We'll play in a second. You get to go first this time. Champion.
To capture the one that was wrong. Yeah.
New fee. New fee. Oh no.
it all boils down to where champions are.
This is a G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. I'm a fucking rider. You don't want to bang with me? Cause you know I got my gang with me. Listen to a buck with me. How'd you like that comeback, son?
Join the basketball. Are you gonna accept the basketball?
Yeah, I'll play basketball. Okay, we'll do this first.
Why do you use this game?
Because you're so far away from your microphone, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I wasn't really talking.
Dude, where should I hit the ball?
I don't like the team. I mean, I like this one, but I like the one where you can say any of them.
You don't like classic?
It just depends on this one could be really nice.
That was absolute garbage. Look at this shot.
Do you think the LiDAR photos under the pyramids are real?
I haven't seen them, but I wouldn't doubt that they are. LiDAR's a thing.
Yeah, the kilometer.
No way. Newfie.
I wish there would be different stadium style boards that you can play on.
I'm in agreement. Oh.
But then you get the oh, what?
I can't deny it. I'm a fucking rider. You don't want to bang with me? Because you know I got my gang with me. Listen to a buck with me. That was baller as fuck, son. That was... Did you see how I did that? Where I split them? Dog. Get your archery shit out of here. It's time for basketball, son. It's time for basketball. You've never beaten me one-on-one, and you're not going to beat me now. Yeah, but not all switches. Not all swishes. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a swish. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. It's a swish. I don't think so, dog. What do you want me to do about it? That's a miss. To anybody watching, that's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a swish.
I can't believe I got like 32 that game. You got 34.
Because I'm sexy. This game is over. You needed to hit that shot and that shot. You needed to hit that shot. You needed to hit that shot. And that you need to hit that shot. You needed that one. Dog, I just looked you directly in the eye, breathed hot air on your face, and smacked you. That was good. I would take that. I would take that. That's good. I'd take that.
Shouldn't blaze this thing here. Shouldn't blaze. Yeah. You need to get a 9 or above. Maybe we need to take this up to 9 round or 5 rounds. Maybe we need to take it up to
Isaac has been off the coke for about 3 weeks now. Slavoj Isaac Rabbi.
I don't know what you just said. What'd you say?
All the philosophers, the intellectual types are all like within me in an age before they become like public intellectuals, So like they're doing like George should.
Okay.
So Isaac is obsessed with cocaine.
Gotcha.
Yeah, right.
I need to average 7.
Look on the bright side, point blank range. Sometimes people don't die, Rizzo, and they just go into weird comas like from.
Riser, skee ball. No, it doesn't. Basketball again, son? Dude, I smoked you. Dog, I smoked you. Dog, I smoked you.
Rizzo, the woke intellectual, gets owned by rabbi based in radical right winger.
Cocaine sucks.
Rizzo,
I made them all right, Riser. I made them all right there.
I'm not even in the game. Where are you playing against?
I'm playing against you. You're up.
Oh, restart.
You're good.
Oh,
You got a swish.
no, you can't just start the game.
You sent the invitation.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, key ball, and I'm like, send me an invite, send me an invite, send me an invite, and then you're like, tell me as my turn halfway through.
Okay, then I'm gonna send you one for skee ball.
I pronounce Keir Starmer as the forever leader of Britain, and I hope he storms on Nigel Farage and all of the opposing party.
We need Newton and Frosty for bingo.
And Monopoly. All right, Riser, are you ready for this?
California's Attorney General says he wants state control of LA County's juvenile halls. Attorney General Rabbi Rothschild says the county hasn't fixed systemic issues like abuse, violence, and drugs at the hall, so receivership is needed. He says he's asked a court.
Riser, are you ready for this?
You got nothing. Terrible.
Are you gonna go? Riser, you're up. Skee ball. Dude, it's so delayed. It still hasn't shown you've shot yet. There you go.
He was worse than that.
Didn't speak in court yesterday. He showed no emotion and even acknowledged his mother and sister who were in the room.
You got 90, dog.
Yeah, this game sucks. Are you going? 'Cause you're
Yeah,
not
it's
going.
delayed. Yes, I'm going. It's just delayed.
Nice strategy, really playing off. Haven't gotten a single one yet. Yeah, really smart strategy.
He says she has mocked the Macron's efforts to set the record straight.
Watch this.
Evidence that Bridget Macron was born alive. Video game theme just for the youngsters. The Entertainment Software Association says 57 million.
Where did all the things go?
All gamers in the U.S. are 50 and older. New Vegas says half of people in their 60s and 70s and 36% of people in their 80s play every week. Knitting and Bridge are making way for Call of Duty and Battlestar. They're even streaming with millions of people following boomers and silent generations on Twitch and YouTube. And while older women play the golden pet, many say it's fun, keeps the mind sharp, and they learn the Gen Z lingo, even if some say they could do without that part. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
You're done, son. I just looked you dead straight in the eye. I breathed hot air on your face, and I smacked you across the cheek. I didn't just slap you. I pimp slapped you. Dog. I just looked you dead in the eye. I breathed hot air on your face, and I just pimp slapped you across the mouth.
I came back at the end.
That was good, dude. Nice job losing.
That was my personal nightmare.
What do you want to play now, son? Blitz League.
Oh, that game.
Riser, I'm going to play you in Blitz League. You have an invitation, dog. Dog, we need a new game. You have an invitation. Riser. Riser, you have an invitation. Come on, dog. What do you want to play?
What are your thoughts on Martin Sten? Did you know?
Something like hypocritical in the documentary that I saw.
What was hypocritical? Did you watch the William Montgomery show?
Oh yeah. No. In the beginning, he was eating the horse burger, right?
He loved that shit. He loved it.
I thought he said that. I thought it was like in Slovenia, yeah, we love to eat horse boogers. Like, really? They're eating the fucking boogers out of the horse? And then I was like, oh, they say burger like booger. They're like good booger. And then I was like, yeah, I love horse boogers. And then he's like, one part in the film is like, yeah, all these big fast food corporations are chopping down the Amazon to make like their like soybean cattle farm thing so that we can all eat boogers. And I'm like, this guy is like literally part of the problem. Like he's a vegetarian and shit. He's in the fast food consumption here in society.
Did you know that Zoot likes Sam Cooke?
I don't think I know a single Sam.
Oh, dog. Okay, here's a quick update. In the last 52 minutes, Taylor Where is Yo, dog. You hate when I read to you that much?
A little bit. I'm happy for you. Don't get me wrong. I'm very, very happy for you. And I hope that I do enjoy listening to the terrorism you cause on That's all good.
Okay.
But
You said nice things. I understand. Sometimes it's a little much.
sometimes it's a little. But don't get me wrong. The internet terrorism, I fully support.
Thanks, baby. Do you think there's a chance I could go viral from it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should try to be even more mean and biggest piece of shit imaginable in your messages, and then they join, and then they're like, why would you say such a thing? I don't know if that's correct, but it is kind of like maybe there's a fine line between being a bastard, like your humor online, instead of pushing people too far and pushing that all their family like explodes or something.
Yeah, I mean, what I try to do is be positive.
Yeah.
The worst thing that I might say to someone is I fucked your mom raw. That to me is still positive. Exactly. I don't want to put someone down though. I don't want to hurt people. I do make a lot of people laugh in all languages. And it's like the Grand Canyon had to start with just a drop of rain, and just enough drops eventually created a small stream, and that stream eventually started to cut through the limestone, and then eventually started a river, and then that river eventually became the Colorado River, and then cut all the way down to like bedrock. And my spamming are like raindrops. My spamming is like raindrops, I guess. Is like rain. Each spam is like rain. Did you watch the William Montgomery show yesterday? No one can hear you. Dog. Why don't you want to play Blitz League? Dude, you're so difficult to hear. What did you do with your mic? Why is it so much different?
I didn't do anything. It's the same thing.
Are you covering the hole?
No, I'm on my laptop.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
No, I always talk out like this.
Okay. Well, what would you like to play?
I'm looking on Discord for a game. I like the fun thing on Discord. I don't know.
So I like it too, but what I don't like is.
I have Colonists. I have Settlers of Catan on here. Though.
What is that? Does it suck dick?
They seem to have a lot of games on here. 12 bullets.
12 bullets to midnight. What is that?
It looks interesting. I'm gonna find it.
This activity is not currently available on this OS. I can't play that. Hold on, though. Let me watch you. Or wait, can I join from here? Why would a Chromebook work? But $12 bullets to midnight. Authorized.
I have to shoot the drone. Oh shit. I was so sensitive.
This is how G's ride. Can you hear me?
I need a mouse.
What do you do?
I literally can't escape.
Warning, low FPS. I don't know if I can play this game.
No, I good. Yeah, what's this song?
This how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. It's called I Can't Deny It by P.D. Pablo. I think it's I Can't Deny It by P.D. Pablo. Oh, it's not P.D. Pablo.
I can't deny it.
It's by Nate Dogg. I knew that. It's called Can't Deny It by Nate Dogg. Oh, Fabulous. That's who I'm. No. It's Fabulous. Not Petey Pablo. I knew that. It's fabulous. I love that song.
Guess I was hearing the background music of that game.
I'm sure you were. All right, so why don't you want to play Blitz League, dog?
I'm done. Game. Go.
Wait, hold on. Don't be done for the whole day. Go do whatever you need to do, and then when you're bored, come in here and I'll beat you at carom. How does that sound? Excellent.
Do some actual igloo research. So try it.
Hold on. I heard about this. I mean, this was like in the Guinness World Record book when I was a kid. Let's look this up. It is. Yo, dog, what is that hotel that's made out of ice? It's like the Ice Hotel. Yo, dog, you're thinking of Ice Hotel in Sweden, the OG and most famous one. Here's a breakdown. It's the first in the world. Built in 1989, it's literally the first hotel made entirely of ice and snow. There's a version that melts every spring, rebuilt each winter, and also Ice Hotel 365, which is open year-round with solar-powered refrigeration. Artsy as fuck. Each room is a different art suite, designed by artists from all over the world. It's super cold inside, around 23 degrees Fahrenheit to 17 Fahrenheit, but they do give you warm sleeping bags and reindeer hides. Extras, they've got an ice bar, an ice chapel for weddings, and even northern lights if you're lucky. There are a few copycats like Hotel de Glace in Quebec, but the Swedish one is the OG ice baller. Did you know that there was an ice hotel in Quebec? Dog, you sound so far away. Do I know what Carnival is? That thing in Brazil? Oh, what do they do in Quebec? At your French, what? Dude, no one can hear you. You sound 1,000 miles away. Can you hear me? There you go.
French immersion. Where I went to school was French immersion. And we celebrated Carnival.
What's French immersion? What is French immersion? What is French immersion?
Half French school. Like half the day, have to suffer through bullshit fucking French classes. Like science. Fucking learn that shit in French. Because why not make it way harder for no reason?
Do you know French? Do you know French?
I've forgotten like all this.
I gotcha.
I quit in like grade 10. So like I can't stand this anymore. I hated French. No reason to ever learn that.
Was it a public school?
Yeah. I don't know why we all got suckered into being taught French. There's no reason for it. Like French is useless. Spanish is useful. Chinese is useful. Caloit. UPEC is useful.
Did you know that Lil Kim and Biggie Smalls had a daughter?
I didn't know Lil Kim was Mickey's wife or something.
Not wife, just side piece. Dude, if you want to see some crazy shit, put in Lil Kim before and after.
But is the kid alive?
No, just put in Lil Kim before and after.
I don't get it. She had Botox or some shit.
Do you see what happened to her? Lil Kim. Type in Lil space K.
Yeah, I see her. I see her face.
She was beautiful. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Maybe I just saw a bad picture of her. She doesn't look that bad. Who's your favorite female rapper? Pimp, who's your favorite female rapper?
I don't know. I don't really have a favorite.
Who's your favorite male rapper?
Oh, wait. Do you consider like singers rappers like
No.
RZA?
No.
RZA rapper?
How do you say RZA's name? Is it RZA?
My favorite female musician in general is that chick from Always, ALBVAYS.
Can she get it?
Out of that band, Lizo.
Sorry, who?
Always, ALBVAYS.
I have.
She's just like a, like the type of crowd that shows up at those hipster indie concerts. It's pretty cool. I've never been to one of them, but seems cool. I mean, yeah, like sometimes you get a crowd of people very much like your music. So, like, if it's the free spirited type, then it's gonna be like that kind of music. Like Suicide Boys, for example, they have like the run out crowd.
Yeah, Suicide Boys fans would just panic.
Yeah, but also like the I don't know. I think they kind of get like born into it, and sometimes what happens is they're kind of young, and they get introduced to the shit too early on. So so yeah, like they they kind of I don't blame like Gen Z people for like living like fuck you kind of lives. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know how like people who are older, like we tend to like not realize how old we are, and then we're all these like younger people, and you're talking to them, and they're just experiencing stuff for the first time, and they'll probably never have uh, the use of experience, I guess, but that's what happens like when you just like, not Suicide Boys fans, but in general. But yeah, like the run out crowd is like they're like fully into it. The all the drugs and everything, and meet their friends and shit. Like it's quality living. Rabbi, what was your childhood like? Was it good or bad, or was it like a mix of both?
Oh, I think everybody gets a mix of both, but it was definitely better than most people's.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know if like remember I was telling you Rabbi about people outside, like random teenagers, like in large groups, beginning to think about it, and then I start to realize like there's not much else to life other than making the best out of it. So I mean, yeah, I don't know, like people like you and me who are 30, 35, and they're still kind of like uh, not experiencing the better benefits of money. It kind of gets to the core of you because like you live your whole life and you're like just not making money at all. It's the stupidest shit ever. And then you see like random people just yeah, I don't know. I think at least people should have some amount of luxury, even if they're apart from like food and drink. But, it's a problem about luxuries themselves because you shouldn't have them, right, in the first place. You shouldn't have to have like that envy or whatever it is. But that's not the world we live in. That I know that much. Yeah, I'm just saying that like it's important to as in a Christian sense we take it over literally where you have to be poor and poor enough to uh, have like some amount of money used only um, only for your direct needs and whatever other proprietary, and that's about it, nothing else. And if you live like that, then yeah, you have some empathy towards poorer people or whatever it is. But yeah, being zero broke and not having any money to live on is not funny at all. Like yeah, some people like stay on the ride and then they just some people fall out and then they get back on walking somewhere. Yeah. For me, I just rely on how niche my entire basis of operation is. By You ever think about it, though, Rabbi? Like how, like no one's gonna go back to the 90s or the early 2000s when there was actually nothing to think about anyway.
Yeah, I think about it, but can't live in the past. I understand that we've moved forward as a society.
Yeah, but isn't it kind of weird that people growing up now are gonna ever experience that?
I mean, that's just how it is.
Do you think there are outcomes to that? Like, are they less prepared for what they seem to? I don't think they are less prepared. I think they just, yeah, they have some amount of upper hand, to be honest. But the other part of it is that they don't have, um, yeah, they don't have a lot of stuff to do with how, like, the wisdom of certain things and how you work your mental state and everything. I don't know. I wrote an article on, I called it the twilight of the internet. It's when a lot of us were playing RuneScape 3D for the first time, or RuneScape Classic even. And a lot of stuff back then was it was so new, like there was no such thing as actual gaming. And then, like a lot of this shit like opened up, like the internet just opened up to everything. And that's where we are now. I bet you had like a Walkman and like these random 90s things.
Yes, sir. Riser, are you ready for an invitation?
Riser's mic as well. You have any questions for me, Rabbi?
Yeah. What's life like slanging dick 24/7, 365 for you?
For you. uh, you know that point where it's Christmas time. I have a question to ask.
Riser has a question for you.
Wait, Riser, let me answer. You know that point where it's Christmas time and you're alone at home and there's an opportunity to have some small amount of lean with like just a little bit of a joint. And then you look at your Christmas tree and you look outside and things have changed and there's stuff to dream in, places to dream in, people to see. And it's all like away from you and on the outside, but you can still feel it. You feel cozy at home. That's pretty much it for me.
I can imagine what something like that might be like. Riser has a question for you, Frosty. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, go ahead, Riser.
Have you ever swam in the Gandhi River?
Have I ever what?
That's not a river. You mean the Ganges?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you said Gandhi River.
Yeah, no. I'm Christian, so all that stuff is like not part of our tradition. There's no like Hindu Christian tradition, right? There's no Christian Hindu tradition because that would be kind of messed up. So we don't have that.
What's that dog festival?
So we have a couple festivals. One is like the Holi festival, right? Which is also like water guns and water balloons and shit. So it's pretty cool. Apart from the color, there's also like water balloons. So like you can throw water balloons at people and shit randomly at your friends or whatever and have balloon fights because it's holy. And that's what we do as Christians at least. And Hindus they just do the color thing, right? So then there's a festival coming soon which is the Mount Mary's festival. It's not it's a feast, like a Christian feast where we go to the mount they call it, like it's like on a mountain hill, and lots of devotees they come there, and even people who are non-Christian, and they they pray and they attend the novenas, attend the masses, and sometimes you go outside and you can get snacks and sweets and whatnot. So yeah, around Christmas time we have like gymkhana stuff. Like you go there and you can buy Christmas sweets and stuff. It's all like family oriented. If you have a family or like your own family, then you can like take them to places and shit. So like uh, Banner Gymkhana is one of them. It's like a club. So go in there and then you can drink and do whatever the heck you want. So a bunch of stuff during Christmas time. Easter is mostly just mass and stuff. Where I go to my parish, my church, and so Easter, Christmas, Holi, there's Diwali, which is what we don't celebrate, but it gets noisy and rockets and firecrackers and shit like that. And then there's uh, yeah, that's about it. New Year's, that's about it. But isn't it kind of crazy, Rabbi, that you don't see like stuff like about I don't know. It's not one of those things like we have very different traditions when it comes to some holidays. So if it's Holi, I when I was younger, we used to have like water balloon fights and shit like that. And after that happened, like no one does that anymore. Now people just the Hindu festival, which involves the colors and everything. So yeah, they do the colors too. They do the colors and they do like throwing water balloons, having water balloon fights or water gun fights or whatever it is. So you get like drenched the whole day. You're drenched. You go home and wash off all the color and stuff from you. But as far as the western part of all this, like yeah, I don't know that I would mostly just be going to clubs and stuff. But sometimes uh, yeah. Anyways, that's not part of this entire story. It's just that sometimes you gotta like yeah, you gotta fend for yourself. So I try my best to do both, like whatever it is I'm supposed to do, and also somehow work. But I didn't work out for very long. So in college, I did, but like I do remember doing my last exam in college. I studied my revised material like half an hour before the exam. So I had all my subject matter in my head, but I only revised it like half an hour before. Then I eventually passed college.
Well,
Yeah,
that's good.
it's like I don't like give advice to people because I don't know if I do give advice, it's mostly a religious type of advice because I don't live like normally. I don't. I've not had like no part of my life post like 2006, 2007 has been like anything normal at all, and it's been like that pretty much ever since. It's just like stuff. So those are the festivals anyway, Rabbi. Diwali, Holi, Easter, Christmas, bunch of other ones, and like Muslims have holidays, Hindus have holidays, Christians have holidays, Parsis have holidays. Everyone has different types of holidays. The main ones are Diwali, Holi, Easter, and Christmas, and New Year's, of course. That's good. And you probably have seen a lot of this holy stuff happening, right, Rabbi?
Dude, Hulk Hogan died.
Hogan died.
Yeah.
No, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Ozzy Osbourne is what I.
No, Hulk Hogan just died. Wow.
Yeah, just saw it.
Here's the latest. TMZ is reporting that wrestling legend Hulk Hogan has died. He was 71. Murder in Montemello. 2 have been killed. 2 others were hurt in an apartment complex overnight. And the body of a passenger who died on an international flight into San Francisco is missing. Those stories and more coming up at the top of the hour. Sunny skies, highs in the 70s and the beaches, upper 70s to low 90s inland. This report brought to you by OPLLaw.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, think more at the pump with Toyota's full line of fuel-efficient vehicles. We've got a stall in downtown LA on 101.
Rest in peace, I guess.
That's wild.
There's an app for your music, an app for your photos, even an app that tracks your steps. But only one app brings you the live radio dial and lets you save your favorite station Free iHeartRadio app is the #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Hulk Hogan was another Trump supporter.
Yeah, he was.
I used to be a big fan of Hulk Hogan when I was young.
I think
I
a
used
lot.
to obsess over Hulk Hogan. One time I got a Hulk Hogan toy. Yeah, Hulk Hogan was like my favorite childhood power dude or whatever. He was, I don't know why I was obsessed with Hulk Hogan. Sometimes when you're a kid, like these like brand identities get stuck in your head. You notice that when you were younger, like a lot of like these random celebrities and stuff would become like these larger than life people in your mind.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan, good guy.
I don't know about that, but he was an American icon.
Yeah, he was American anthem. You have to be careful about, you know, like there are white supremacists for Trump who kind of, you know, like they have good intentions as people. And to be honest, I don't know if like uh, any of those dudes on TV you might have seen like the new KKK or whatever, which is like a documentary on the new KKK, which has all these new youngins and like the older white supremacists and the dudes our age and stuff. And yeah, you start to realize like uh, whatever it is they're being portrayed as is not actually right. But then it's kind of obvious what happens when you have some Republicans and how that relates to white supremacy and Christian nationalism. Like, so it's not it's not one sided because those same people were white supremacists. If it wasn't for Trump, America might have been kind of different. You get it? Like a lot of this Christian nationalism stuff is preventing a lot of a lot of other stuff from happening. I guess because whichever way they went with white power, it wouldn't go in the direction it's gone now because there's no actual white power or violence, right? If you count school shootings as white supremacy shootings, I don't know if that counts for anything because those people are kind of like the same as serial killers, you know. So so yeah, I think there are a small bunch of people. If you get the rednecks, the skinheads, the skinhead Nazis, those dudes are like beyond any power in like USA because they're not good for anything. But if you get the Confederate or the KKK and those dudes, yeah. Just the problem. What happens is that you don't. They're forced to be a part of it. I guess they're forced to be a part of the sideshow thing. I have a lot of friends online on IRC who are white supremacists, or sometimes they're just called racist. Some of them maybe from the KKK. I don't know what white supremacy do. Yeah, like on a whole, they make sense as community builders, right? Like Rabbi.
No, not right. I don't think that makes sense, and I don't like that.
Yeah, possibly.
What's IRC?
Internet relay chat.
Oh yeah, you were into that. I forgot. How's that been?
It's alright. They come on every now and then. They're always having conversation about something or the other. Someone brings up something random and people talk about it. It's pretty much it. But yeah, it got me through some tough times and yeah.
Well, that's good.
For a while, like I was in, like you just get like the worst of people you meet on the internet on IRC, and sometimes when it comes to me, like I'm always like kind of on the bottom when it comes to life in general. So back in 2014 or whatever, I was on IRC, but that was my only escape. Kind of like I didn't have any possible way to like escape my life that time. So yeah, I mean it's kind of weird, but yeah, you have more white supremacists who are completely atheists than you have the Christian nationalist white supremacists. So if you're Christian, you can't really be uh, in any ways like you know like you have to follow the Christian way, which does not involve distinguishing between races and stuff. But are there any Christian nationalist groups near you or around the place?
I'm sure there are. I don't hang out with them. I'm not Christian, and I don't abide by those types of beliefs.
Yeah. Well, they invent this whole deep state stuff, right? And no one really knows if the deep state exists or whatever. But it's it's starting to become kind of clear that the deep state was entwined with whatever else kind of conspiracy, and somehow all this stuff relates to itself, I guess.
What's on your agenda for today, Frosty?
It's 9:30 p.m.
All right.
I'll head to bed in a bit.
What's on your agenda for this weekend?
I finished my work for the week already.
That's tight.
So I'm gonna, yeah, I'll do some topic searching, learn some stuff online.
Have you ever written on Mortal Online 2?
I have, yes, but yeah, there's only so much you can obsess over all these things. Like, you can't talk to anyone online if they have like the crippling addiction type thing from Mortal Online too. You can't have these. You can't be so addicted to a video game that you promise yourself more of it just so you can feed that addiction, right? And it becomes an addiction, trust me. The stuff goes like on forever. People have to take it seriously. If people don't take it seriously, they're put in line to make make you think that it's serious. And it is serious because for the most part, like you're dealing with people's time, I guess. But that's about it. It's like, you know,
Okay.
it's just a bunch of people who have no other way to spend their time, I guess. I don't think some people realize entirely that, like sometimes it's not possible to have social uh, meetings anymore. It's not possible to have a group of friends anymore. All this kind of stuff post COVID. These dudes I meet on Twitch, they're pretty cool.
That's cool.
But yeah. You back.
Okie doke, pimp.
Done CIA blackmail. Or is this basically not? We're never going to definitively know that. Or will we? Well, we have a lot of conjecture. We have a lot. A gun to my head. That's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to say that's what it was. But is the disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain leverage and control over our politicians? And is that one of the big reasons that they do not want it out?
Much more than we can
Well,
say
that's all true.
in this
I mean, look at
time that we have here.
Monica Lewinsky was a Masonic.
The last part of the book
Yeah,
is
yeah, but it's
the
coming out.
only thing that we have
They were tapping the
in
White
about
House.
his own words,
So,
because he wrote them in
and
Hebrew.
they don't want to hit us on some big corruption deal because much Israeli operators are involved in corruption with our people as well. Right? What do you got? Some limited
Very
little
beautiful poetic passage of a few pages in length, in which he speaks to his soul in the first person. He speaks to his soul and how he needs his soul to focus and be disciplined and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the bakasha, in which it's after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has a long prayer to God. he has a discussion in the 10th chapter, and when she says, he exhorts people to read the Tochacha and the Bakasha, these two sections, with some regularity, after having said a few cycles of Psalms and things like that, in order to develop spiritually to the next level. I personally, I've gone through the levels before, but I totally forgot it, and I don't know anybody who actually follows this regimen. I'm going to ask around some of my rabbi friends to see if they can enlighten me as to who actually
spent his childhood in Moscow until his family moved to the USA following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Lex's father was a plasma physicist and began teaching at Drexel University. Lex and his brother would follow in their father's footsteps and also attend Drexel University, where Lex would obtain his bachelor's, master's, and a PhD. Now, Drexel University is a respected school, and anyone would be proud to graduate from there, especially with 3 separate degrees. Anyone except for Lex. What's interesting is that on all of Lex's personal media, he never mentions Drexel University, not even once. He never mentions he went there. He never talks about it on podcasts. Nothing. He and his dad had a podcast years ago, who, keep in mind, is a professor at Drexel, but that podcast has been scrubbed clean from the internet. Even going through his catalog, you won't find podcasts on it. What's weird is that you can find Drexel articles about Lex, and even this really old post where he confirms that he went there on his Wikipedia, which he's not in control of, by the way. It says Drexel University. Lex claimed that this was an attack on him for no good reason. Slander. Now note this pattern of behavior for Lex. Every time he's confronted on something shady or something that doesn't add up, he plays victim. Try looking up Drexel on his subreddit and nothing will come up. In fact, if you even mention Drexel on his subreddit or tweet at him about Drexel University, you'll almost certainly be banned or blocked. Even if you're just saying, hey, wait, didn't you go to Drexel? So what gives? Well, he does mention his association with MIT constantly. Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds.
Hello, everyone. This is Henry.
MIT truth-telling podcast aficionado. Other people will say he's a lying industry plant who pushes certain narratives based on whatever will make him famous under the guise of neutrality and working for a greater good. When I first encountered Lex Friedman, I saw him as more of the man taught at MIT and had an academic paper endorsed by Creek and Elon Musk. That's pretty remarkable stuff, but the more I look into this man, the more I realize that almost everything he does is deceptive, embellished, or just a flat-out lie. This guy has one of the most popular podcasts in the world, yet somehow also has zero charisma.
For people who are not familiar, what is someday or night a demon? By the way, he has a demon introduced this thought experiment. What if someday or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness?
He'll humiliate himself on podcasts despite claiming to be an alpha male. He has an extremely shady background that nobody can make sense of, other than accusing him of being an intelligence asset, which might hold more weight than I originally thought. So let's try and get to the bottom of who is Lex Friedman. Lex was born in the Tajik Soviet Republic in 1983 to Russian Jewish parents. He spent his childhood in Moscow until his family moved to the USA following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Lex's father was a plasma physicist and began teaching at Drexel University. Lex and his brother would follow in their father's footsteps and also attend Drexel University, where Lex would obtain his bachelor's, master's, and a PhD. Now, Drexel University is a respected school, and anyone would be proud to graduate from there, especially with 3 separate degrees. Anyone except for Lex, apparently. What's interesting is that on all of Lex's personal media, he never mentions Drexel University, not even once. He never mentions he went there. He never talks about it on podcasts. Nothing. He and his dad had a podcast years ago, who, keep in mind, is a professor at Drexel, but that podcast has been scrubbed clean from the internet. Even going through his catalog, you won't find podcasts on it. What's weird is that you can find Drexel articles about Lex, and even this really old post where he confirms that he went there on his Wikipedia, which he's not in control of, by the way. It says Drexel University. Lex claimed that this was an attack on him for no good reason, slandering him even.
Now, note this pattern of behavior for Lex. Every time he's confronted on something shady or something that doesn't add up, he plays victim. Try looking up Drexel on his subreddit, and nothing will come up. In fact, if you even mention Drexel on his subreddit or tweet at him about Drexel University, you'll almost certainly be banned or blocked. Even if you're just saying, hey, wait, didn't you go to Drexel? So what gives? Well, he does mention his association with MIT constantly, by the way. How he's a research scientist at MIT. How he taught at MIT. If you didn't do any research, you'd assume the only school Lex had affiliations with would be MIT.
I don't want to tell you
Lex has
no more
very
stuff.
What do you want to tell me, Frosty?
Some people don't kind of trust the media and in USA and other places. And what comes with that is that you have people who will willingly side with things that are not neutral, right? So you might be right about a lot of stuff, but on the other hand, they have to perpetuate their right to to expand whatever they want. It's got a lot to do with like how the media uses entertainment and Hollywood and stuff like that.
Judaism in the Iberian Peninsula really means. Today is the first of 3 lectures.
You know, you get it?
To look at the expulsion.
I think so.
We're just going to touch on it briefly today as sort of as passing.
If you watch a lot of these reporters who show up to
and I have to say, the more I study it, the more it amazes me.
These people who just in general kind of unfazed by how we need a narration to everything and all that stuff. So yeah, they're kind of going their own way in terms of what they believe to be equal in their own context, I guess. Because the media is all about equality. And very often that equality involves everyone stay in line to the normal broadcast of things, I guess.
You will be my 5th guinea pig. Here's how
kind of unfair, but that's how the government controls them, I guess. I don't know if the world was that safe anyway, it would make sense.
Europe is sort of like the fictitious place of foolish Jews, and you remember the joke about the bread, and he drops the bread. That's how it goes. So this joke is about a horse thief. So there's this horse thief in hell, and he's one night he's going to this Jewish man's barn, and he finds a horse there. Kind of an old
their main
but, you know, he's not
approach was against the right wing. All of them, like each one of them. Jordan Peterson showed up.
And so the Jew,
people kind of knew, like,
he opens up his door. He says, "What's going on? What's going on there?"
They have a weak side when it comes to making rational arguments. If you're conservative right wing.
Trees there, and he says, "What's going on? Who's out there?" And so finally, the thief ties the horse to a tree, and he says, "It's me." And the farmer says,
I think in Judaism, you have like a lot of stuff that involves.
What happened to you? He says, yes, I'm Chaim, your horse.
Like in general, the Jewish people believe themselves to be on a mission from God, but that also involves some tolerance towards people of other cultures and faiths, I guess.
I was reincarnated as a horse, and I was sent to work for
right, because like
you, and
it's
to pay off my debt. And as of today, my debt has
we believe that we're here to help heal the world.
And now I've been transformed into a human being again.
Yeah.
And the farmer, credulous skull knight that he is so amazed with this story. He says, "This is fantastic. I have to bring you inside, meet the Rebbitzin. come on in. He sits them down at the table. They feed him and they clothe him. They ask him what it was like being a horse. He makes up a whole story, things like this. And at the end of the night, he says, "Listen, so you'll sleep over?" And he says, "No, I really do have to go. I can't stay. I have many places I need to go and many events that I need to make." So they say goodbye to him. He goes out to the forest and he unties the horse from a tree and takes him off. A couple of days later, the farmer decides that he's got to buy a new horse. So he goes into town to replace the horse. He goes to the horse market. He's looking at one horse, another horse, and all of a sudden he sees one horse that looks suspiciously familiar. He goes up to him. He sees it's the same coloration, about the same posture, same height. Checks its teeth, even checks the ear where there's a little nick from an earlier injury. And he looks the horse in the eye and he says, "Chaim, it's only been a few days. What did you do wrong this time?" Not that funny, right? But okay, I tried. I'll keep practicing until I get that joke.
I recently watched Rabbi talk about how he views Christians and how Jewish people view Christians and in general what he thinks of the Holy Trinity
This is
and
a
stuff.
screenshot I took this morning. We just hit 10,000 subscribers.
And it's got a lot to do with
kind of a nice number. I'm hoping YouTube will send me a little letter or put a little star on my
how
name or
even in
something,
Christian tradition,
but,
God the
there's
Father
actually,
is
10,000 is
the singular God,
that,
but at the same time,
75% of the people who
Christ
watch
comes
this
as both teacher and
not
savior,
subscribed. They just,
etc., etc., and all this
that's
kind of
great.
stuff.
So this number is actually quite a bit
So,
bigger, which is very exciting. And of course,
yeah,
the videos are also
for the most part, I believe that like
Okay. Another
if
really
Christ
important
says that
thing, this is
only through him you get to the Father, what it means is only through his teaching, right?
We're going to have a very
Basically,
simple right here in
and then,
this room.
of course, there's other things like sin and
Poetry reading.
formation of the church, institution of the Eucharist, all that stuff. And then you have the Holy Spirit, which is once again another complicated issue. Because the only reasonable explanation is that the Holy Spirit is the angel of the Lord, the angel, not any angel, the angel of the Lord who stands in the presence of God, etc. Because the Holy Spirit cannot be Christ's Spirit, right? And once again, it's what you call the Ruach, right? So in Judaism, do they believe that the Ruach is also an incarnate person?
Ruach?
And he is, by the way, perhaps the number one most popular professor.
Yeah.
Was a
The
person?
Holy Spirit.
We believe that it's like wind, breath, or spirit, but not that it's a real person. It's like it's like the breath of God.
Yeah. So I guess it's like the same idea is that the angel of the Lord is, yeah. So in Christianity, the only way to figure this stuff out is to compare timelines, Old Testament, New Testament, and right now, to be honest, we're living in the Revelations time. If it can be called a testament, like people who have understood the Old Testament, understood the Gospel, and are now understanding end time revelations and how it affects the church and stuff. So yeah, it's always that.
Especially important to the Portuguese.
Yeah, you have a Godhead, and if you have a Godhead in the Trinity and all three are God,
in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese
becomes a problem when God the Father is obviously superior to Christ and like the singular God. But what happens also is that Jesus did proclaim himself to be the Son of God. So
almost completely on
Yeah.
scientific matters and
One of
turned
those
his mind to
things where you have to
Jewish,
wonder, like,
and he wrote a very
if
important historical
Jesus
account
is
of the
consubstantial with the
world and
Father.
of the
That
Iberian
basically means
period as well. In Sefer Yuchasin. So
he holds the same
changed,
divinity or
became
whatever.
much more of a
So,
Jewishly motivated. In this sense, he's
yeah.
very much like the greatest of the Iberian masters that we've looked at. People like Maimonides.
And the whole sin thing comes down to, yeah,
were able to excel in
it's
their
always been
secular
there even before
activities
Christ, but
and in their
like
Jewish activities.
final offering or whatever.
After perhaps the last we will study in 2 weeks is Don Isaac.
But yeah, if you count it like Old Testament, Lord the Father, New Testament, type, and Revelations time is all pretty much like the Holy Spirit, because I've written in one of my articles like the Spirit of God in the Old Testament is different from the Holy Spirit that type sent down to the apostles or whatever.
This is his grandson, by the way.
Because yeah, so it's almost like the breath of spirit from the God the Father and God the Son.
His activity was primarily.
And yeah, this ties directly with the whole other thing. But, and I know you have I know I kind of keep rambling on, but the whole part that I tell you about how we go from things being limited and boundary oriented to a sudden awakening or change, that everything starts to move in a different direction or whatever it is. A return to poetic form, and that poetic form tends to delve into depth a bit more, etc., etc. It becomes less physical relationship, and it becomes more the part you decide and stuff like that.
Respecting the influence of planetary bodies on human affairs throughout the Talmud and later.
I don't know if you understood that part entirely, or even if, like, as a rabbi, you relate to it. Because I know, like, I don't know if that's part of your Jewish tradition, like, you guys have a kind of consequence of time thing that happens.
A consequence of time?
Yeah, like things moving from what they were and how they are now.
And what's your question? Do we have a consequence of time?
Yeah, so if it's stated that it's not stated entirely in the Bible, but people know, Bible scholars often know that there's a time when everything is apportioned by just these boundaries, limitations, and you have a certain role to fulfill, and then after that, everything that was part of that natural order gets taken on to a different level where the person becomes the animate entity and starts to it's almost like what was kind of like death before becomes more part of you, or somehow you, it's a reversal. Like, say if you were going to go to an actual hell, and what if that hell becomes a different kind of more more worldly oriented hell, you could say.
This is actually quite likely the actual room that he stood in as he spoke about
I was just asking you if you guys have the kind of consequence of time. It's not mentioned clearly in the Bible, but we know for mostly know for a fact that there's some sort of awakening that happens, and it happens to everyone living here, you know.
World history. We see so few elements of this throughout the last few centuries, but this is one of those brief periods when, because of his.
I mean, we do have certain consequences of time when it comes to Shabbat and like our calendar. there's an idea of tikkun olam, which is repairing the world and having time and a moral responsibility. And then I guess like we have messianic time, where we're awaiting the messianic era, basically the time of Mashiach. The consequences, though, are individualized and can be forgiven generally during Yom Kippur, during Kol Nidre.
Yeah.
Take a big step forward from the Talmud in terms of understanding things such as the appearance of the moon, the renewal of the moon, the calculation of the seasons. And this is, by the way, something which is essential to Judaism. It's one of those ironic things that one of the first Jewish publications that are ever put out, especially when a community moves to a new region, one of the first things they put out is this listing of all the Chinese restaurants, and then immediately after that, they put out a calendar. Calendars are crucial because we are bound to the calculation of the Passover holiday, Yom Kippur, all kinds of things like this. So this is a long pursuit of Jews, is understanding exactly how to determine the calendrical cycle of the year for ritual purposes. Let us recall, just a slight kind of like footnote on this, the Jewish calendar is extremely complicated. The Christians follow basically a solar calendar, which is a little complicated because it doesn't work out to exactly 365 days a year. Hence, you have to have a leap year. There are actually more than one calendrical variations. Europe moved away from the old Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which was losing a day every 10 years, I think it was, or every century.
Like, for example, the cherubim, I think the cherubim kind of represent
so they actually have an 11-day gap.
The modern life of
the Muslims
whatever
calendar, which goes according to the 12 lunar months.
It represents the modern time, but back then. So it's noticed that the cherubim kind of represented that back then, but whatever it is now is different.
The Jewish calendar basically follows a lunar pattern, just like the Muslims
It's
but there are certain
in the Bible where it mentions the cherubim, and on either side is one throne and another throne, and the seraphim in between, I think.
And in order to make that happen, we have a complicated 19-year cycle of leap months. That an entire month is added to make sure that Passover always falls out in the springtime. Hence, our fascination with the calendar goes back a long time.
Sometimes I read stuff in the Bible and it wonders of dreams, visions, in certain cases where there's description.
With Abraham Zacuto's works that he asked them to be translated.
One of those is like Vision of the Cherubim, I guess. It's like,
languages, Romance languages,
yeah.
The period, and also into Latin. And the bishop ordered that all of these Jewish writings should be stored permanently in the library of the cathedral. Rather impressive. The language stuff is also very interesting because this is a period of great linguistic flexibility and transition when the Jews had a tremendous advantage because they were historically quite, I was going to say the word polyglotish, but that doesn't sound very nice, does it? They're multilingual. Polyglottish sounds terrible. It sounds like something that's a condition. You have to go see a doctor. Oh my gosh, I'm so polyglottish today. Okay, let us look to this subject of what exactly is science and take a little bit of a broader perspective on Spartan and science. And here's one of the most interesting things that he did, by the way. He also engineered a massive technological revolution by taking
All right, Rabbi, I'll take care of these now.
Take care, Pam.
And he designed them out of copper.
Yeah, thanks for talking.
Absolutely, buddy. Love having you here.
Astrolabes from the 15th century as a result of his innovations. But they're also much more accurate because wood, of course, is subject to the vagaries of moisture and time and things like that. Just to remind you what the astrolabe was for.
Ask Lex Friedman is a super genius, former professor at MIT, truth-telling podcast aficionado. Other people will say he's a lying industry playing grifter who pushes certain narratives based on whatever will make him famous under the guise of neutrality and working for a greater good. When I first encountered Lex Friedman, I saw him as more of the man taught at MIT and had an academic paper endorsed by Creto and Elon Musk. That's pretty remarkable stuff. But the more I look into this man, the more I realize that almost everything he does is deceptive.
The height of a tall building or a mountain far away, you line up one arm with the top of that building, the way it looks in your naked eye, and you line up a horizontal with the bottom of that mountain, and then when you've got it moves, and you've got it lined up properly, you can then simply take the measurement, place it on a scale, and calculate how tall that big building is and how far away it is. You can do the same thing with planetary bodies, so you can measure how big the moon is, how far the moon is from other planets, all kinds of amazing things that were, impossible without this amazing little device. And it allowed for, finally, easy navigation of the seas without, local landmarks or to move away from shore for any distance because you could keep your bearings with the stars. So making it into copper, later into bronze, was exceptionally important in terms of the durability of this device. He was associated very closely with it, as were many Jews of the time. But what exactly is science? We've already talked about the way that astronomy and astrology kind of melded together. There's basically, at this time, we're still working with medieval trivium and quadrivium definition of the classic ideas of what is the essence of scientific knowledge. The trivium, or three items, was grammar, rhetoric, and dialectics. These are kind of like the basic humanities that you just had to know if you were going to be an educated person. It's ironic that of the three, we basically only study a little bit of the first one, and that's primarily at the primary and secondary levels. Like, how many people really know how to use a comma well? Not too many of our freshmen, I'll tell you that. We really work hard on the commas. And apostrophes, forget about it. Rhetoric, we only have one course in rhetoric. It is a required course, thank God, the principles of public speaking. But this is a subject that people used to spend years and years studying how to speak effectively, how to argue effectively, and it's largely down the wayside. And dialectics, which is basically logic, you only study this if you're going to go into math or if you're going to go into philosophy, things like that, maybe into law. So we really, the trivium has been watered down significantly. We also have, however, the quadrivium, which was four other cool things people should learn. Arithmetic, of course, mathematics. Music, which we have also basically lost. It's very rare for people to actually study music at a higher level. Third is geometry, which related, of course, to arithmetic, but much more in the physical sciences. And then finally, astrology/astronomy, because these two things were not clearly defined from each other. You'll note that this is the period of time, the 13th, 14th century, the Renaissance, when the idea of wisdom being too big for any one person to handle is just beginning to take hold. You still have what you call the Renaissance man, people like Da Vinci, Michelangelo, who are doing it all. But the idea that, maybe we should break this out, maybe we should specialize, because you're just not going to be able to find people who can manage all these things. To be a doctor, a magister, at this time, was someone who really could handle all world knowledge, basically. You could grasp it all. It's divided into these sections, but this is going to be fading, and shortly thereafter we'll have our faculties of arts and science that will specialize in various things. One of the most important roles that Jews played was in bringing, as we saw in an earlier lecture when we talked about literature, bringing Greek wisdom through its Arabic translation into the Christian environment. It's Arabic into Latin, Greek into Arabic into Latin. And many of the figures who played a role in this transmission of Greek wisdom through Arabic transmission into the Christian environment were converts, such as this individual, Petrus Alphonsus, who is also known as Moshe Asfaradi, Moses the Sephardi, who was a Spanish Jew who moved to Europe, to Christian Europe, and converted to Christianity, and then made a career essentially out of translating what he remembered from when he grew up in Andalus, what he remembered of Arabic science for Christian readers. You can see in this piece of art here, he's having a debate with Moses himself. Moses, of course, is depicted as Jewish. This is a hat which the Jews were required to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. It's called the Yud Kavod, the Jewish hat. You can see it's related to the witch's hat and to the dunce cap, things like that, which because there's obviously a silly hat makes people look absurd, that kind of thing. Petrus, on the other hand, although he's wearing a turban, which is meant to look kind of like Middle Eastern, sort of exotic, he still has a much more dignified bearing than Moses. Moses here, these hand gestures, by the way, are really complicated in medieval art. They actually tell a whole story based on how the hands are motivated, are depicted. Moses is here. Moses is trying to explain a complicated subject, and Petrus is making it very simple with his declarative finger in the air. This is like an aggressive gesture in medieval art. I'm telling you, buddy, with a strong kind of pointing gesture. In many homes, even to this day, of course, pointing is considered rude. My wife doesn't like when the kids point like that. So, anyways, this is like Petrus Alphonsus is like one of these many, many Jews who are not especially learned. He was not like the brightest kid in yeshiva, but he knew a lot because, the general level of literacy of Jews was quite high in multiple languages. He had a smattering of logic, a smattering of the sciences, and he made his way into Christian Europe, where people are still living on, mud floors and sleeping with their animals in their barns to keep warm and things like that. And he knew so much that he was immediately a celebrity. When you have real people like Ibn Ezra come into the north and offer the same kind of information on a much more sophisticated level than people like Petrus Alfonsi who are out of a job, but there is nevertheless always a market for Jews who sort of jump over the wall and sell the secrets to the larger population. He was a little bit of a kind of a strange bird. Here is one of his drawings in which he attempted to unify the four-letter name of God, the Tetragrammaton, shown here in this representation, with the Christian Trinity, and he had like this whole kind of like pseudo-theology built around these ideas. That's kind of anyways, Petrus Alphonsus proposed a seven-part division of science that looks like this. Dialectics, arithmetic, geometry, physics. Physics is basically medicine. Music, astronomy, and then the seventh subject is unfortunately lost. Some have argued that he believed the seventh science was necromancy, meaning black magic, using the dead to achieve metaphysical aims or theurgic aims. Philosophy or perhaps grammar. All this to say that science at this time is producing some tremendous technological achievements. Astrolabe is one of those amazing things that suddenly allows people to, kind of iPhone their way out of the dial-up zone of history. But they're not exactly sure how to catalog it, how to manage it in a sophisticated way. That will come over the great scientific explosions that will occur here. Now, as I mentioned, the role that many of these Jewish scholars play, and I would have to
Morals are facts. As long as it makes him money, it makes him feel good. So he signal boosted Lex super hard to the point of even appearing on his podcast after only 18 episodes. This has caused people to call Lex an industry plant, which, depending on if you consider this a plant move by Musk, could be true because it blew Lex up into mainstream podcasting. Some random AI researcher almost overnight became one of the biggest podcasters in the world, pushing Lex as an intellectual who went to MIT and is a trusted source when it comes to research, even if none of those things are true, or at least half true. Ever since this interview with Elon, Lex has been an absolute Musk and Tesla meat grinder. He will stop at no self-awareness to defend his hero Elon. While Elon could be considered Lex's jumpstart, his appearance on Rogan was what truly solidified him as a podcasting mainstay. Joe, being immune to bullshit, was immediately enthralled by Lex Friedman. Thinking this man was a super genius, he got him connected to some of the most influential people in podcasting, like Brendan Schaub. This left Lex and Joe with almost completely overlapping audiences, with Joe being the more Neanderthal brain one and Lex being the alleged intellectual. Speaking of Neanderthal brain, I want you to imagine this. Me arriving at the Melbourne airport. I am jet-lagged, can barely function, and I'm forced to stand in a line at a cell phone kiosk to get a SIM card so I can use my phone. The attendant speaks an incomprehensible dialect of English known as Australian, and it takes me well over an hour to finally have my phone up and running. None of this would have happened if I used Saley, easily my favorite sponsor to grace this channel. Saley is an eSIM app that I have literally recommended to every single person in my life that travels. I even used it when I went to VidCon last month, and it was a lifesaver. My phone plan requires I pay $14 per day when I go abroad and use data. Saley charged me the same price for a data plan that lasted me a week. But when I added the code GHOSTGUM at checkout, it was actually cheaper than 1 day of roaming data. And pretty much no matter where you're going, Saley will have you covered. I mean, look at all the countries they have. You're basically good anywhere. My mom and sister were a bit skeptical, but after they checked a few other apps, they said Saley had by far the best prices, which you can take advantage of by scanning the QR code on screen or clicking the link below and using code GHOSTGUM to get 15% off. And even if you're not traveling, you can use Saley to top up your data and save some money. It also immensely helps out the channel, so check them out if you're in the market. Use the QR code on screen or link in description. And if you want to support these videos, this is the best way to do it. Since Lex had captured an audience similar to Joe Rogan's, he felt the need to be like Joe Rogan, which has led to some hilariously embarrassing moments like this.
I learned more in these masks than I have in all my years. I learned more about life off mine than these masks than I have in all the years. If you want to be the best in the world at something like I do, I want to build robots better than anybody else in the world. Or whether that's knitting or yodeling, anything. You have to work, but you have to work hard.
It was around this time when people started to realize Lex does better when he's pseudo-intellectually rambling about AI, and not when he's trying to be an alpha male. Because he went to the Elon Musk school of cool, where being good at one thing is not enough. You can't just be a smart guy. You have to be the ultimate gamer, the ultimate musician, the best at everything. And much like when Elon does this, when Lex does it, it's insanely cringe. Now, for those of you who can't stomach cringe, I'm giving you a warning that this is one of the worst clips I've ever seen. You have been warned.
The desert, I met a man with an eagle perching on his hand, and he asked me, son, what can I do for you? In this cruel world, there is a man you should listen to as you journey on to life. His name is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, shoulders for days and a really wide bag. Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan, barrel of snakes for a bag.
You fucked up. You should have never done that talk. It was terrible. I can't put my finger on it, but I think what makes Lex so embarrassing is he's trying insanely hard to make it look like he's not trying, if that makes sense. Once you notice that he's a transparent figure, it makes everything he does grown-worthy. I mean, this guy basically faked his way to the top and is now still faking it. Lex has been getting ever more political lately. While claiming to be a centrist, he clearly has a bias, especially towards Trump and Elon or whoever else might take interest in his takes. Now, what's interesting is Lex can get bigger profile guests than Joe Rogan. Like, this guy had Jeff Bezos, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Oliver Stone on his podcast, plus all the high-profile Rogan guests like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and even Trump. This has led to some people questioning if his rise is authentic. Even Rogan adjacent comedians are perplexed by the rise of Lex. What I think is more likely is that Lex has proven himself to be a puppet who will say whatever benefits people. Look at Elon Musk, for example. He will say whatever benefits Elon Musk and will never criticize him. Obviously displayed by his academic paper that greatly benefited him, despite if it was true or not, but even just the way he talks about Elon. Other powerful people with special interests noticed this and started going on Lex's show. This then naturally raises the prestige of the show. I was on Lex's show, the same show as Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg. This is why Lex benefits from grifting as an unbiased, unopinionated academic, because people who believe him look at him as a trusted source who's going to give you the facts, even if that's not true at all. Not as a guy whose show acts as a mouthpiece for rich and powerful people to push their agenda, regardless of facts. Lex claims that he will talk to anyone and everyone in a respectful way, and that he has no bias, but anybody who's watched his show knows that that's not true at all. You can see using his own words, like when he refused to acknowledge January 6th as a coup attempt, despite him talking to an actual historian about it, which, by the way, most people, regardless of political belief, will say that this was a coup attempt. But by far the worst example of this is when he interviewed President Zelensky of Ukraine, which might be one of the worst high-profile interviews of all time. Now, before we talk about why that interview's so bad, we have to talk about love.
It's about love. Mention love. Why do we humans fall in love? Put love out into the world. I gotta ask you about love. Bukowski had this line about love being a fog that dissipates with the first light of reality.
Lex has this embarrassing obsession with the concept of love. He is constantly talking about love like a teenager who tried mushrooms for the first time. Why can't we all just love each other, man? It's super corny that a guy with as much academic background as Lex thinks that all problems in the world can be solved as if it's a fucking Disney princess movie.
I definitely seek that kind of love with a life partner, with a person that I could, how does the saying goes, ride or die with. I can bury the bodies with them.
Most of the time it's just cringe and harmless, but sometimes it's downright delusional. Like straight up asked Zelensky if he could forgive Putin with the power of love, which is maybe one of the dumbest things I've heard in my entire life. If somebody murdered your entire family and friends, would you use the power of love to forgive them? Lex heavily pressed Zelensky on Russia and the war and asked him some pretty hard-hitting questions, but will not give that same hard-hitting attitude to the other side. So with all this talk about love, Lex must be this stoic figure that really cares for all humans, except much like his entire persona, it's all an act. Proven when Mark Norman shared a story of Lex freaking out at a lady because her printer wasn't working.
Well, what's fun is we did it in a hotel in New York. He was in town for some reason, and the printer wasn't working in the lobby, and I got to watch him yell at the lady behind the desk, and that was weird, seeing him not be that robot guy. He was like, what the hell, the printer isn't working? Get your shit together. And some girl like, I don't know.
Do you think Lex has love for her? Or better question, could he learn to forgive that printer? It's all a grift to prop up his image as this forgiving, nice guy intellectual. If you couldn't tell by watching the Zelensky interview, Lex is also a Russia shill. Now, it's not proof he's being paid by Russia like Tim Pool. We have to look a bit deeper when looking at Lex. Like when he was shitting on Zelensky after he met with Trump and Vance. But guys, he's totally unbiased and he's just looking for solutions, which is why he had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family. Totally unbiased, by the way. If you think the guy who had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family and was made famous by simping for Elon Musk is unbiased, I have an MIT academic paper to show you that I definitely wrote, and if any of you in the comments say otherwise, you will be permanently banned from commenting on my videos. Lex is also a big believer in free speech, which is why he literally blocks anybody who criticizes him. Alpha male Lex might be one of the most sensitive people on the planet. Lex's block list on Twitter is probably in the thousands at this point. He blocks people who glance at his profile the wrong way. Anybody who criticizes him, blocked. Anybody who says he should get a peer review on his academic paper, blocked. Anybody who points out the university that he went to, which was Drexel and not MIT, you guessed it, blocked. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm blocked after this video, so follow me for more updates on that. The censorship has gotten so bad on Lex's subreddit that they had to create another one just to actually discuss and criticize Lex. People were getting banned for just simply asking questions about Lex's background. And when they're not banned, sometimes we get a rare Lex sighting. Lex is so terminally online that he will randomly show up in comment sections to defend himself, saying that the internet is full of hateful, cruel people, but he still has his love for the Force. He disappears just as quickly once you question his ethics. Okay, but who cares about Lex, his personal life, or opinions? How is his podcast? Surely he must be a good interviewer. Joe Rogan, whether you like him or not, can carry a conversation. He's charismatic and can make even the most boring guests an entertaining chat most of the time. Lex does not have this same skill. His podcast is incredibly boring and slow. In fact, if you want to listen to it, turn up the speed because it becomes way more tolerable. Beyond the bias, shilling, and corniness, Lex just isn't a great conversationalist, which leads to some incredibly awkward and uncomfortable moments.
I'm as alpha in everything I do as he gets, and the fact that Joe Rogan said that I thought sensible.
There he is. What up, pimp?
Are you ready to play my power?
Yeah, let me just finish watching this. It's got another like 4 minutes. Is that okay? Excellent. I've been trying to watch it for a while.
Withholding information, sometimes straight up censoring information. It's left people asking, what does this guy even do? Who is this guy? People have taken notice of this, especially over the...
Did you know Hulk Hogan died? Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
He died at 71.
Did you know that Ozzy Osbourne died?
I just saw Hulk Hogan in an Instagram reel. Messing around and doing skits and stuff. Damn, RIP to that. That actually is fun, way more than Ozzy or Osbourne.
Or who else? Or who else? I heard the Ozzy Osbourne, but who else bummed you out? Or didn't bum you out? Yeah, what's his name though? Malcolm Jamal Warner. He was named after, I think, like Malcolm X, maybe. Malcolm Jamal Warner. But to Hulk Hogan, isn't that crazy?
Why is everyone dying?
I don't know. I don't know how he died. I'll have to do some research into it. But yeah, it's pretty wild.
I was watching a documentary on like this town that was getting destroyed by a volcano, and these guys were like filming it and like going up to the volcano, so like inches away from death.
All right, this has 20. It's got 5 minutes.
Tim Dillon had an impeccable rant about these pseudo-intellectual types that basically sums it all
It's
up.
about Lex Friedman. I'll tell you about it in a second.
It's great. It's great. 6 hours because he takes 6 minutes to ask each question. I love him. I'm just trying to stay in this. But he's great. He's a genius. Everyone says he's a genius. I don't know if he's a genius. What does he do? He's a coder? Yeah, for AI. So what does that even mean? So, like, does anyone have to ask credentials anymore? Everyone goes, Eric Weinstein's a genie. Does anyone know why? What? Is there anything they've done? No, truly, because all they do is talk. Is there anything they've built? Is there one appliance that they have anything to do with? Have they come up with something even like the Rotato, which peels and slices a potato as you could? Like, is there one thing any of them have done except whack off Elon Musk and talk? And you can't find a thing they... What is their job? What is any of their jobs? Into what? Why and who? Where? Where's the what? They all do research all day, but they're all on Clubhouse for 9 hours. What are they researching? They're just talking about trans people. They're all supposedly tech geniuses who's talking about who has a cock. I'm not a fan of women getting beaten up by men in sport, but it's like, these are the best minds of our time, and all they're talking about is if somebody's tucking the D.
It's convenient that Lex and these other guys say academia is being corrupted so their audience ignores them, when Lex has been shady or half-truthing about his academic background for years now. Guys like Lex have become mainstays in Joe Rogan's space. Therefore, because Joe Rogan is basically mainstream now, these guys also become mainstream. Joe Rogan, podcaster and alleged comedian, has arguably become more mainstream than mainstream news. If you told me this would happen a few years ago, I'd call you crazy. But now guys like Lex have been able to become the mainstream, and I'm not afraid to say they're all grifters. All of them. They love to wax on about how the mainstream media is biased, speech is being censored, and they're the last line of defense. My guy, you are the mainstream media now. You're biased, you censor people, and you misrepresent shit all the time. I think what drives people insane nowadays is insincerity. People who claim to be something that they're not. And that's the only word I need to describe Lex. Insincere. He's the perfect example of a grifter. He claims to be an unbiased, super genius alpha male. He is none of those things. He's an agenda-pushing grifter who desperately tries to fit into the Rogan sphere and continues to embarrass himself in the process. He claims to be all about love, but freaks out on random people, bans, and blocks anybody who mildly criticizes him. And most importantly, he's not a truth seeker. Lex is someone who just cares about blowing up his image and making himself more famous, which is fine. But don't pretend like you're not that. But the problem with Lex is he's in too deep now. He's grifted so hard, there's no going back. His entire persona and brand is propped up by the fact that he's an unbiased academic. If it somehow comes out that, hey, you didn't actually go to MIT, hey, some of your takes are pretty biased, you got put on by writing a bullshit paper. If any of this comes out, Lex is fucked. His whole brand and persona is shattered. That means less podcast views, no more dinners with Trump, no more conversations with world leaders and billionaires. So that's why Lex's strategy of playing victim and blocking people to control the narrative when he's called out is the only strategy that'll work for him. And the worst part is Lex's audience will continue to buy into his victim complex, that he's actually a really nice and smart guy who's getting attacked for no good reason. He isn't respected by academics. He isn't motivational. He's a boring as shit podcaster. So why the fuck do people watch him? There's a running joke within the podcast world that Lex is an intelligence asset. I had a good laugh at this until I watched this episode with Tim Dillon, where Lex gets a bit defensive about calling other people intelligence assets.
Not do things overtly with our military and with U.S. policy and get things passed through Congress. You have a shadow organization.
Now, I won't go into it due to YouTube's ad regulations, but the end of this podcast had everyone saying that Lex is in the Mossad. I believe this to be true, not because I know of any links or proof that Lex is in the Mossad, but because it's the only explanation on why one of the most boring podcasters ever gets to interview some of the most high-profile people on the entire planet. Also, recently, since the Trump and Elon falling out, Lex has said they need to do a podcast and solve their issues. So, yeah, think about who really gets hurt in the divorce.
Love is the answer, as some guy on some podcast once said.
There we go. Riser, you ready, big dog? Riser. 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 How you doing, Audie? How are you? Another day, girl. We're just getting through it as best we can.
I'm doing lovely. I'm maintaining the upper hand. And I will.
That's great.
I know I'm doing lovely.
No, 2 nights ago though, dude was like, all right, I'm not going to go into this for 5 years, but he told me that I should have sex with somebody, but just not in his car. What?
Wow.
Yeah, he's like, just don't do it in there. Like, what the fuck? I've actually never experienced something like this. Like, I've experienced like this, but this is, can't help but laugh. Thanks for listening.
I am. That's wild.
Do you have sex in the car, or you're not allowed to?
No, apparently I can have sex outside of the car. I mean, I can do anything that I want, but to be told that is just so odd.
Are you sending an invite?
Oh, you ready, pimp?
Yeah, but we're gonna do quick draw archery after Mancala.
No, we're not.
We'll play like 5 Mancala games, and then a quick draw archery, and then 5 Mancala games.
Well, let me ask. I'm at a disadvantage for that. Did you watch how to play Mancala?
No, I didn't. I still have no idea what I'm doing.
Did you know Mancala means to move in Arabic?
What's the game that sounds like Harambe? Am I missing something?
I don't know. Hey, did you know, Audie, did you know that Hulk Hogan died?
Wasn't that a couple years ago?
No, it was just today.
I figured that's what he said.
That was mine.
Yeah. He was very orange.
People said that he had hot dogs. People said he had hot dog skin.
I thought you were going to say Hodgkin's lymphoma. Yeah, he looks like
Good one, dude.
Services is planning to reform the nation's organ
Get it?
donation
Ask
system.
her.
The decision comes after an investigation found that a Kentucky organization started the process to remove organs from people who aren't dead. House lawmakers held a hearing Tuesday on safety issues and what can be done to improve the system, presumably including checking to make sure people are dead. More than 100 cases investigated had concerning red flags, with nearly 30 who might not have been dead when the procurement process began. Mark Roman, KFI News.
Are there aliens among us? Jessica Ortiz in Compton says she thinks so. Says her ring camera caught something walking by her home in the middle of the night.
GG.
Small dark creature appears to have an elongated head.
Nice draw.
Ortiz says she's convinced it's extraterrestrial. Paranormal investigators out in Vegas isn't so sure.
Let's who's going first.
Doug, I will purposefully next game. I will purposefully make sure you go first. I literally just do. I just do what it says as random. I will make sure you go first this time, even though it says first player random. I will agree with you that it's, even though it says it's random, it seems like I go first a lot. Would you like to be interviewed after that game? You're up. What are you talking about? On what?
When you set up the game.
Isn't there only one version? Dude, I can't believe I fucking lost. Garbage. This game is amazing.
Do you like pickles?
Love them.
Okay. How about the sweet ones?
I love all pickles.
Okay.
Did you know that all pickles are cucumbers, but not all cucumbers are pickles?
I've heard it before.
There you go.
Do you like to be interviewed after that game?
I do. I'd like to say RIP to Hulk Hogan, and may your memory be a blessing. Fuck.
Oh, one off. Oh my god.
No way. F this.
That's 2 in a row. I thought you were the next caller.
I miscounted. Fuck. This one was an ass kicking.
Wow. You can set it back to random. Oh, but that was 5 games, so archery first.
Hold on, you have an invitation. Now you're telling me all this stuff. We'll play archery next. Go. Dirty.
Can you make it 3 or no?
No way. Got it.
Oh, I missed calculus. Yeah. I missed calculus. I guess it's still not over. Quick drop.
Dude, this sucks. I'm already at a disadvantage. I'm at a disadvantage. That was good. That was really good. Oh, very good. I'm not beating this.
Who draws the best? Oh yeah, you take forever to shoot, that's why. Yeah. When you actually have to be fast. Way too slow. Way too slow.
I'm doing it as fast as I can on my phone.
Way too slow. Oh, nice. You can do it.
It moves faster on an iPad. Oh, nice one.
Way too slow. Nice. Well, needs 50. 5-10. There's one. 4 more in a row. 30 points away. 20 points away. 2 more. One more. Oh, no way.
How did I win?
You somehow sniped the 8 at the end.
How did I win?
Somehow got a high 1 more point than me. And somehow made the same amount of shots.
Excellent. Skee ball time.
You're gonna whine and complain about it.
You're up. That's a miss. 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 That's a make.
Why are those things so lame?
Let's see it, baby. Hey, look at you. You're finally starting to figure out how to play this game.
Yeah, might as well. I learned from the very best.
You are right about that one.
You think that Plato would send you like a fucking plaque for your wall of like playing 12 hours a day every day?
Yet I still don't play mini golf as much as Zoot.
That's true. That can't be true.
Zoot always had like 1,200 games, and I have like 800 games. Table soccer, baby. Dude, we're doing the crazy one. Are you gonna go?
How dare you?
Really passing your myth? What? I thought they weren't saying passing.
Said the trumpet player died this week in his home in New York, died of natural causes. Chuck Mangione was 84. A 14-year-old has been shot by someone during a burglary in Encino.
Oh no. No. Oh no.
Armed security guards are now patrolling neighborhoods. This follows the recent burglaries and murders of American Idol executive and her husband, who were shot and killed in their home 2 weeks ago. Some residents say the home security systems are not enough and hired armed patrols. Southern California Edison says it's starting a wildfire recovery compensation program this fall for those who lost homes, businesses, or rental properties in a wildfire. Pasadena, Gary Champ talking about it. It will also cover business interruption, smoke and ash damage, physical injury, and fatalities. Attorney Ali Moganis, who represents fire victims suing Edison, says news of the program is telling.
The details haven't been released yet, but if the past is any indication, we know that this is going to be an attempt by SCE to set up quickly, cheaply, and quietly.
He tells KTLA that's not going to work. He says he's looking forward to trial next year. We're going to go to the 5 next.
Thorson Buick and GMC is where you want to head if you still want a great 4th of July deal. Because guess what? Yes, it is July 24th, but it is 4th of July all month long at Thorson Buick and GMC. They've got over 400 vehicles in stock, including 68 brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500s now. Here's the deal. The deal for 4th of July, it's still good for you if you're part of the KFI Thorson family. Right now, qualified buyers get 20% off MSRP. That's huge, 20% off. This is all for you, the KFI family, and you're not going to have to deal with any of the baloney, the BS that you usually have to do when you go to a car dealership. This is why I bought my truck at Thorson. Call Ted or Tom. Ted's the GM. Tom owns the place. Tell them I sent you. They will hook you up with KFI exclusive deals. No games, no gimmicks, no BS. It's all happening right now. Thorson Buick GMC. Go get yourself the best deal you'll find this summer. They're right on the GM.
Oh, wow.
Visit ThorsonMotorCenter.com. ThorsonMotorCenter.com.
Southland weather. KFI, sunny, highs mid 70s, mid 80s for Metro LA. Mid 80s to low 90s in the valleys, mid 80s to low 90s and windy in high desert. Low 70s at the beaches, around 80 inland OC, 80s to low 90s high and windy. Right now, 69 in Irvine, 72 in La Palma. It's full on the 5 in East LA.
Northbound side insurance company still getting away from the 60 in the East LA interchange, pretty much all the way up to the 2 freeway. Gets better, a little better after that as you make your way to Atwater Village, all the straight ends from there. Meanwhile, the 605 is a bit slow on the southbound side heading towards Rose Hills. We've got a crash there on Rose Hills Road, offering southbound 605 4 vehicles. Looks like they're all in the left lane traffic. Quickly backed up to the 10 freeway on the southbound side of the 605. Speedy. And some good news coming from Rialto, the 10 freeway westbound, right before Riverside Avenue. That earlier crash is quickly cleared traffic. Still, it's going to be a while before it empties out back on the 215. Will close right. Let us know if you're stuck in a jam. Pound 250 on your cell. Keyword KFI traffic.
I can't think about my Uncle Chris without thinking about the craziest night of my life. The Uncle Chris podcast tells the story of my Uncle Chris, a real character, a garbage truck driver from South Carolina who's an outfitter alongside the founding families of Animal. Wild stories about adventure, romance, crime, history, and more intertwined as they share the tall tales of hard truths to help you understand Uncle Chris. Listen to Uncle Chris on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Uncle Chris and start listening to the free iHeartRadio app today.
Help a plan with a tip from iHeartRadio. Spending time outdoors can improve overall health and wellness. Celebrate Earth Day and take advantage of nature's health benefits by visiting a local park. Recreate responsibly to protect yourself and others, and to make the outdoors safe and welcoming for people of all identities and abilities. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable
Garbage.
Yeah. You haven't made like a single pass this game. I just realized.
There's a pass, son. Do you know what Canadian Pacific Flight 21 was? No, it was the largest mass murder in Canada's history or something. Oh, fuck.
Let's hear about it.
I don't know anything about it. There's a podcast about it.
How is it a murder if it was a plane crash?
Could be a bomb. Do you know what the dragon attack is, son? It's like I looked you dead in the eye, blew hot breath on your face, and slapped you in the mouth. Pimp slapped you in the mouth.
Thank you.
You're welcome, girl. Whoa. Oh, that was a pass?
I've had that. Then they went in for an
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna just J your? Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your?
Really?
Really? Rise, are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your?
Are?
Rise, are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your?
My thing's online again.
Oh.
That was a little too close for comfort.
Take a shot on goal, son.
That's not a pass. Thank you.
How is that a pass? There's some glitch in this game where we're passing to each other's teams.
Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to happen.
No, it's not. There's a glitch.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yep.
Got him. Like that.
Oh,
What a goal! What a goal!
that was a little long and boring. Nothing like Moncala. Riser, you're going first, son.
Sweet Moncala.
You're going first, son.
Easy. No way! Come on.
How'd you like that play, pimp?
That one stung a lot.
Shoot. Doesn't matter. Game over. This bitch is done. GG, pimp. All right, bear with me. Just want to see if anybody said anything about me. Okay. Are you ready to play Blitz?
What does that mean?
Blitz League?
Oh, that game sucks.
Why do you think it sucks?
Mini golf.
Okay, but play Blitz League. Just learn how to play it. It's a new game we can put in our repertoire.
Why does it take so long to load? Is there a point of like other lanes?
Yeah.
What's that?
To score on the other guy.
It seems to all damage the other person's health. I didn't mean to hit that lane. No! It should let you spam these things a lot quicker. Oh, it gives you an 8? Perfect. Fuck that. Where's my 8? Bullshit. Literally the... Hurry up! Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Why are you able to go through like that? What the fuck? Alright, mini. Oh no, basketball.
Are you sending me an invite?
Sure. One sec. Where the hell is it? I don't see it.
Okay, then I'll send it to you because you suck.
Legitimately, I don't think it's here. They removed it. You gotta do 5 rounds next time.
No, 5 rounds sucks.
Okay.
That's a miss. That's a make. Oh, swish. 2 swishes. Oh, this man is on fire, folks. This man is on fire. 12. That's his high.
Everyone pay attention to what not to do here. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Are you proud?
Proud as a peacock. Riser with the hoop. Hoops moving, dog. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. Time runs out.
That lasted 2 seconds. I got one.
What do you want me to do, dog? What do you want me to do? You want me to recount time?
Fucking timer is bullshit. You're not even going, dog. Your time's up. You're done.
It's tied. It all comes down to this, B. Are you ready?
How did the fucking time you? What the fuck?
GLAMOROUS, y'all. GLAMO. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What a big round.
9.
He just ended it.
9.
He just stopped his streak.
9.
The streak is over, folks.
Miss.
The streak is over.
Needs 3 in a row. Done.
Finally, you got me. Skee ball time. Why don't you like? Why don't you like skee ball, dog? You're gonna go to sleep?
No, I'd say I'd rather play Blitz League than that.
All right. Well, you're up, dog, and everybody's waiting on you. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. He got 1. He got 1. That's good, dog. I'm going to destroy you now. I'm going to get 3.
We'll see about that. Two balls left. 1 ball.
Whatever you do, don't miss. Why did you steal my strategy? Dog, you got 1. Now I'll show you how a champ does it. It's close.
0 for 3.
It's,
0 for 4.
it's close.
0 for 5. 0 for 6. 0 for 7. 0 for 8. 0 for 9.
You're up, pimp. That's a make. 2 makes. This game is over. Riser 1. Oh, 3 makes? This game is over. I shouldn't even go.
Let's see what you got. First ever skee ball win. You can defend it. You need 4. You need 4. There's 0.
There's another 0. There's 1.
I feel like you're being facetious.
5 left. 4 left. Needs to sink these next 3. He sinks 1. Oh. I won.
Moncala. I'll let you go first since you always bitch about it.
Me to go? Thank you.
Oh, what? We do have to play that. All right, but play Moncala first because this game rules.
You're up, big dog.
I'm going, baby. Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Police are investigating a deadly attack at an apartment complex in Montebello. This man who lives in the area says his daughter heard screaming early this morning.
Somebody was sitting with metal or something. The dog was barking.
He says it sounded like screams for help. One neighbor said she woke up to the sound of police sirens and saw a person's body on the ground. 2 people were killed, possibly with a hatchet. One is a boy. A woman and a girl have severe head injuries. LA County DA Nathan Hochman is taking what he calls a heart-filled approach that's taking office.
Oh, shoot.
It's been a pleasure. I'll return shortly.
We'll miss you.
You're not going.
Fuck you. Bye-bye.
Peace, girl. Fuck this.
Oh, that's the loss. Mathematically.
All right.
Yeah, fine.
I know we have to play golf, but just give me a second. Pardon me. It's like you looked me dead in the eye, blew hot breath on my face, and pimp slapped me in the mouth.
Hell yeah. Can't believe that alcoholic swam the whole fucking Amazon.
I think about that. I've been thinking about that too. Like that dog, if he didn't have alcohol in his life, that motherfucker would have walked to the moon.
Yes.
Rate that documentary on a scale of 0 to 10.
10.
I give it like a 7.
What better documentaries have you seen?
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Religious. The Money Masters. Oil.
Wait, do you say just oil?
Yeah, it's called Oil. It's the history of oil. It's like a 10-part series. The Civil War, jazz, baseball. Those are all by Ken Burns. World War II, Vietnam. Those are also Ken Burns. I think I said jazz. The Beatles anthology, if you count that. What else is a good documentary? People really like AlphaGo. It's okay.
Yeah, it was okay. I like the Napster documentary. Have you seen the Pirate Bay documentary?
Yeah.
Did you like that one?
Yeah.
I love that.
There's this one.
That one in the Nap.
There's this one that Zoot had me watch. That was called. It was about the history of Donkey Kong. Have you ever? He was like, it changed my life. I was like, what? He's like, it's a documentary. You have to watch it. Changed my life. I'm like, okay. So I watch it, and it's a cool documentary. It's like the history of this video game competition on Donkey Kong. And did he ever tell you about this?
No.
Okay, so it's like this story of there's like this really good Donkey Kong player who is also very wealthy, like kind of, but like pretty wealthy. He's like a barbecue sauce heir, and he gets really into Donkey Kong. Then there are other people who aren't like that wealthy who really get into Donkey Kong, and they have this thing that like they're playing Donkey Kong. You know what Donkey Kong is, right? Like the arcade version, like with a box.
Yeah.
And so there's this thing that happens if you play the game enough that it like these old games like Pac-Man, if you play it enough, I forget what they call it, but like it doesn't have enough memory, and it doesn't have like a you won the game. There isn't anything like that. It just crashes on you, and when you get it to crash, you like win, and people go crazy. So the guy who is the barbecue sauce heir or whatever is like also the Pac-Man champion of the world, and the way that you have to document like how you win is there are two ways. One, you can do it at this place called like Gameland or something, which is located in like New Hampshire. It's like a 2-story arcade that is just like stuck in 1989, and you can play it there, or you can buy a machine yourself and then just put on a video camera you playing. Well, it turns out that guy who, like the barbecue sauce guy, chose to video record himself with the new high score, but he like had the footage edited so that it made it look like he won when he really shouldn't have set the record. And it's like this underdog story. It certainly didn't change my life, like Zoot claims that it did him, but it was cool to just see these guys like doing long form. Like it's not exactly what I do because I'm streaming, but they would just like record them record themselves playing a video game for like 10 hours or 12 hours or whatever, just trying to do everything perfectly. Did you ever play the original Donkey Kong?
No, I didn't. But I did play Mario Kart, and I did play the world's hardest game. Do you know the story about the world's hardest game?
Which one?
That's literally the name of the game. It's called the world's hardest game.
Never played it.
And I play it like all the time at my computer at school. and you just use your arrow keys, and you have to navigate like a red square through a maze, and then dodge all of these like little yellow balls that are coming at you, and it just gets progressively more and more difficult as you go on. And yeah, I played that one a lot. It was fun.
Well, this documentary. Let me give you like it's been about a year since I saw it, and when I watched it, I frankly wasn't like kept waiting for it to change my life, and it was like it just didn't. Yo, dog, can you give me a quick breakdown of that Donkey Kong movie at Gameland in like New Hampshire or Vermont or some shit? It's between this barbecue air and like this underdog story. Okay, King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters. The story set around competitive Donkey Kong showdowns at Fun Spot in New Hampshire, which you might have heard called Gameland informally, with major themes like rivalry, the underdog rising, and arcade drama. Quick breakdown: what it's about. It's a 2007 documentary by Seth Gordon following Steve Wiebe, a down on his luck engineer turned teacher from Redmond, Washington. Wiebe sets out to beat the Donkey Kong world record held since the 1980s by Billy Mitchell, a flamboyant former champ and hot sauce entrepreneur. Underdog storyline: Wiebe submits videotapes of record runs only to be disqualified due to perceived video tampering. Mitchell, entrenched in the competitive gaming scene, is viewed as the insider. Wiebe is the humble outsider grinding at home. The showdown at Fun Spot. Wiebe travels to Fun Spot Arcade in Laconia, New Hampshire, one of the world's largest vintage arcades with 600 plus games. There he plays There he live plays under the gaze of Twin Galaxies record keepers. He sets a live record of 985,600 and reaches the infamous kill screen. That's what it's called when everything just goes crazy. Mitchell doesn't show up in person but submits a higher videotape score. Characters and dynamics. Mitchell is cast as the arrogant bully villain, famous and well connected within the record keeping body Twin Galaxies. Oh, yeah, and then there's that. Wiebe is a sympathetic underdog, supported by a caring family and community. Colorful characters like Walter Day, founder of Twin Galaxies, Brian Koo, Mr. Amazing or something, Roy, and others enrich the narrative. Why it feels like a barbecue air underdog hybrid. Nostalgic arcade setting. Playing and watching Donkey Kong in that vintage amazingness gives off a barbecue air, laid back vibe. Underdog drama. Steve's relentless pursuit resonates like a classic sports film or inspirational story. Arcade personalities and culture. Anyway, so there's this website called Twin. Is it Twin Peaks? Hold on. Twin Galaxies. It's a wild website that keeps all of the video game records of like every video game that people submit, and it's like the official. It's like the world record place. It's twingalaxies.com, and they redid it since I last saw it. But basically, like if there's a game that you are really good at, you can submit your score through this website, and then people compete online. Anyway, like Tetris and Doom and those kind of games, like anything old. Anyway, it's like a,
I'll check out the documentary.
yeah, it's really old. It's like a really old system. They keep every score since 1981. But the funny thing is this is like the Olympics for nerds. They're like super into it. Like, I mean, as you would be, but it's like these guys are like over the top into video games. And Zoot was like,
Oh, have you seen The Cove?
No, please enlighten me what it is.
That is a very amazing documentary. It's about this guy that goes to spy on these Japanese fishermen that are like killing dolphins so much in like this one cove that like the water is like red, and yeah, it's just like this crazy documentary on how Japanese people kill dolphins.
Dolphins or whales?
Dolphins, porpoises.
You know that now that you say that, it sounds familiar. Did you ever see Blackfish?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's an interesting one. All right, I'm gonna play this.
One moment, I'm just going to the washer.
Okay, I'm gonna do the same.
Machines are getting smarter. This is Tech Talk, brought to you by Skynet.
Support